Waking on that blubber.
6 minutes, leaning on 7 minutes past the hour. Welcome into the kickoff hour here on the Rick and Bubba Show. We start a brand new week together, and we thank you for being with us. The Good Time Gang settling in, getting ready to go, clearing our throats, sneezing a little bit, and dialed in for another week. And we thank you for being with us. Rick, Bubba, Adler all join us at top of the hour. Next hour, an hour from now, for the main show, and then we'll start the week together that way as well. But right now, it's the Good Time Gang in the kickoff hour. Over to my left is Mr. Greg Burgess. To my right is Michael Helms. What's up, boys?
Hey.
What's happening?
Oh, man. What a weekend. Greg,
Yes.
About 9 o'clock last night, did you feel my presence like 4 miles from
right.
me just coming in to drop off the girls and head back to Birmingham?
Oh, my goodness. That's a little late for you to be
Little
that far
late.
from home.
It was.
A little late for Daddy.
And I realize listen, y'all are going to have to bring me up to speed on all the good football that was
Yeah.
this weekend. I kept
Was a lot
getting
of
text messages from my wife about certain games, and she doesn't even care about college football. Are you watching this?
Yeah, it was quite
Yeah.
a weekend.
So.
Yeah, it was. It was. I'd never sat down and said, "All right, here I go. I'm watching football," but I came in and out of a lot.
Yeah.
And I happened to have really good timing where I caught games.
Okay.
When I needed to, like this game that nobody was even talking about. You know, I know College Game Day was at Duke, but this Notre Dame Duke game, I was able to catch it towards the end.
See, I didn't. What I do, I watched most of the Auburn game. We went and visited the grandkids at Taylor's, and so we were doing that, and you playing with the kids.
Yeah.
And then I got home, and then I didn't. Anyway, I was flipping around. I couldn't get settled in.
Yeah.
So what I do is I watch college football final the next day.
That's what I did.
And they break
That's
it
how
all
I caught
down.
up.
Yeah.
And Duke, hey, 4th and 16, you can stop it. The game's over.
Gosh
and then
almighty.
lose your quarterback on the last play of the
Are
game.
you kidding me?
And it looked bad.
It did look bad. I hate that for him, but yeah, it was. There was so much out there. It started early with UAB at Tulane, and then you had Arkansas and Texas A&M. I mean, you just had so much. There was so much there, and so we'll have to break it all down today. The latest AP rankings are out. Georgia holds on to number 1, even though Michigan and Texas kind of made some ground on them after the scare down at Auburn for Georgia. That was quite a game. Georgia at 1, Michigan 2, Texas at 3, Ohio State 4, and Florida State wraps up the top 5. Ole Miss, a big win over LSU.
how about that?
Saw some of that. We were at a get-together with some friends Saturday evening when that one was winding down, and Mississippi State and Alabama were about to kick off, and so we had TVs galore, but there was just so much there. And then the Colorado USC game where USC gets out and it looks like they've got it, and then Colorado makes this comeback to make it a lot more respectable than it seemed early in the game, and holds on to beat Colorado 48-41. But good night alive. There was
They
football
dominated
everywhere.
the whole game, and then all of a sudden you look, here they come.
I know.
One score that caught me off guard, and I actually had to look this morning to make sure I saw it right, and because I got a couple emails, is Kentucky beating Florida.
Yes.
And
Dominated them.
beat them pretty
good.
bad.
Beat them real good, too.
Ran the ball straight at them, and they could not
Now,
stop it.
I
You
do
know,
wanna-
playing at Kentucky, I know that sounds great. That's a tough place,
beat
man.
Florida like 3 years in a row.
Yeah,
or something.
they're owning them.
Well, I do want to tell them to tap the brakes a little bit. There's a little talk about, hey, if we can do that, we can beat Georgia.
Well, I mean,
maybe you can, but I'd calm down. Just
think
you know,
so.
you took a good step. Okay.
I say celebrate. You can't be 5-0 without being 5-0.
Well, there's one
so
thing.
Enjoy
hey,
it.
there's one thing to celebrate, Speedy, but
Yeah.
there's another to talk about. I'm ready to beat Georgia.
Well, I guess maybe
Okay.
they saw how Auburn played them. They said, well, maybe we can, But hey, it was a good game down at Auburn. I enjoyed watching that game.
Yeah.
That was insane. So yeah, Helmsy, you're right. There was a ton of football out. Good night. There was so much there.
Yeah,
so
like
much.
I I try to jump from channel to channel, or I get sleepy. So
College football final helps me a ton.
It breaks them all.
It
down.
even helps me when I have watched all day.
Yeah.
Like
Oh,
just
yeah.
going back and
It's really
watching.
good.
It's
Yeah.
good.
Michigan.
I like when they give out dollars.
Couldn't believe what went on with Ole Miss and LSU. Just
Golly,
that
that
the
was
back and forth
insane.
there was phenomenal.
Good night.
Not a lot of defense played in that one.
No, it wasn't. Let's see some games here this week. You said Georgia, Kentucky. That's there for you. Michigan. I don't know if they've played anybody at all. They spanked Nebraska. They're sitting there 5-0. They are at Minnesota. Row the boat there, Helms. What are we calling this river rivalry? We can't.
Red River rivalry.
Blah, blah, blah.
Yeah, because we're so stupid. We think a shootout really means people are shooting
Right.
each
You
other.
got
So
Texas and Oklahoma play this weekend.
Oklahoma looks pretty good this year.
They do. Let's see here.
Texas
Notre Dame, Louisville. Louisville's in the top 25
They're
now.
undefeated.
Yeah. Alabama, Texas A&M. You got that. There's a lot out there. Ole Miss, Arkansas. I'm just kind of running through some here. So there's still some games this coming weekend that are of interest. But yeah, this past weekend was a lot of fun to watch. Unfortunately for me and the Blazers, they came up short down at Tulane.
Yeah.
I saw where Coach Dilfer about lost his marbles there for a while.
Mm-hmm.
He did not like 12 minutes. I
really hope there's video of that out there.
There is.
Oh,
there
okay.
is. And he has shaved his beard and gone stash.
Oh, really?
Yes, which has stirred the family up for me to do that, and I'm like, no, I'm not doing that.
What do you think about Dilfer's look? You like it?
Yeah, for a second I was like, what is going on here? But let me just tell you this, he does not like 12 on the field.
No, he doesn't. Speaking of that.
Count your defense.
Speaking of that, and correct me if I'm wrong, it was Florida against Kentucky. Florida had 13 on the field, and they still couldn't stop them. They scored anyway.
Unreal.
And they had 13 players out there. Really? And they ran it right up their gut. Right in.
Oh, my goodness.
Well.
And last night, Reese was in a charity softball game. He
Sorry,
played,
that just came out of nowhere.
Yeah.
I wasn't expecting you to say that.
October starts Breast Cancer Awareness Month, and there was someone local that has been battling that, and so he used to work for Helena Hardware.
That's right.
Well, so that means he's still in the family of Helena Hardware.
That's right.
Employees and stuff.
Like the mafia.
You're right. And so there was a local haircut place, a salon that was putting together this fundraiser, and they had food trucks and all this kind of stuff out there. But he was with the Helena Hardware Knockers. And had a little hammer on his shirt and all that. I guess I don't know, knocking the ball, knocking a nail. And so we were out last night, which that
don't ever do that again.
That turned into after the game. That turned into let's go get something to eat. And so I get home about the time Helmsy was coming past your house.
Well, let me ask you.
But I was able to catch the kind of the end toward the Jets-Chiefs game.
It was a good game.
That was a heck of a game. And they had TVs where we ate. There was TVs all over the place.
Stuff.
She brought Ryan Reynolds and everybody else with her.
Yeah,
that was.
Before you move on, how did the Knockers look?
They look good. They look good.
Did they win?
They did win. They won. I think by one run, if I remember.
A thriller.
And the boss came across for that winning run.
Hey, celebration.
He had a blast. And Tyler and Mabry and River, myself and Terry were all there. And
one of the dogs.
Yeah. Well, no, actually no dogs this time. And JC couldn't make it down from Huntsville, so we were repping the family at that event, but it was a lot. It was the first annual, and they said they're going to do it again next year. But it's always a good time to get out with the family. But Little River, man, he's a mess. He had unfortunately broke his leg maybe about a month or so ago, maybe a little bit longer. Little itty bitty hairline fracture off a darn trampoline.
Yeah, they'll get you.
And out of extreme caution, they was like, let's just put a cast on it, make sure it heals. They're 2 years old, so let's just make sure everything's good. And everything is checked out. He got the cast off, but they put a little leg brace on him. And they're like, for another week or so, let's just put that on and slowly transition out of it. So it looks like he's walking around with a kickstand.
Yeah.
But the kid's resilient. And
they adjust.
He still wants to, let's hit the ball. Let's hit the,
climb on stuff.
Yeah. But hey, seeing him do the one-legged hop run with the kickstand is pretty funny. It was a day at the ballpark last night. It was a lot of fun.
Been a while.
But hey, and I know we're flying all over the place here, but we have to mention Talladega Super Speedway. I caught the third
final.
They got three segments, and I caught the last one. Holy mackerel!
Stages, is that what they call it? They call it stages.
I couldn't find stages. And a wrecked sliding finish, a win by literally a wheel. and we got to discuss that because, and a great crowd. It looked like the crowd was excellent, and I had all that going on and football. It was crazy. And for the show, early Sunday morning, I tuned over to Disney Plus to see what this NFL thing was about.
I need to know.
Okay, I'm not here to nag you about all your diets because I don't always eat healthier either. But I will share this. The Mayo Clinic says if you want to prevent heart disease, lower blood pressure, and cholesterol, eat 5 servings of fruits and vegetables every day. Folks, I don't do that, and you probably don't either. So I use Field of Greens, and I really like it. If you don't always eat right and exercise, join me and take Field of Greens. Get 15% off your first order at fieldofgreens.com with the promo code BUBBA. Fieldofgreens.com, the promo code BUBBA. This fall, take premium audio with you wherever you go. Raycon's everyday earbuds look, feel, and sound better than ever with 3 sound profiles, optimized gel tips for the perfect in-ear fit, and 32 hours of total battery life, and they start at half the price of other premium audio brands. Right now, Raycon is having their annual back-to-school sale. For a limited time only, get 20% off site-wide, plus free shipping at buyraycon.com/Bubba. That's buyraycon.com/Bubba, or go to rickandbubba.com. Helix Sleep does it again with an innovative kids mattress made to flip. Why? Well, the firmer side is great for younger kids when they need more spinal support to aid proper development of their growing bodies. You simply flip it over when they're a little older, around 8 to 12 years old, when they want the softer side for sleep. Handcrafted and assembled right here in the USA, Helix is offering 20% off all mattress orders, including the kids mattress. Go to helixsleep.com/Bubba. helixsleep.com/Bubba. A new season calls for new taste. There's no easier way to flavor your fall than with HelloFresh. Their fall lineup of delicious dinners is crafted by chefs using fresh produce and the best in-season ingredients. And with a rotating menu of 40 weekly options to choose from, even the pickiest eaters will be asking for seconds. Sign up for America's #1 meal kit today and take 50% off plus 15% off the next 2 months with the code BUBBA at HelloFresh.com/Bubba. That's the code BUBBA at HelloFresh.com/Bubba. Are you driving an out-of-warranty car? Why would you do that? It's only a matter of time before your vehicle is in the shop costing thousands. Auto repair costs are up nearly 20% from last year. That's 4 times the rate of inflation. And when you enroll in a protection plan through carshield.com/Bubba, you'll be locking in your price as it will never go up. We appreciate their administrators handling all the paperwork, and we get to choose the mechanic we want. They even offer 24/7 roadside assistance, complimentary towing, and rental car options. Save 20% at carshield.com/Bubba.
If you've ever wondered if CBD and other plant-based solutions can help you, well, 90% of customers report better sleep, and 81% say CBD helps with stress and anxiety. If you've been thinking about trying it for a health concern that's not getting better, consider CBD from cbdistillery.com. Visit cbdistillery.com and enter the code BUBBA for a 20% discount. No prescription required. That's cbdistillery.com, promo code BUBBA, or find a link at rickandbubba.com under the sponsor.
Oh, look, honey, the ants are back.
Wow. We leave one itsy bitsy speck of food out and they appear out of nowhere.
Yeah, it's pretty hard to believe we used to try to get rid of these guys. Now they're just part of the family.
To be honest, I liked our family the way it was before they came.
I guess it's time to call Cooks.
You don't have to live with pests. Get proven protection from Cook's Pest Control. Call or go online for a free quote.
Cook's Pest Control.
All right, folks, you've heard us talking about what Relief Factor can do for your pain for several years now. If you struggle with occasional aches and pains due to aging, exercise, everyday living, consider this. Relief Factor is 100% drug-free. It's made up of ingredients that simply help your own body deal with its natural inflammatory response. And we kid you not, Relief Factor is for real. And the majority of people who order the 3-week quick start for just $19.95 go on to order more. Try it at relieffactor.com or rickandbubba.com under the sponsors.
This fall, as you settle back into a busier routine, your home may be sitting empty and defenseless. Simply Safe's revolutionary home monitoring innovation, 24/7 live guard protection, helps stop crime in real time. If an intruder breaks in, monitoring agents can see, speak, and deter them. Get 20% off your new system when you sign up for Fast Protect monitoring at simplysafebubba.com. That's simplysafebubba.com, or you can visit rickandbubba.com under the sponsors. There's no safe like Simply Safe.
The folks at MyPillow have launched MyPillow 2.0. This new innovative MyPillow has a brand new temperature regulating technology. to keep you comfortable throughout the night. Now, core body temperature plays a big role in how you sleep, and this new fabric technology helps regulate your body temp by creating a lower surface temperature for a more restful sleep. Available in 4 loft levels with a 10-year warranty and a 60-day money-back guarantee. Head to MyPillow.com/Bubba to buy one, get one free on the new MyPillow 2.0.
Pass the gravy, please. Rick and Bubba. Ooh, it brings me to my knees.
21 minutes past the hour. Thank you so much for tuning in to the Rick and Bubba Show. So to continue our conversation as we went to break, we were flying all over the place, just kind of shooting the bull about our past weekends and sports and all this kind of stuff. Ryan Blaney outlasted Kevin Harvick at Talladega Super Speedway in the Yellowwood 500, and I don't know what it was about my timing this past weekend when it came to sports, but I just got lucky, I guess, and I tuned over when at the right time it seemed to get all the excitement.
Key moment,
and I was able to see Stage 3. Of the Talladega Super Speedway, and the crowd looked great. And literally, the final lap, it was insane. Literally, Ryan Blaney held off Harvick, and I think he won by maybe a tire. The front quarter panel is what he won by.
Yeah.
It was insane.
Crazy finish.
Wrecking behind everybody.
4 wide at one point.
Yeah.
That's a great track to watch.
Yeah, and so I know NASCAR couldn't be happier with that finish.
I didn't know it was going on either, and what's funny is I had a friend text me and just say, I don't know what time you're getting in and headed back, but just a heads up, if it coincides with the race, you may want to take a different route home, traffic-wise.
Right. Yeah.
And so that's the reason I knew it was going on, but we just watched it in the break. Wow, what a finish.
Let's see here. He won by 0.012 seconds.
My goodness.
You can't blink that fast, boys.
You go 500 miles and finish that close.
No, you cannot. Harvick finished second, as I said, and so there you go. That's the finish there at the Super Speedway. That's what I was referring to. But early Sunday morning, if you'll remember, we talked about the NFL being in London.
Yes.
And Disney Plus was doing this
Toy Story
version, animated version of what was going on, and it was going to be from Woody's room, right? And we talked about that this past weekend.
Booger McFarlane was there too.
Yeah, he did.
Cartoon.
Yep. And so here's what I did.
He wouldn't speak to the other ones during the break.
Yeah, and it was early Sunday morning, so I had the Ryder Cup going on a little bit because they started crazy early. They were over in Rome playing, so they were starting it like in the middle of the night. So I woke up and just had that on. We were kind of getting ready for Sunday in church and all that, and I was like, hey, NFL, we got to go over. It started at 8:30 a.m. Central Time. So what I did is I went to ESPN Plus and I split screened the games.
Okay.
And I went real game on the left,
Toy Story
on my right.
Yeah.
Let's see what's going on here. And they were 2 plays behind because I guess with the animation or
the AI
stuff, they had to go, okay,
catch
this
up.
was the play and stuff. And so Woody and them, they weren't involved with the play. It just looked like at times they were in the crowd, like maybe up on the bed going, ooh, cheering or whatever.
The game was going on in
the game, but it was this animated version of little football players that were like on the carpet or in the big room on the floor playing. So I was like, yeah.
Well,
okay,
so,
if I'm a kid, maybe I'm watching it or something, but
it wasn't for you.
No.
You didn't like it.
You weren't their target audience.
No,
and that's not what they're trying to do.
And I shouldn't be. You
Right.
know, but let's say River was over and he's wanting to watch football, he might.
My grandkids would have been fired up with Woody there.
Yeah.
They all liked it.
And so it's like a lot of times it would just show the game, and then as they would go to commercial, it might show, Woody or somebody,
Do you think it would have been better if, like, you had Woody and Buzz more into the game itself?
Yeah, but I don't know how
they would do
I don't
it.
either.
But
I don't either. I don't know how they would have done that.
They could be on the chain gang.
Well, or you could have made them one of the players. Maybe one of them, Buzz a quarterback on one team,
possibly,
and Woody quarterback on the other.
And it didn't help either.
Is this what it looked like? Was this it here? the animation part.
Yeah, pretty much.
So basically like a video game, and then you okay, I see now so it is the carpet and his room. Is it Andy?
Yeah,
Andy's room,
yeah.
and then
and it didn't help any. The Jags were blowing out the Falcons. They ended up winning like 23-7. And
is the game in England ever any good? I can't remember. It always seems like a blowout. I may be misremembering.
There might be something to that. I don't know. But I haven't told Terry. Hey, for the show, I need to go over and look at this. And she's like, all right, go for it.
It looks like you're watching a video game, and Buzz and Woody are there. And they check in every once in a while. That's what it looks like.
Eat some popcorn and yell.
All right. I'm glad you watched that because I was wondering. I did see some kind of, I don't know, advertisement for it again Saturday. And I thought, okay, I wonder what this is going to be.
I watched one drive, just to be totally transparent. I wanted to see how they went to commercial and out of commercial for the show, and then what it looked like. But it just looked like a little video game. Yeah. And then they were on the football field, but when they would go to the sidelines, it would show like maybe the carpet or the room, like that was the sidelines or something. But,
well, how about
so
that?
there you go. But yeah, the Falcons were beat pretty bad by the Jags, 23-7. And I want to say the Jaguars stay in London for the week, and the Falcons come home, but the Buffalo Bills go over and they play in London again.
They're going to play 2 weeks in a row over there.
Yeah.
See, that's why they. I don't know.
The market's big over there for that.
They were talking about how the NFL was going to, they do this London game, but they were probably going to do one in Spain or something, and kind of venture out a little bit more on where they play this one international game.
How about that?
Yeah.
All right, then.
Yeah. All right, Dan.
I'm sitting here watching highlights from the Chiefs and Jets, and
yeah.
Every time anybody scores, did they show Taylor Swift? Because that's what it seems to be.
I didn't
they showed a lot.
It ended up being close.
They did. Yeah. They.
When I came in, it was 23-20 with a couple minutes left, and anyway.
Yeah. The Jets lost 23-20. I think in the fourth quarter, the only points scored were 3 from the Chiefs, a field goal.
So it held when.
Yeah, and it was a really good game. Bubba will be happy the Vikings won. So they're not winless. They beat the Panthers, who were 0-4. The Vikings beat them 21-13. I was paying attention to that score. Didn't watch any of that game, but I did pay attention to the score just for Bubba to see if they would win or not. I did see Kirk Cousins throw a 98-yard interception, run back, pick 6.
That's tough.
And thought of Bubba at the time.
Yeah.
But they redeemed themselves and ended up coming back and winning.
Beating them. Powerhouse. Panthers.
There's just so much on, though, if you're able to catch any of it. And like I said, I didn't go beginning to end. I just caught it at the right time, which is a lot of times not the case. A lot of times I'll get a text from y'all that I missed something, and then I quickly try to tune over. But I was lucky enough to catch some of that. All right, we'll take a break. We're off and running here on the kickoff hour. Rick, Bubba, Adler, all join us right after top of the hour. Don't go anywhere.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
It's official. Fall is here. With the kids at school and spare time filled with seasonal activities, your home may be sitting empty and defenseless. That's why we recommend Simply Safe Home Security and their revolutionary home monitoring innovation. 24/7 live guard protection. It's designed to help stop a crime in real time. Now, if an intruder breaks into your home, Simply Safe professional monitoring agents can actually see, speak to, and deter them through Simply Safe's new Smart Alarm wireless indoor camera. 24/7 live guard protection is made possible by the new Smart Alarm wireless indoor camera, available with a Fast Protect monitoring plan. You can install it yourself in about 30 minutes or have a Simply Safe expert set it up for you. And for a limited time, get 20% off your new system when you sign up for Fast Protect monitoring. Visit simplysafebubba.com. That's simplysafebubba.com, or visit rickandbubba.com under the sponsors for a link. There's no safe like Simply Safe.
Folks, we've been talking about about Relief Factor on our show for quite some time now. Do we guarantee Relief Factor is going to lower or eliminate your occasional aches and pains? No, we never make a claim like that. But what I can tell you is that the majority of folks who ordered the 3-week quick start pack for only $19.95 go on to order more. Now, what we really like about Relief Factor is it's 100% drug-free. It's a supplement that's made up of ingredients that simply help your own body deal with its natural inflammatory response. For a lot of us, that's very important. Getting older, working outside in the warm weather, even exercising can cause frustrating aches and pains, or maybe it's the occasional back, shoulder, or hip pain that's bothering you. Relief Factor has helped us and so many of our friends, so when you think of it this way, is $1 a day too much to see if you can get out of some of that frustrating pain? To order this 3-week quick start pack for $19.95 plus shipping and handling, just go to ReliefFactor.com. That's ReliefFactor.com. Let's see if we can get you out of some of that pain. Also, you can go to RickandBubba.com. Look under the sponsors button for a link. Are you driving an out-of-warranty car? It's only a matter of time before your vehicle is in the shop costing thousands.
That's true, and auto repair costs are up nearly 20% from last year.
If an unexpected breakdown happened today, would you be ready?
If you had carshield.com/Bubba, you would be.
If your car is just over 3 years old, it's still prone to expensive costs. We all know our daily drives are more than just getting from point A to point B. Traveling by car is a way of life.
When you enroll in a protection plan through carshield.com/Bubba, you'll be locking in your price as it will never go up.
That means for as long as you own the vehicle and the mileage increases or how many claims you file.
They offer plans starting at just $100 a month with no long-term contracts and options to fit every budget.
Now, we appreciate their administrators handling all the paperwork, choosing the mechanic that we want. They even offer 24/7 roadside assistance, complimentary towing, and rental car options. Get coverage today and save 20% at carshield.com/Bubba. Our friends at TheraBreath have some good news if you have bad breath. Try TheraBreath Fresh Breath Oral Rinse. TheraBreath is dentist formulated by Dr. Katz himself. TheraBreath doesn't mask bad breath like those burning alcohol mouthwashes that can actually irritate sensitive mouths. It's alcohol-free and free of gluten with no added dyes or colors. Find TheraBreath in all your favorite retail and drug stores. Look for the bright orange cap or online at TheraBreath.com. You can find a direct link at RickandBubba.com under the sponsors. TheraBreath, confidence in every capful. Attention, all you coffee drinkers. There's a brand new brew that you definitely want to make part of your daily ritual. If you enjoy delicious, good coffee like us, my coffee needs to be your new drink. It's organic, which is so important because if not, then it contains chemicals banned in this country decades ago. You've heard us talk about MyPillow for years on this show, and now they've got my coffee direct from the MyStore.com website. Go to MyStore.com, enter the code Bubba to save 25% off your order of my coffee, or find a link at RickandBubba.com. Have you tried the Innovatives Helix Sleep Mattress yet? Well, nothing beats a great night's sleep, the kind you get with Helix. So we love them, and Helix has over 12,000 five-star reviews with customized mattresses that fit your sleep needs because they know everyone is unique. They even have big and tall mattresses and mattresses for the kids. But how do you know which mattress is right for you? Well, Helix has you covered. Just take the Helix Sleep Quiz and find the perfect mattress in under 2 minutes. Place your order and your mattress will be delivered right to the door free of charge. And the best part, Helix knows there's no better way to try a mattress than by sleeping on it in your own home. That's why they offer a 100-night trial for you and a 10 to 15-year warranty. Right now, Helix is offering 20% off all mattress orders at helixsleep.com/Bubba. Best offer yet, by the way, and it won't last long. So if you've been waiting to try a Helix mattress, here it is. Now's the time. Head to helixsleep.com/Bubba for 20% off your mattress order.
The gravy, please. Rick and Bubba. Ooh, it brings me to my knees. Rick and Bubba. I can't start another Rick and Bubba. Day without him, brother. Rick and Bubba. Ooh, there is no other Rick and Bubba.
All right, 25 minutes past the hour. Thank you so much for tuning in to the Rick and Bubba Show. 866-WE-BE-BIG is our number. Hard to believe if you're listening live, it's October, but it is. And that means, Gregory, that Big Brother has a birthday tomorrow.
Oh, that's right.
It
I
is,
forgot about that.
His birthday is October the 3rd. And just a little heads up.
Would you have remembered it on your own eventually, probably?
When I looked at the date, like if I was filling out some paperwork or something, it would have reminded me.
So
It shows you how at our age we're not real concerned about it.
I know. I don't think so. I don't think so. It just, when we hit October, there it is, October 3rd.
Do you send him an encouraging text? Or do you just tell him happy birthday when he's here?
When he's here.
That's good.
You know what I think you ought to do? I think tonight you ought to surprise him. And I think you ought to send him a heartfelt text and said, hey, listen, big brother.
Yeah.
I love you. Just want you to know I'm here for you.
Yeah,
and I want to wish you a happy early birthday. That's what I would do.
That'll make him nervous or something.
Yeah, he'll think, what's going on?
If Jay's listening right now, he's like, what the heck? He's never done that with me.
Yeah.
See, I don't have to worry about that because I have a sister. I don't have a brother, and she remembers everything.
Yeah,
sure.
Absolutely.
I mean, everything.
Yeah.
Thank you, Lynn, for always being there.
Yep.
Boy, we've hit a lot here the first 30 minutes. We've hopped around and hopefully updated a lot of you on, let me just say this. The get-together I was at Saturday evening, it was one of these wedding showers that you have now, where they're couple wedding showers. And this is where
I'm glad we didn't have him.
This is where and I thought they did a really good job. Landon Green, a good family friend. The Greens are some of our closest friends, and that's their oldest son. And he's getting married coming up on October the 28th, and so it was kind of like a couple shower. And this is when, and I thought they did a pretty good job. They sent out invitations, and everybody had a category that they could choose. And let's say it was beachy or outdoor living, or it could be whatever, you name it. That way everybody didn't show up and all have the same kind of gift. It was different. It had categories, and Terry picked the beach.
You went with beachy?
Yeah, and I thought that was kind of neat. So we had a little bag full of stuff, but we went over, and the person hosting was a family friend of theirs that volunteered to host, and it was just a beautiful house. Good night. It was so nice. And they had TVs up all over the place with different games and everything going on. And of course, the LSU Ole Miss game was the big one at that time of night, because it started at like around 5:30 or 6. It started at 6 Central. And there's Auburn fans that were there, and that game was wrapping up, so they were a little frustrated. And then you have Alabama fans knowing that the Mississippi State game was going to be kicking off at 8 o'clock Central, and then you just had LSU and Ole Miss on. And I was one of the very few Mississippi State fans there, and I knew what was coming. I knew it. And all the Alabama fans that were there are good friends of mine, and luckily they're pretty level-headed Bama fans, where they'll call it like it is. And they were like, man, I don't know, and they were giving me like false hope, and I'm like, buddy,
I'm not a kid.
Thank you. I'm not a little kid, and you're trying to pump me up. It might be okay, buddy.
You never know.
Mm-hmm.
No, you kind of do.
And the LSU Ole Miss game ran long, and so the Mississippi State Alabama game came on ESPN, the Alpha there, but it started on ESPN News.
That gets on my nerves
for a while.
For some reason, I have every ESPN in the world except ESPN.
Really?
I don't know why.
That's a bip.
It's not on there.
But, the little yellow ticker on the bottom said, hey, this game starting over on ESPN News or ESPN Plus. I don't know if it was that voice.
I like that voice. Maybe it was.
And so LSU Ole Miss game came down to the last play, and it was a really good game. And then Mississippi State Alabama kicked off, and I saw it. I've never seen Coach Arnett is the head coach of Mississippi State, and he looks so frustrated because I don't know who we are. We used to be able to really throw we've been thrown into a tough spot with Coach Leach passing away in December of last year. That's tough. But Coach Arnett is the defensive coordinator. He named head coach and brought in different coordinators to get things going. And now it seems like we try to run the ball, but then we try to throw some too. It's like we don't have an identity. I don't know who we are. And it got away quick. And then Mississippi State kind of came back and made somewhat of a first half of it. But we left at halftime, and I would just want to thank the Bama fans I was with. Y'all were pretty gentle. Yeah. Y'all were very, very
they
sweet.
Knew the writing
very, very nice. And they do the poor mouth. Oh man, we probably. Yeah, I don't know, man. Mississippi State, it was cowbells. It's gonna be tough. Well, that's fine, man. That's good. I'm not a kid. That's fine. I'm grown. I'm 54.
Their backs against the wall.
And then I said, y'all don't know frustration. You don't know. I'm tired of you being frustrated with your season.
Yeah.
Growing up being a Mississippi State fan, you don't know frustration. No. Your little heart's been broke so many times if you're a State fan.
Yeah, and then here they are. Well, we've lost one game to a top 3 team in the country.
And for some reason, my big go-to is we've won a national championship in baseball. But
that's a pretty big go-to, though.
Yeah, it is.
I mean,
it is. So we'll get it together, and but it was a lot of fun. It was just a great time Saturday night celebrating the Greens, and it's just fun. Terry baked all afternoon Friday and the entire day Saturday, and I couldn't touch any of the food.
Well, that's a tough deal.
She was baking.
I don't think that's fair.
She, all the ladies that were helping host, even though it was at a host house, everybody had kind of, here's what we're going to do. You bring this. She was in charge of most of the sweets.
Okay.
Guys, that house smelled like a bakery for an entire day and a half. It was, you walk in and it smelled just like Edgar's Bakery.
Oh, yeah.
And I'm like, good night.
Good smell. I like to go to Edgar and just walk in and walk out and smell.
So then I would go to the kitchen and walk around the counter, and she'd slap my hand. Oh, whoa, no, I'm like, well, you could have made a batch that just like over here, this is our houses.
And you need to test it, make sure it's good.
Yeah. But she has promised getting through this. She said, I need to get through this because of all the baking, and she did. She was in the kitchen for a day and a half. But this week she's promised protein balls, so I just want to let y'all know that.
Well, no big,
we had to get
no
through
rush.
Yeah,
our my
just
weekend
in time for the crab run.
Was just so. Is that this coming? Is that this weekend?
Yeah. And I've gotten some emailers here that signed up over the weekend, said they were going to run behind you. They said that's the only reason they did it.
That's good. Thank you, buddy.
Well, I'm just saying.
Well, good. I'm looking.
They're not going to talk to you. They're just going to run behind you.
I don't mind that.
Yeah.
I can't talk back because I'll be out of breath. I'm not saying don't talk to me. That's fine.
Yeah.
I won't be able to answer.
They did ask the organizers, and the organizers said yes. If somebody finishes, can they come back around and wait for you as you turn the corner and just run in behind you?
There'll be a lot of waiting. I can tell you that.
I'm so sorry what's going to happen to you this weekend, and it's on this one.
Philip Webb says he's going to bring his 50-pound bag and run with you.
He's in shape. He can do it. Yeah. I'll tell you who's not, me.
Jason Benefield said he's going to be stomping all on you.
Saw Jason, by the way.
Benefield, he needs to redeem because I beat him last year, and that's fine. I know that he's back and healthier than ever. And I'll be honest, I don't feel good about my chances. I'm not showing up. I felt like I was better last year than I am this year, as far as training.
Well,
I saw Benefield last week at the cafeteria.
Did he have a hat on?
No, he didn't. He didn't.
Here's the good thing about
He's moving and shaking. He's always, into
JSU,
something.
Big man on campus.
He is.
Greg, here's the thing. Everybody wins.
That's
okay,
right. That's
because
true. It's not
because
really a race.
No, because it's a fundraiser for the foundation, and the work that they do is really something special. And Venice's foundation, we all know if you've got a chemo day or something like that, if you're battling cancer and you go, these days are from early morning till dinner time, and you're just stuck
exhausting.
there. Yeah. Well, they provide these baskets of essentials that they know you need, and they come alongside you to help make that day a little easier.
Have a gas card in there, so because a lot of people commute, from to here from a lot of places.
So the reason I bring that up,
and they show up and just hand the stuff out free of charge.
That's it. So the reason I brought that up is so for you to think of that as people are running behind.
No,
you.
that's fine.
Okay.
What's funny though, talking about winning or losing, what is funny is when you take off, because it draws just all walks of life crowd. Well, you do have the few small ones who actually are runners, and because the way you go down and then you make a turn and you know like a block or two over, you're on a trail coming back.
Yeah.
Well, I'll be going down the initial. I'm not even halfway down it, and I hear people hollering, and they're coming. They've already made the turn.
Yeah.
And I'm going, how do they run that fast, that far?
Right. That's a good question.
I mean, because they have people set up and they're all cheering them on and all this, and I'm not even near the turn, and I mean, they're almost lapping me if you think about it. Almost putting me down a lap.
Yeah, but your mind's got, you can't let people get on your nerves as you're trying to raise money for.
They're not getting on my nerves. I'm just saying I can't talk because I'm out of breath when I run. Because when we run with Hobie, he's a talker and I can't do it.
But you can sign up all week to run behind Greg. So there's a link in upcoming events at rickandbubba.com.
I don't know if they just they're selling it like that, but you can.
Well, yeah.
because I may be laid off on the side of the road.
Well, but people aren't running it to win. They're running it to
I may
support
pull up a hamstring.
the foundation, so just run behind Greg.
A lot of firsts for me this weekend I want to discuss when we come back. And I also have a funny story about Amanda, something that happened last night. And she's going to kill me for telling this, but I'm going to tell it anyway.
Okay. I love it. Love it. All right, we'll do all that. 866 We Be Big. Greg's actually, you're going to see him. He's going to run through the studio here about the speed. Go ahead, buddy. About the speed that you're going to run. Crap run. There he goes. Look, watch him. Look, see, that's fine. Just do that. That's okay. We'll be right back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Cashback is not available on gas in New Jersey and Wisconsin.
Susan, I'm sorry I'm late. Traffic is terrible.
It sure is. But on top of that, gas prices have been skyrocketing. I can't believe how expensive gas has gotten recently.
Prices at the pump are up, but I never pay full price for gas anymore. I just use the free Upside app that pays you cash back for every gallon of gas you buy.
Wait a minute. Are you saying you actually get paid cash when you buy gas with the Upside app?
Yes, I get real cash back every time I buy gas.
And does that actually add up to anything?
I've made around $200.
Wow, that's serious extra cash. I'm downloading the free Upside app now.
Download the free Upside app to earn real cash back every time you buy gas. Use promo code FUN for an extra 25 cents per gallon cash back on your first fill-up. You can cash out anytime right to your bank account, to PayPal, or any gift card for Amazon and other brands. Just download the free Upside app and use promo code FUN for a 25 cents per gallon bonus on your first tank. That's code FUN for 25 cents per gallon cash back on your first fill-up.
Now your ideas don't have to wait. Now they have everything they need to come to life. Dell Technologies and Intel are creating technology that loves ideas, loves expanding your business, evolving your passions. We push what technology can do, so great ideas can happen right now. Find out how to bring your ideas to life at Dell.com. Welcome to Now.
Hustle up, we've got 8 more floors to go before lunch.
Sarusha's window washing business is reaching new heights.
Wipe, and let's roll.
They need more certified cleaners to keep online reviews crystal clear.
Team, I know we're hustling, but watch for streaks. Candace, can you give me a hand over here?
Indeed can help them hire great people fast.
I need Indeed.
Indeed you do. Our hiring platform instantly connects you with quality candidates, and you can schedule and conduct virtual interviews right from the Indeed dashboard. Visit Indeed.com/credit and get $75 towards your first sponsored job. Terms and conditions apply.
Here's something you've never heard before.
Stop. This is Simply Safe.
Introducing 24/7 Lifeguard Protection, only from Simply Safe Home Security. Now, monitoring agents can see and speak to intruders through our new indoor camera to help stop crime in real time and for fast police response. Get 20% off any new system with Fast Protect monitoring at simplysafe.com/radio. Advanced home security, 24/7 professional monitoring for less than $1 a day. There's no safe like Simply Safe.
The Angie's List you know and trust is now Angie, and we're so much more than just a list. We still connect you with top local pros and show you ratings and reviews, but now we also let you compare upfront prices on hundreds of projects and book a service instantly. We can even handle the rest of your project from start to finish. So remember, Angie's List is now Angie, and we're here to get your job done right. Get started at Angie.com. That's ANGI, or download the app today.
A busy fall schedule doesn't mean you have to compromise when it comes to meal times. Great taste, quality ingredients, convenient doorstep delivery. So yes, you can have it all with HelloFresh. HelloFresh knows you got a lot on your plate, so they deliver pre-portioned ingredients and foolproof recipes to your door. From fit and wholesome options to family faves, they handle the meal planning and grocery shopping, so all you have to do is receive your box, cook, and dig in. And HelloFresh is not just for dinner. You can stock your fridge with quick breakfast, 10-minute lunches, and fresh snacks delivered along with your weekly order. And probably the best part, HelloFresh is actually cheaper than grocery shopping and 25% less expensive than takeout. Right now, you can save even more when you join America's #1 meal kit today and get 50% off plus 15% off the next 2 months with the code BUBBA at HelloFresh.com raycon.com/Bubba. This fall, take premium audio with you wherever you go. Raycon's everyday earbuds. They look, they feel, and sound better than ever with 3 sound profiles to match whatever I'm listening to. They feature noise isolation, awareness mode, so I can choose to be immersed in sound or I can tune out my surroundings when I need to. With optimized gel tips for the perfect in-ear fit, these earbuds are comfortable enough for all-day wear, and they do not budge. 8 hours of playtime, 32 hours of total battery life, and I love this. Raycon's everyday earbuds, here we go, start at half the price of the other premium audio brands. Over 78,000 5-star reviews and a 30-day happiness guarantee. There's no reason not to check them out. And now that back to school is in session, Raycon is having their annual back to school sale. For a limited time, get 20% off site-wide plus free shipping at buyraycon.com/Bubba. Buyraycon.com/Bubba for 20% off or rickandbubba.com.
Pass the gravy, please. Rick and Bubba. Ooh, it brings me to my knees. Rick and Bubba. I can't start another Rick and Bubba. Day without 'em, brother. Rick and Bubba. Ooh, there is no other. Rick and Bubba.
Thank you so much for being a part of the Rick and Bubba Show. 866-WE-BE-BIG is our number. It's the kickoff hour. Good time gang. And we are rolling. Rick, Bubba, Adler, all join us right after top of the hour break. This portion of the show brought to you by carshield.com/Bubba. That's carshield.com/Bubba. Look, don't take the risk that comes with driving an out-of-warranty car because it's only a matter of time before your vehicle is in the shop costing you thousands, and auto repairs now are costing up to nearly 20% from last year. That's up. Which is like 4 times the rate of inflation. If an unexpected breakdown happened today, and you had carshield.com/Bubba, you'd be covered. They offer protection plans starting as low as $100 per month with no long-term contracts and options to fit every budget, providing repair coverage for up to 5,000 parts, from alternators to big-ticket items like your transmission. If your car is 3 years old or more, it doesn't matter. I mean, let's go to carshield.com/Bubba and let's find out, what your rate, what your package would be, and then that way you don't have to worry about anything. They know all the cars that are used from point A to point B. They're part of our everyday life. Traveling is essential to get you where you need to go, from road trip travel to carpooling to just getting to work. When you enroll in a car protection plan with CarShield, you'll be looking forward to locking in a price, too, that will never go up, even though inflation is. That means that for as long as you own your vehicle and the mileage increases, you don't have to worry about, I guess, your rate going up. They lock you in. And their administrators handle the paperwork and repairs. You choose the ASE certified mechanic. Plus, when your car breaks down, you won't be stuck on the side of the road either, because plans offer 24/7 coast-to-coast roadside assistance as well, complimentary towing, and a rental car option. So don't wait. Call 1-800-451-7776 and save 20% on your plan now. Or you can go online to carshield.com/Bubba and check them out as well. That way you're always prepared for the unexpected. And there's a link at rickandbubba.com for all of our network sponsors. They're under sponsors. You'll just see that and click on it, and you see direct links at rickandbubba.com. All right, so Helmsy, you said as we went to break that Amanda did something, and you're going to get in trouble for it?
Well, I want to kind of set up first. A lot of firsts for me this weekend. We had our first, we went to Chattanooga, UTC, the Mocs.
Yeah.
I want to thank Coach Chad Camper. I told Amanda, he and I had been texting. We'd never really met, but we'd been texting like the last 3 or 4 weeks, just kind of getting ready for this event, and him he's helped me with some things as far as getting on the women's side of coaching at Jack State. And I told Amanda, I said, I got a feeling, don't want to put any pressure on the guy, but I think we're gonna hit it off. Like, I think we're gonna be buddies.
Oh no, here we go.
And so hey, listen,
are you listening to this, Greg?
Greg,
He's done this before.
Hey, I was right. We hit it off. We were like 2 peas in a pod.
Whoa.
We're about the same age.
You just said that.
And so it was fun to hang out with him when we could and watch our teams compete. And when I say a lot of first, so when I left here Friday early, I go get the van. I meet the girls, pick them up at the Coliseum. We head to Chattanooga. We eat lunch. We go warm up. We play. And then it's a rinse and repeat all the way until Sunday. And so took my first D1 loss, got my first D1 win.
All right.
And and we got better. We ended things this weekend on a really, really good note, and I'm excited about and I needed that yesterday, by the way, mentally. I think they needed it yesterday for, their confidence. But we get home late last night, and the wives, when we're traveling late, they're worried about us. Okay, they don't like us being on the road late at night. And I got the whole, hey, listen, hey, if you need to talk to me, call me. I'll be up for you.
So you can stay awake.
And I said, okay, that's fine. I said, I'll probably put a ball game on in the background or something to keep me, maybe catch up on some podcasts. I'll be fine, but if I need you, I'll call you.
Right.
And I had a heart to heart with one of the players, and I had told her about that, and she was wanting to know more about that conversation and just how the weekend went, because we didn't get to talk much. I mean, it was just a nonstop kind of thing, and I expected that. And she was busy too. She had a busy weekend, and so she calls me last night. I've got back. I've got the girls back. I've got the van back. I've turned it back in.
Okay.
And I have finally got my car, and I get probably nearly to I-20, and I have to put air in my tire, of course, Greg.
Helmsy, I'm about done with that.
I know, I am too. If it makes you feel any better, I got a quote before I left because I really need 4 new tires.
Yeah.
Okay. And so I went ahead and got a quote because I'm waiting on if I can get through this week, because this week is going to be we leave Wednesday for LSU for our regionals.
Okay.
So if I can get through this week and weekend, then I'm going to try to do the tire thing next week.
You're going to come back from a road trip, your tire's going to be flat.
Yeah. You're probably right.
That'd
because
be
it was
just airing it
then
up
you
with a
then,
bip.
hey, then he's going to come try to spend the night with you.
Well, he can't get there. His tire's flat.
Well, you're going to have to go get him.
No, I'll be
Hey,
asleep.
Daddy, can I ride in with you in the morning?
But I get the tire. That place, Greg, the truck stop right there, right off. They love the show and all that.
But you can talk to me. I know where that is.
I won't say it's a Pilot, but I'm not even sure.
Right there at the interstate.
Yeah. And so they have a really good spot to air tires.
It actually works most of the time. Most of these you come across.
It does. It does work.
And it's easy to get to.
Yeah. So I got it and got on the interstate, and I'm just trucking along. And so I call Amanda. And I said, hey, just wanted to let you know I'm about 40 minutes out. I said, do we need anything? Whatever. And she goes, yeah. She goes, we're all good. She goes, I said, well, what's everybody doing? Now, I don't realize at this point she's in the bed, okay?
Uh-huh.
Sleepy.
And she's real sleepy. And I said, what's Braden doing? She said, he's in there watching a football game. Caroline's doing homework. Maddie's asleep. I said, oh, okay. And she starts asking me specific questions about a couple of conversations that I had to have that day. Mm-hmm. And I'm telling the story. And, I mean, I'm into it. Like, I am really pouring my heart out, explaining every detail of the story. And I noticed I'm not getting any feedback.
Oh, no.
I'm not getting any.
His heartfelt.
I'm not getting any kind of. That's exactly what I heard. I hear this.
So bless her heart. So tired.
You must have been telling a riveting story.
So then
that must have been an exciting story.
Then I'm like, Amanda, honey,
Amanda,
sweetie, darling, hello, are you there? And I just kept on, and I do this for like 2 or 3 minutes, and I finally woke her up.
Oh, I did.
She slept for like 7 minutes during the conversation.
Did she deny it or say no?
She said, "Oh, I was just out for 15 seconds." I said, no, it was about 7 minutes. It turned into entertainment for me.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba. Life hits you like a truck. You gotta rise up
That's a good one. Make that a motto. When life hits you like a truck, you got to rise up.
Rise up.
But we have
rise up before it hits you.
We got so much to cover,
Rick,
on the program today.
Goodness.
I mean, so much.
A lot going on this weekend.
Look,
Good.
when I walked in, and I know the kickoff hour hit one of them just a little while ago, so we'll do it later. But when I walked in and started telling Bubba the list of things that happened while we were gone over the weekend, I said, said aside, look, we got to talk about the guy that jumped up in there and kicked Arnold Schwarzenegger right in the back. While he's standing there, we got to talk about this.
For no reason.
The whole world of horse racing is turned upside down. I've never been so interested in horse racing.
Oh, yeah.
Because so many weird things keep happening.
I didn't know it was possible.
Yeah, that's happening. We've got a number of things to talk about inside everybody's personal life from over the weekend. I think we've got a golfing thing that certainly Speedy can't watch that Bubba's been telling me about.
Yeah, what happened with that?
With the girlfriend and the guy wins.
There's got to be more to the story than what I saw this morning.
I'm disturbed by it. We broke it down the kickoff hour and figured out it was before his round, not afterwards. And afterwards, there was an embrace when he won.
Okay.
But prior to, when he's walking to the clubhouse and he's dialed in, and every guy knows your wife's or your girlfriend's mad walk where she's got her arms folded and she's walking. When he turns her down for a kiss, oh my gracious! We're talking about Koepka and his girlfriend.
Speedy and his wife have an anniversary today.
Yep.
Speedy was talking about how she beat him to the punch or something this morning. But you know what I said?
Dadgummit.
You know what I said? But she don't have a radio show where she can pledge her love to you.
That's right.
Like you do.
That's right. Over bed music.
Yeah.
That's right.
And Larry
bring tears to you.
Larry the Leafs already tweeted about it.
Yeah, really.
Yeah.
Larry's on top of it.
So we have that inside the personal world. I actually, and I'm gonna have to handle it with kid gloves, but I actually pulled one on Greg yesterday.
God, it was funny.
And I mean, you know, when you think you there's the things when you get somebody sort of, and they go, hey, yeah, I knew something was up. But then there's that when you look in their face and realize you have, I mean, the hook is set.
Yeah.
If they're a fish, they're done. You might as well just cut the line because they've swallowed the hook so hard.
Yeah.
You know this was one of those things that wasn't planned. This opportunity was there.
Yeah, I
and
just
took
had an
it.
opportunity.
Yeah.
I didn't plan it.
Had to fall into place.
I looked up and I said, my gosh, I've got an opportunity here. It was fantastic. It was so funny watching you try to figure out what's the correct response to this. What do you do with this? But anyway, in the place we were, because that made you not think something. If we'd have been somewhere else, you probably would have thought, well, this is something.
Could have been at the Speedway or something.
Yeah,
sure.
But anyway, so we'll talk about that today. Your phone calls, we'll talk about that. There's all kinds of stuff going on. My goodness, it's a crazy day. So there's plenty to get into. Plenty to get into. And we'll start unpacking it. Bubba, we made for you. I know you were involved in something last night. Did you say last night?
Yeah, it was last night.
And we got to get to that early, so we can go ahead and jump into that if we want to. That one's got a little timer on it. Everything else we can pretty much get to when we want to.
How about Helms as state champion?
Yeah, well.
Huh? About old state champion over there.
Yeah, buddy.
Huh?
We'll be back.
Old Men League.
More Rick and Bubba.
Rick and Bubba.
866 We Be Big. Thank you for being with us. Like I say, we have a lot to unpack on the program today within the world of the members of the show, national stories around the country. I know some commentary we'll get from you by phones. So, Bubba, we'll start out with a look back at the weekend, but in a bizarre twist because of the time of the show we're doing it live, we're actually going to break our code and start from Sunday and go back. We normally start on Friday and work ahead.
Yeah, well, this is a little strange because the golfers are probably headed out to the course right now, so we thought we'd get this in. Bruce Pearl's Family Foundation, who raises a ton of money for some really good causes, is having his golf tournament today. It's down at Willow Point Country Club and Golf Course, and they had their little dinner last night for the event today. So everybody's heading out today. Everybody's fired up, and golfers have come from far and wide to play there at beautiful Willow Point, which has a very, very beautiful and challenging course, I might add. If you're afraid of water, that's not the place to play.
Hazards everywhere.
Or if you like to roll it up there like I do, look out. So we have the little dinner last night, and they put on a great event. And, of course, when you have Bruce Pearl there, it's going to be entertaining. That's to say
no doubt about it.
But, Rick, I had no idea. They have raised so much money. And over the past 4 years, it was either 4 or 5 years that he's been involved with this, they've raised almost $1 million for Children's Harbor there at Lake Martin, which is a great place, and they support a lot of children's ministries. And then on top of that, they also gave checks out to 4 other children's charities, including Children's Hospital and some others. And last year it was $7,500. This year it was $10,000. He says next year they're going to make it more. So Bruce and his family, Brandy, they've done a great job with this. But it was one of those almost comical moments last night, and you know when they have these live auctions, you know how this is, because there's really some really cool prizes they've got up there, you know.
It is 6 minutes past the hour. How about it? Brand new hour, brand new day, brand new week. What up, what up, what up? We got a brand new hour starting with the national anthem. Come on. Seven and a half minutes past the hour. It is Rick and Bubba. Your connection to the real world. You got to have it now, man. We live in two different worlds. One's fake, one's real. We'll keep you in the real world. The gang's all here. Speedy, the real Greg Burgess, Helmsy, and Eddie Van Adler now joins the team as he's got your YouTube experience. For all of you that are subscribing or maybe kicking the tires, you can watch the Rick and Bubba show on YouTube live every day and also catch the entire show archive for you on the YouTube channel. If you so desire, 1 hour best of hour, you can watch on Blaze TV if you're a subscriber with Blaze. Also, on the audio side, you got America's boldest radio stations. You got our TuneIn app, and you also have daily audio archives on the Rick and Bubba podcast channel. You also have a unique podcast every week, Rick and Bubba University, and we've got another one that came out over the weekend, already getting a lot of comments on it. If you haven't caught it, catch it. It is wherever you get podcasts as well. We're missing one, the silver-tongued one, the man with a golden voice, Professional Lunch Eaters Man of the Year, the inventor of pizza in a cup, Shakespeare's worst nightmare, and the master of the King's English. Ladies and gentlemen, put your hands together for Bill Bubba Bussey! Howdy, Bubba.
How about it, Rick Burgess? Friends, neighbors, associates everywhere, welcome in.
Watch him. Now Leroy in trouble. Badder than old King Kong. He meaner than the junkyard dog. Yes, sir. Well, Leroy. Bad Leroy Brown. a junkyard. Here comes the fight. Well, it's... The baddest man in the whole darn town. He's badder than old King Kong. Bad, Leroy Brown. Oh, that's right. Valuable lesson.
You know, my dad told me a story about that. Growing up, we saw that. I think it may have been on the Sonny and Cher show.
Probably,
they were doing that, and he said, "I don't know how big and bad you'll grow up and you think you are, but there's always somebody a little bit bigger and badder.
Always.
And never forget that."
Yep. Pick your fights wisely.
Yep.
And don't go looking for trouble.
No.
There's plenty that's going to come to you. Even Jesus told us that. You got all the trouble you need. You ain't got to go looking for it. So anyway, we'll recap the weekend. Usually on Monday, a little sports heavy, as we'll look back over some of the matchups from the weekend. We love football, and we can't hide it. And so that'll be talked about a little bit. We got a very active week coming up. Got some, boy, I'm telling you. We got birthdays, we've got weddings, we've got we just got a lot going on. I'm gonna tell you what, and I don't know if y'all know this or not. Did y'all know that Bones became a granddaddy over the weekend?
Really? Oh, congratulations, Bones!
Big Ken. And listen to this. I told him, I said, Bubba and I like this name. 7 pounds 12 ounces, baby boy. Hunter Brooks McDowell.
Oh, that's great.
And I said, we like those names.
Yeah, that's a good one.
So his daughter Taylor and Bones and her husband, they're all celebrating, and they should, this wonderful event over the weekend. So our very own Bones, now granddaddy. He joins the granddaddy list, Greg.
Oh, yeah, it's a good one.
Speedy, you, Greg, and now Bones.
Yeah, that's right.
Congratulations, buddy.
Yeah, there you
got
go.
room for more.
Yep, as I've heard many say, it's one of the few things in life that lives up to the hype.
Amen. That's a fact.
That's a fact.
It does.
Yeah.
I spent time with all 4 of them this weekend.
Oh my
at
goodness!
some point, it was great.
My goodness! I bet that was fun.
Oh yeah,
it was. It's you know, I get a lot of practice, and it's so funny. I keep telling Sherry, you know, we have one son that got married on Labor Day weekend, another getting married this weekend.
Hey,
and,
2 pretty close.
And I'm trying to tell Sherry, I said, let everybody. You can't start talking about babies so soon. Just give it some time. I mean, you don't spook them. You're gonna spook everybody. Just easy. It'll happen soon enough. So another one this weekend. Young Broderick gets married this weekend.
How about that?
Wedding week.
Yep. So that's a big one coming up right there. And Camtastic. I've already prepared to give my little speech. I have the honor of being asked to officiate it, and I'll talk about. I remember when I realized it. This young lady was just Camtastic. Oh boy, couldn't stop talking about her.
When she officially got her nickname.
I remember looking at him, and I said, "Well, I'll tell you what, she just sounds like she just must be Camtastic." So anyway, so that's they've you know, it's funny that those two, we laugh a lot. Out of all of our whole family, Brody here on Earth is the youngest, but we all agree is the oldest. Mm-hmm. He's an old soul. He's much older than the rest of us. Yeah. And we've talked about that. It was funny, even at Blake's wedding. He's like, you know, Brody's been like 30 since he was like, you know, a teenager. And I was like, yeah, no. I said he's the youngest one of y'all, but actually the oldest one of y'all. and everybody's like, yeah, it's true. Yeah, true. 15 minutes past. He's always had a good head on his shoulder. Yeah. We'll come back. We'll talk about all the breaking downs of the weekend, and we've got plenty to talk about. Your phone calls part of it. I didn't even know we had a race this weekend, but I saw that we did.
Quite a finish.
Yeah. More Rick and Bubba coming up right after this.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Oh, look, honey.
They're auctioning off, and a lot of them are things you just can't normally buy, like access. You know, you get to go to dinner, you get this, you get that, and you get these game day experiences, you know, behind the scene you normally don't get.
Oh, yeah.
So we're sitting there, and I had told Betty, I said, now, Betty, when they start this, don't make any funny motions.
Oh, no.
Because, you know, they'll think you're bidding, and you know.
Yeah.
This is some big dollar
Can
stuff.
I ask you this, because I don't want to collide into the story. I just want to know so I can get the scene. There's a certain group that everyone I've gone to that people hire out and they get whistles in their mouth and stand all over.
I've seen
that.
Was it that much?
No. This is not. This is some of the local folks doing it.
Oh, that's even better. All right, go ahead.
So
you ever seen that crew?
Yeah.
They
get it done.
They're really serious about it. So you have the stage here, and then you got to understand where we're set up, and there's a wall that runs along the stage, and then everybody's in front of the stage.
Okay.
And then you have the water back behind it. So it's at the cabana there at the country club. So just a beautiful venue. And you have the people on stage. Well, we had come around to sit on the rock wall. I mean, everybody's standing up, but if you're a little portly like me, you kind of look for somewhere to sit down if you can, because these things can run on.
Jubbalicious has got to get off his feet.
Yeah. Them old dogs get to barking.
Yeah.
Yes, they do. Yes, they do.
So we sit down on the wall, and I sit down next to Chris Bodine, who's a new friend that we met when we went to Minneapolis.
Is that Jethro's family?
Sure it is. They're probably related somewhere down the line.
Granny Bodine.
And his lovely wife, Tina, who we call Tara. Now, that's a whole nother story. I just refer to her now as Tina Tara.
Okay.
All right.
I was calling her Tara, even though her name was Tina.
I see.
But she kept answering to
Right.
me, and nobody told me different.
That doesn't help us if you answer to the wrong name we call you.
And then when somebody said, her name is Tina, I even defended. I said, no, it's Tara, because I've been calling her Tara.
And she's not corrected.
And so now she's just lovingly known as Tina Tara.
I got it. That makes sense.
So we sit on the wall, and Chris sits down, and then I sit down kind of in front of him, and then another guy sits down. And Betty doesn't sit next to me. She actually sits back on the other side of Tina, which is behind Chris. So we're on the wall, and, they have a little program. It's very entertaining. Meet some of the families that have been helped through the charity, and it's just some amazing stories of kindness and how people have donated to help these people. And so then they get to the bidding. And I know that Chris is going to bid for the big prize. I know that.
What is the big prize?
The big prize was dinner with Bruce and Brandy, his wife, and 20 friends at the Collegiate Hotel in Auburn. And they have a rooftop area where you can go out and dine at sunset. So it's this really cool deal where you get to bring 20 friends and sit down with Bruce Pearl, which is going to be entertaining.
Right.
So they start the bidding, and the way the setup is, and because of the speakers and all that stuff, I don't know that everybody can see Chris real good. I think that I'm kind of blocking their view to him just a little bit. So everybody's kind of looking at me, and he's...
Well, now, if anybody's behind you, you're kind of blocking the view.
Well, that's what I'm saying. I kind of had an eclipse thing going,
Right,
And I'm sure they're looking at Chris, but I feel like they're looking at me.
They're looking through you.
You know what I
too.
mean?
Yeah.
Right. And so, when the bidding's going on, and I'm looking behind, and, I'm making sure, Betty, don't be moving.
Don't move.
Don't
move.
scratch your head.
Nothing.
Because this is the big prize, Rick. And it's up to about $10,000. And then it goes to 12, and then it goes to 15.
You scream 20.
And, and people are looking around. And I see people doing, they're doing that prairie dog thing where they're stretching because they're trying to see who this person is bidding over here. But I feel like they're looking at me.
Well, probably.
And I didn't want them to think it's me when it's actually Chris Bodine doing the bidding.
Right.
So, and the auctioneer's looking, and he's taught 15 to have. I got 18 over here, and he's looking this way, and people are looking at me, and I point to Chris.
No, you did not.
No,
you did not.
No,
you
and the auctioneer says, "I got 20 right
You got to be kidding me.
And
21 minutes now past the hour. Rick and Bubba Show. Thanks for being with us. We are thankful that you are here. As as we are starting a brand new hour on a brand new day on a brand new week. Rick and Bubba University, the podcast is out from this past weekend. Boy, if you have not heard us interview Vince Ellison, go grab that. And a lot of comments already over the weekend. A lot of you that heard that interview in his new book coming out this week. So catch all that if you have not from this past weekend. Bubba, I know that you said this, and you know you hate to start with bad news, but we do have a death to report in baseball.
Yeah, Tim Wakefield passed away, 57 years old,
57.
brain cancer, who was the famous knuckleballer, Rick, with the Boston Red Sox. And I was a huge fan of Tim Wakefield, and never got the chance to meet him. I've actually got a connection with a friend of mine that played with him. I think they were roommates, too, at one time. But everybody says he was a super guy. And boy, he could throw the knuckleball. There's a video online of him pitching, and I don't believe the ball turned over one time. Yeah. I mean, you can see the words on the ball and the whole pitch. You can see the same word. But he's such a unique story. He got into the minor leagues with the Pirates and was not really doing that well, batting under 200, and was about to be cut. And one of the coaches saw him throwing knuckleballs in warm-ups. Yeah. And they wanted him to pitch, and he really didn't want to pitch. And they pretty much said, hey, pitch or go home. And he said, I think I'll pitch. And so he started with them, but then he became part of the Red Sox organization and won 2 world championships. And, helped to break the curse of the Bambino, and he's in the Boston Hall of Fame. And just an incredible story, though, how he came back from, being told you're not going to make it, and reinvented himself as a knuckleball pitcher.
You throw a good knuckleball when the catcher has a first baseman's mitt.
Yeah, they just go get one. They don't even try with a regular catcher's mitt. So that's I hate to hear
just
that.
So he can catch it.
He his illness was actually outed to the public last week by Curt Schilling. I don't know if it was accidental or what on a podcast, because nobody knew he was sick.
Yeah, I did not know when you told me, well, I hate to start this hour with a death. And I thought, well, who's died? And when you said Tim Wakefield, I'm like, Tim Wakefield? I did not know he was even sick. And as you said, I'm looking at the article, too, that Curt Schilling disclosed it on a podcast. It said without Wakefield's consent, and then the Red Sox confirmed an illness at the time but did not elaborate because they said Wakefield had requested privacy. But Schilling let everyone know, and I guess because I sure didn't know.
No, I didn't either.
But me not knowing's not a big deal, but apparently no one really knew.
And, him and Phil Necro were always I was big fans of them. And that's one of the things on the show, and I told y'all, we've got to do some cool stuff with this program, not because of who we are, but because of the seat we're sitting in.
Yep.
And getting to know Phil Necro a little bit better and play around the golf with him and getting to play pitch with him, throwing knuckleballs back and forth, was definitely a high water mark for me. Too cool.
No question. So there you go, 57. Boy, that feels younger than ever.
He had a book out, and I didn't even know he had a book out talking about his time. I need to check that out. I'm sure there'll be a lot of demand for that this week with him passing now.
Yeah. So, did Schilling just tell everybody? I mean, is that one of those things? I mean, I guess.
I guess he did. I don't know if he did it accidentally or didn't know he didn't have permission to do it. Apparently, a lot of people knew about it, but they were just, not saying anything about it. Of course, it's a book, Knuckler.
Mm-hmm. But anyway, so I guess Schilling was like, look, this is getting real serious, and he didn't have long to live. I
don't know. According to an emailer here, it says his diagnosis was very recent.
Okay.
And Curt Schilling, of course, revealed it, but it hadn't been too long ago that he was diagnosed.
So this is one of those things, and unfortunately, we've all seen it, even with people that we know very well. They're going through their lives, and something doesn't feel right. They go get a diagnosis, and then there's they were diagnosed on Thursday, and within 6 weeks they were gone.
Yeah, there's a couple of them that's pretty quick and pretty deadly, but. I know probably one of the moments, and I can't remember if it was the American League Championship or the World Series. It may have been the championship when they were playing. I think it was the Yankees. They they were down. Wakefield had already pitched, but they were getting blown out in Game 3, and he agreed to go back in and pitch so they could save the pitching rotation to start in the next game, and they actually came back and won. And so he was always remembered for going in and doing that. Of course, he didn't throw real hard, throw a knuckleball, so he could turn around and not hurt his arm. So,
yeah.
But he was everybody that I've ever talked to said he was a super guy.
Yeah. Well, there you go. So
Knuckler.
You're right. That did not. That was not the kind of update we were looking for.
No,
was it?
but you know, you remember the success. You remember the person, and like I said, what he did, and he did a lot of things off the field too that. You know, we don't have time to go into all that, but the fact that, you know, he wouldn't quit. Well, Rick, I think that's the key thing. When it looked like he'd made his dream of getting into major leagues, and it looked like it was over, and you know how that feels when you're being told no more, you can't play, you got to go home. Nobody likes that feeling, and to reinvent himself and go on to win 2 world championships.
Yep.
And be in the Hall of Fame of the Boston Red Sox. There's some pretty big players in that group.
Yeah,
you know?
sure.
So,
that's pretty.
So that was impressive.
That's a storied franchise.
So long as we learn those lessons and apply them and let them motivate us, he keeps living in a sort of a way.
Yep. Yeah, no doubt. Hope you and I, with the lunch we have coming up, aren't told that our time is over.
Yeah,
but I'm
I
sure
know.
that lunch is coming soon.
Yeah,
but,
sure.
It's a lot closer than it used to be.
Yeah, sure. And again, I think the lesson is you can go, okay, you know, we're done, or I'm just not going to take no for an answer.
Right.
So.
Kind of like you did with Betty when she tried to break up.
Yeah,
with
I
him.
know.
So many lessons.
Such a sweet
really
story.
Several times.
So
that,
many
that
lessons.
You know, I can point to that exact story happening professionally, personally, several times where you just go, you know,
right.
Me quitting, you may tell me no in your position, but me quitting is my decision.
Right.
And I'm just not ready to do that. yet.
You know, what you did to end up being married to Betty today would probably be borderline illegal. You know,
Rick,
you might get arrested.
No, I'm pretty sure it would violate the stalking laws today.
Right, but
as that has
they're so much
changed,
more sensitive now.
Yeah, you just people, you know.
In those days,
media,
we called it determination. But today we
and the databases they'll put you on and stuff.
Right,
you know,
right,
it's
but,
not good.
You know, it's all.
But you know what? Hey, it worked out.
What do we say?
34 years, going on 35. We always round up as guys. Can't believe we're still
one woman's stalker charge is another woman's endearing pursuit. You know it.
It's a lifelong love affair.
Right. So anyway, we'll hit other stories today too, but that's one that's out there. And really, it sounds like that I felt uninformed, but apparently a lot of people didn't know.
Yeah.
I say they didn't until Kurt Schilling, became decided he'd go and tell everybody. But I mean,
y'all are going to have to catch me up on the weekend sports because I was away from TV and radio. I am really in the dark, except what I have caught bits and pieces over the past few hours.
Yeah, I haven't. I didn't see much either, but I know that a lot happened over the weekend, and a lot of it sounded like listening to the kickoff hour. We all had similar experiences of going, well, I'm not going to pay attention to that. That's not going anywhere. What is the final? What happened? So there were some surprises over the weekend.
We avoided a shutdown, right?
Did we?
I think so.
Well, that's a shame. I was kind of looking forward to it. Bottom of the
hour. So was
hour.
the guy who pulled a fire alarm.
Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Uh-oh. Was that me?
Oh, no.
Was that me?
No, you did
What'd
not.
you do?
No, you did not.
And then you got to tell everybody no.
No. And I'm looking. I go, surely Chris put his hand up. That's what he started.
Please, somebody else bid, please.
All I went was like that. That's not like.
Yeah. But
It's
any
not like
movement.
here.
Like, have you ever been to these things?
Bubba, I would have been like this, and
you just told Betty not to move, then you moved.
But everybody was looking, and I wanted them to know that it was Chris.
You can't nod, you can't scratch.
That was being.
You can't move.
That Chris was being extremely generous, not Bubba.
I
It was
bought
Chris.
an Alabama guitar.
I'm
one
not
time
that
doing
generous.
And so
I get to eat with Bruce all the time.
So I hear, I hear $20,000 going once.
No, you know it. No.
And
I hope it's you.
I'm looking around, and he says sold, and he says to Chris, and I'm like,
Oh,
Bubba.
Oh,
So-
God.
and once again, then I point again.
No,
That's him
my
right there.
God.
What if he said, Bill, Bubba Buster? Come on up, Bill.
Big-hearted Bubba.
So Chris, thank you for helping the children last night and possibly getting me off the hook for an errant movement there.
Oh, my
Let me tell you
goodness.
something. That ain't nothing. Well, that was nearly bad.
I thought, wow, that was great for the kids.
And you don't want to be the guy to stand up and go, that's not me. You don't want to do that.
I know. And then I'm start thinking, hey, how much? What have I got on my credit card here to get out of this?
Greg, because don't miss. Remember what he said before, because that makes it even worse. They've already had people come up here that have benefited from this great foundation.
No,
so
family.
they're watching you. So you can't look at them and go,
Rick,
I would help them.
Rick, the family that spoke is 10 foot
Oh
from
my
me.
gosh, that
and
makes
their daughter's playing in the grass right in front of me.
Oh no.
Yeah, beautiful young lady, and amazing story, and it was a great evening. It worked out. They probably raised, I don't know, $40,000 or so right there, on the bidding. And they'll make a lot more on the golf tournament today, but hey, it was for the kids. Way to go, Bruce.
Oh, my goodness.
That wasn't me.
Part of me wishes so bad.
I want to thank Chris Bodine for doing a great job, and Tina Terra. Great job.
The good news is, bro.
Sold to Bubba. Sold to the person sitting near Bubba. Big-hearted Bubba. Come on up.
But, Rick, there's a big difference in doing that and going.
No, I'm just telling you. And that's why.
But see, I'd already told Betty, and I thought, what? I just looked at my left arm like, what was you doing?
I know.
Why was you up in the air pointing? That was dangerous.
I got 20.
Hey, I felt like I just got my hand out of a wood chipper. You know what I mean? And I made it.
You said you looked at your arm and talked to it?
What are you doing? Why would you do that? What is wrong with you?
You don't go off on your own like that.
It's a great cause, but you can't cover. You're so bad. You're not there.
You ain't got that kind of job.
No. Just sit still. I'm struggling. Don't do it.
No, you're wrong. You're not attached to Chris Bodine.
Get out of there, arm. I know you're the left hand. You're not used to getting to do everything. Come on. Pipe down.
This is the moment old lefty wanted to have his time.
Yeah. There's a stranger in the house. Who is this? Everybody could see it was him. They were staring at him. He's thinking.
That's a scary moment right there.
Oh, boy.
Because really, honestly, I don't know that you have the option to say I didn't really want to bid
I
that.
left there last night feeling like I made $20,000.
Yeah. You're up 20.
I'm up 20.
Because for a second, you thought you had to pay it.
Left arm, you got bailed out. Surely that was not you that did that. Bad arm. Sit there.
People over the
$35 minutes past the hour, the Rick and Bubba Show. Thank you for being with us as we work our way back. How'd you sleep last night? Sleeping is crucial. And if you were sleeping on a mattress that was customized for you, don't you think that would help you sleep better? I mean, just logically. Well, that's what helixsleep.com/Bubba is ready to do, and they already did that for Greg and Lisa Burgess, and they sleep like little lambs. And if you would like to get yours customized, you just go to helixsleep.com/Bubba. It doesn't take long at all. They're going to ask you some questions about how you sleep. They're going to ask you, are you big and tall? They've got, mattresses designed for folks that, maybe got some size on them. And then, of course, they have a child's mattress. Is it going to be for a kid? And then they're going to ask you if you sleep on your side, your back, your stomach. Are you a combo? Do you like a firm mattress? You want it medium? You want it real soft? Whatever you want, they'll do it. Then they ship it directly to your door. And then the only way you really know if the mattress is going to work for you is what? By sleeping on it. So we'll save you 20%. You get 100 nights to sleep on it to decide if you're going to keep it, and you will. HelixSleep.com/Bubba. Save that 20% right now and have it shipped right to your door. You'll also find it linked at rickandbubba.com under the sponsors button. So a couple of things, from over the weekend, and Bubba, you said you didn't see any of it. I saw a little bit of it, some specific games, which was enjoyable. Had a pretty low-key weekend, which I'll take that all day long. So
those are welcome.
Yeah, don't have one this weekend, but I had one last weekend. But anyway,
but think after this weekend, you got both behind you.
Well, Sherry and I have decided, and I even made an adjustment on my schedule. And Sherry Burgess loves the beach. She loves it. She loves it. She loves it. And we haven't gone this year, and we normally go at least once a year. So after we get all this behind us, I'm taking her to the beach, and we're going to spend the weekend at the beach. So that will be great. That'll be nice and relaxing, and we certainly need it. So anyway, one of the things that I'm just laughing about, one of the games over the weekend was the offense fest that was Ole Miss and LSU.
What in the world?
If you like defense, you probably are seeking therapy today. That was
there was none.
That was some of the worst defense I think I've seen two teams play in one game.
Was this Lane's biggest win? You think Lane Kiffin?
I'm not sure. I guess. I mean, you're talking about beating a team that not a top 5 LSU team, but a top 25 LSU team.
Yeah, they're still, even with a loss, they're 23 in the country. They're the only team ranked with 2 losses, so there's still a lot of love for the Bengal Tigers.
Yeah. So I guess so, but because I can't think of one off the top of my head, but that doesn't mean there's not a bigger one. I just can't think of it. But what was hilarious was this video. Now that we have cameras everywhere, I don't know what the cull factor is at Ole Miss on security guards, but this guy may have the worst feet of anybody. Now he does eventually.
Now how does he think he's defending that area?
What is he doing? Now he does knock a girl down. He does knock a girl down. This guy, what does he think he's doing? And
after the first 10 got by,
right? I mean,
he just stopped.
Yeah, well, like I say, knocked down a girl.
Yeah.
But at this, I mean, is his goal to say I did stop her?
Yeah, I mean, one out.
And she just got back up and went out there, I guess. So,
guys, he acts like. First of all, you need more people than just. Oh, that's funny.
Yeah, what are they supposed to do? I mean, what is?
Did someone instruct him to try to stop him? Because he needs help.
I guess he's not doing a very good job of it. Like you say, it looks like you almost. I guess you could take his squatty self and he can now be the little boy that's throwing the starfish back into the ocean.
Yeah, I got one.
I guess he could say I made a difference with that one.
Yeah,
that's a full jailbreak right there.
Hey, I knocked down a sorority girl.
He did that?
Yeah, no, he did. Now watch. Look how slow his feet are. It's like he's standing in cement.
He's only going to help you at a doorway entrance.
Right.
He's not going to help you.
She was just walking through there, by the way. She was.
He's just trying so desperately.
Get an arm on somebody.
Yeah. So
she went down. She'd had a few. She went down a little easier.
So anyway,
Speedy, I thought you'd be all over that line. I
couldn't believe you weren't already there.
Well, that's just the first. That's the only one he could actually get a hold of.
Yeah, this guy looks like he's about. What's that guy doing?
He's just right. Rick, there's people running everywhere.
Right. Yeah.
They don't know what they're doing.
Yeah.
You remember we heard this year they were going to line in. We were not going to let it happen.
And down goes Zeta. But
if they were really committed to it not happening, they need to get a few more people with yellow shirts on. Besides Stumpy Stump Man.
The plan at Ole Miss to keep people off the field, not a great one.
Not a good one.
And also, we said this before, we're going on the field way too much now. You're supposed to go on the field like when you've won some monumental, big.
Yeah. Well, that's why I'm asking, is this their biggest win?
I don't know.
Maybe there.
Yeah, but it was.
I don't know.
I saw a little bit of that. And then, I really honestly could not believe that CBS was going to put the current state of Auburn against the current state of Georgia on the 2:30 game. And I questioned that. But I'll tell you what, it ended up being a really good game.
It really did.
And if you're an Auburn fan and you're looking for the turnaround, I think you saw that Hugh Freeze and his staff every week they've had some ugly weeks, as you would expect. But against a really good football team, I will tell you what, they put together a pretty good plan. And I think that the current lineup that Auburn has, okay, I think this staff put together the best game plan and got the most out of that team that you could get. And
gave them a shot.
And great teams like Georgia did with their it was funny because two of my sons that are big Auburn fans, they were just like, I was telling them, I said, guys, caution. Auburn is setting you up for a heartache.
You know the history.
I said, don't be pulled into this. And so let me tell you what happened. So my oldest son, those of you that are familiar with the show, he played for Auburn. And so he lives in New York City, and I did not know this. There is some pub or something in Times Square that is an Auburn gathering.
That's fun.
In New York City, and they watch every single game. And so Blake goes there and watches the Auburn games.
Oh, and they're all cheering for the same thing.
And it's in New York City, and he said it's like you're sitting there, on the plains. And I said, and he texted back to me. He said, Dad, it's too late. He said these people inside this pub are treating this like it's a national championship. He said everybody in here is all in. And then, of course, young Broderick was like, no, I will not watch it. I will not. I will not be pulled into this. All of a sudden he texts, dang, I'm in. and I was like, and then I said, here's what's going to happen. And, of course, they handed me my football prophet award. I said, number 19. Everybody look at 19. Everybody look at, what's his name?
Now, you were telling them in the first half.
Brock Bowers.
In the first half.
Should be the Heisman Trophy winner.
Because Auburn helped him had him contained in the first half. And I said, Brock Bowers will take this game over in the second half. Write that down. I said, players like him, you cannot keep them put up. And Auburn's had some opportunities to score that they've squandered. And I said, and the game is too close, and it's close enough. Short. It's close enough for 19 to take the game over. They will get 19 the ball, and they will find a way to get it to him. And when they do, it doesn't matter where he catches it. He's got the strength and the speed to turn anything into 6.
Like a galloping horse.
Yeah, and I said, I love when that kid as a freshman, the first time I ever watched him play, I said, that's a special player, right? Yeah. And I love to see a special player. I don't care what uniform he wears.
That's right.
And let me tell you something, that's a special player. And I think it was Nestler said, if any of you out there that vote, I know y'all are obsessed with giving the Heisman Trophy to quarterbacks, but unless there's just a quarterback that is you cannot give it to him, give this kid the Heisman Trophy.
Yeah.
Wow. I mean, if you're looking for the best football player in the country, that's the best football player in the country.
Well, and the tight end position has become more and more important at the pro level, and you see it filtering down into the college level now. And I mean, some of those guys can dominate a game from tight end like Kelsey does sometimes.
Well,
when he gets hot, you can't stop him.
What Georgia did, which was so smart, they'll try to fool you, and you'll think he's tight end only to realize in the formation he's actually a wide receiver. And Auburn had that handled. I guess they had prepped for that, and they were doing a pretty good job of that. But then they put him back in tight, and when he got back in tight, that's when he started. Because you don't have to get him you don't have to complete a long pass to him. Just get him the ball.
And then he'll make it to a long
ball. And
well, it gives a matchup problem. I mean, usually you're going to have to try to cover that guy with a linebacker or something. And when he goes out wide, the linebacker can't run with him in open field. You got to bring in a secondary guy, and then if he goes in tight, it's another problem.
And Kirby Smart said it after the game. I thought it was good. He was very gracious and said, hey, let me tell you, the great thing about our league is the Auburn community and the fans and everybody here really had an electric atmosphere. And he said, man, just kudos to this whole environment, for this game, because it'd be real easy when your program's struggling to go, we're going to get drilled. We're not going, and we all thought they were going to get drilled. But to credit Georgia, great teams win those games.
Yeah.
And so that was one of those weird games where nobody likes a moral victory, but I think Georgia walks away going, we're still on the way to try to do a three-peat. And Auburn walks away and goes, I think we took a step forward. Now, it may all fall apart in a week, but you walk away going, with the team that we have, if we can add some players to this and continue down this road for seasons to come, it ain't going to be this season. I think if you're looking for, a step forward, you kind of saw that. You don't want to make it any bigger than that. But I was just glad, as someone who had some snacks out, that I was trying to find some game that was any good. Yeah. And, of course, I had given up on Colorado a little early.
Yeah, I did too.
Sure. Come back and made it close, didn't it?
Well, at 34-7 at one point.
Yeah.
And I'm like, well, and I left the game. And then all of a sudden I started looking at updates. I'm like,
what did it end up being?
48-41.
Yeah. There were some people getting nervous and there was some twitching going on.
I was like, what in the world? 14 minutes to the top. Kentucky, wow, wax Florida.
Yeah.
Not even close.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
And I was actually sitting in front of some folks that are great supporters of the show, and the husband was telling me, he said, look, straight up, he said, because of my wife's commitment to the show, we have every single product that you guys have ever partnered with. I got them all. And he goes, the only one I don't have yet is that Casper mattress. And I said, well,
we can fix that.
You know what I said? By golly, we can fix that. I said, you're almost there. I said, you got everything? He said, I honestly have everything else.
And you can try it out.
Yeah.
In home.
Yeah, so...
Put your hand down, Bubba.
So the former
get that left arm down.
Gubernator of
Bubba
of California,
who's 71 now.
He's 71, and for some reason he's in Africa.
Yeah, it's an event called Arnold Classic Africa. He's in South Africa.
Right.
What does that even mean?
I don't know.
He apparently, I don't know, but he's at a jump rope competition.
Right.
And he's shaking hands and
gripping and gripping.
It's his event. Okay.
It's almost like Arnold is doing his version in Africa. Maybe he does it in other countries, other places, of almost like the Arnold Games, but it's not stuff. He's trying to get people active.
Sure.
And in this particular
Active,
case,
Rick.
This is when everybody's supposed to be jump roping.
Okay.
And there's some incredible jump ropers. And
to 6 o'clock.
Yeah, what you're gonna see, is he gets somebody's phone, and then he starts like he's using their phone to video this jump roper that's doing a really good job.
Correct.
So look at this, get down! And all of a sudden, out of nowhere, like this guy comes up and jumps up in the air and karate kicks him in his back, knocks him down.
Yeah, it's really bizarre.
He didn't knock him down, does he?
We got two different perspectives.
I thought he knocked him all the way down.
Get down!
No, he didn't.
Get down!
Now, I think it actually hurt the guy that came and did the jump kick.
Yeah.
Well, anybody kicks
It's like a mosquito kicking an elephant.
That's right.
The first view we're going to watch and hear is from in front of Arnold. So you're gonna all of a sudden you're gonna see this guy come jumping up.
71.
Security come in and kind of.
Who's this guy talking?
I don't know. And so he's sitting there. He's sitting there jump roping, and all of a sudden this guy comes in and just kicks him. And then now security that's standing beside him gets on him, and everybody's like, "What in the world is going on?" And
that was a flying drop.
I mean, it was
Get down!
Right.
Right onto the basketball court.
I mean, it's really
this a
bizarre.
dare or what?
Yeah.
It's really bizarre. So you think from that perspective, oh my gosh, Arnold went down. All right, but I'm gonna stop this, Adler, and then I'm gonna go to another one. And on this other one here, you're gonna see more of what happened here.
Oh, I hadn't seen this angle yet. Oh yeah, it didn't even phase him. Oh yeah, it didn't even hurt Arnold in the least.
Ricky two-footed him.
Yeah,
Right in the middle of the back.
Yeah.
I mean, you see his head go back a little bit, but
We had pushed him forward.
Watch how hard this guy hits. The noise you're going to hear is the guy hitting the floor that jumped up to kick Arnold in the back.
Bubba, you're right. That's a mosquito kicking an elephant.
Arnold said something like
is that his head?
Yeah.
He came from all the way across the court.
All right, so you have
By
to.
the way, that girl can really jump rope.
Arnold, get down!
Get down!
Oh gosh!
All right, here's the problem: is the security guy gets caught up in all the people that are around him close, and totally misses a guy running across the court to kick it.
Who would have thought
what is
that
the
would
guy
have happened
hollering?
though? I don't know. He's something starts with an L. I don't know. First he started saying help or help me.
Yeah.
And then he started saying something else. I don't know.
Why does this guy? Oh God! Why does this guy want to karate kick Arnold? I don't know.
Now he's been titled Crazed Fan is what it says.
Well, that's a strange way to show it.
He's hollering.
I need something. Help me, I need something.
He said he wanted that dinner with Bruce Pearl. I think that's what he said.
Get down! Bubba, help me to meet with Browns!
Yeah.
What in the world?
Is that not crazy?
I don't understand what we're watching.
I don't either. The world is falling apart.
Now I can see. This is what I can see. That's not what we just saw. I can completely see a time when, Greg, you and I would be standing there and Arnold would be making an appearance. and you would say, I got to tell you what, I got $50. You do a drop kick at Arnold.
You run kick Arnold.
If you run and kick Arnold right in the back, I got $50 right here.
Yeah. This is Arnold's quote. He said it was like a mosquito kicking a rhino.
He said rhino.
He's not even pressing charges.
No, he's not. Now, a lot of the authorities down there say he might not have a choice. That they're going to go.
Can somebody
after
tell
the
me
guy.
what's wrong with this guy? I mean, how does
well,
this
apparently,
happen?
I don't know
what his beef is, Rick.
The
What's his
guy's
beef?
obviously lost his mind there.
Nine minutes to the top of the hour. The Rick and Bubba Show. We're back. 866 We Be Big. So wrapping up college. So the new, right now, Georgia's still at number 1. Michigan, who continues to, they dominated again this weekend. At number 2, for some reason, we just don't believe in Michigan. I don't know why, but we don't. Texas at number 3. Ohio State 4. Florida State 5. Penn State, good to see Florida State back up top. Isn't it? Been a while. Penn State at 6. Washington continues to be impressive at 7. Oregon at 8. USC at 9, even though they struggled a little bit with Colorado, but that was late. They were way up.
They dropped one, I think.
And then Notre Dame, this game, the guys were telling me about this. You know, Duke had ESPN Game Day there. Duke is right there. All they got to do is stop Notre Dame on 4th and 16. They don't. And then they come back and put the offense back on the field and lose their star quarterback.
Yeah, that's gonna.
So you stop that 4th and 16, it cures a lot of things. A, you win the game. B, you still have your quarterback.
Yeah.
Wow.
That's
Dang,
gonna hurt them
Ooh,
the rest of the season.
That is an ugly. And I mentioned going to the break. Kentucky just lines up and just whips Florida, running the ball right at them. I mean, just
I'm
whips
talking about from the first snap.
Yeah, and
they dominated the entire game.
So that was. Did that surprise you? I mean, I know that.
Well, they always play them good.
That they dominated them?
I mentioned that last week. I don't know why. Some teams always seem to give other teams trouble, but I did not expect that score and it to be as dominating as what everybody said it was.
Yeah. Well, they're at Georgia next.
Yeah, so it'll be. We'll see where the rubber hits the road there.
Kentucky 5-0 right now, and at number 20. Keep an eye over at 11. That old Tide starting to put it together a little bit, starting to kind of figure out who they are, starting to trying to figure out the quarterback situation. They got a great
playing good defense.
Still playing good defense. Got a good running game, and they beat Mississippi State 40-17. You know, you're right. I had not seen Mississippi State play, and I didn't see much of that game at all, but because it got out of hand pretty quick. But you know, it looks like one of those things, and we've seen it happen before, where a new coach takes over. He's got players that were designed to run a different kind of offense. I don't know about the defense, but and he's tried to go to a game that now this quarterback really isn't designed to run. Mississippi State just kind of looks lost on offense. They don't seem to have an identity, and you know, with Mike Leach, you knew the offense was going to keep you in the game,
and they could score and always be in the game.
But you know, sometimes when you take over, that may not be your philosophy, but you got to look around and see the players that you got, and when you try to make them run a different kind of power offense when nobody was recruited to do that, including the quarterback.
Yeah, you're not doing either one of them enough to do it well. And Mississippi State's always been known for their defense, but when their defense is on the field, the majority of the game, because you're 3 and out or turning the ball over, that's frustrating.
It's hard to watch. Who was setting records passing, and now he's just handing off. You know, not the threat. So, are you a little shocked? Missouri 5-0. You know, the East has got several teams doing pretty good right now.
Every now and then, Missouri will quietly be good. You know, but they'll quietly be good
they've
sometimes.
Been a championship game
and you got to keep your eye on them. And
Tennessee's still 4-1, so you got several teams in the East of the SEC that's still in the hunt.
I tell you, the old Red River, actually, I still call it shootout. That's looking interesting. Oklahoma and Texas this week.
That's right.
That's back to being a really good game again.
Isn't that funny? Like after next year, that'll be the big SEC game.
Isn't that funny? That is hilarious.
It does feel weird.
Can we call it the shootout again when it comes?
I don't.
Call it shootout.
It's okay to call it a shootout, guys. That doesn't mean anything negative. It doesn't mean people go out because it obviously
does not control people the way they act because we changed the name and people are still acting nuts out there.
Yeah.
So obviously that didn't influence everybody.
I believe that we can all understand that nobody's really shooting at each other.
Yeah, I did. The Red River shootout does not make me feel more violent. I don't think that's an endorsement of shooting people or anything like that.
No, I don't think so.
Kind of a throwback to the Wild Wild West. Does any of us? I mean, does it feel like to y'all that Penn State's 5-0?
They're always. I never really feel like they're
until they get into the meat of their
You know what I'm saying?
schedule and play some of the better teams. I never really am going at this.
There's
point.
a lot of teams right now that are undefeated that I feel that same way.
Right.
Louisville's one of them.
North Carolina, would that be one?
Yeah, North Carolina's another one.
Okay. Yeah. Still undefeated, by the way.
I know.
Not a bad football team.
Well, and look at the West Coast. There's 3 or 4 there that are undefeated, and I feel the same way about them.
The Pac-12 is having their best year in a long time, and they're breaking up after.
Right. There are 2 teams representing. So that's kind of the state of things. We, after we're done from the weekend. So I think we hit the high points. Was there anything that we didn't hit that was a high point of an interesting story over the weekend?
This is an interesting story. Last night after Tennessee's win, this is the tweet. A South Carolina player apparently stole a stuffed toy chicken stolen by South Carolina DB, and a warrant has been issued. The Knoxville PD has filed charges for theft over $500. A warrant has for his arrest has been issued.
$500.
Apparently, a South Carolina DB stole a Tennessee's stuffed toy chicken.
It can't be worth $500, is it?
I don't. This is one of the most bizarre headlines I've ever read.
Now, where did he get it at?
I don't know. That's the headline. It's so weird. I don't even understand how this happened or what's going on here. But apparently, there has been a warrant issued for the arrest of this player.
Okay. Well, so
that's like when Greg Brady and them stole that goat from their rival high school. Remember that got ugly too.
All right, so Helmsy and guys, I'm going to ask you a hard question. Which one of these undefeated teams do you think is the most legit? Okay, Penn State, Washington, Oregon, Washington State, North Carolina, Kentucky, Missouri, Fresno State, or Louisville?
Oregon.
You think Oregon?
Right there.
Of all those?
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Which one?
Maybe Penn State. I don't know. Haven't seen them now.
I'm going with the
Well, they got some running backs. Good night.
Yeah. So the others you think
have a good year, but they're not gonna.
Right. Yeah.
There's just too much going on.
I didn't hear you mention the top 3.
No,
I'm
talking about teams.
He was talking about teams we were talking about.
I'm not surprised by anything. Well, Florida State.
Penn State's always been good until they play Michigan, Ohio State.
Right. And that's why Greg and I chose Oregon.
Yeah.
And Oregon's
made it to the championship game before.
Yeah.
Yeah, you've seen them.
Right?
They're high flying till sometimes they hit these tougher defenses. So we'll see how that plays out.
This
of course,
guy
Bo's
that's coaching
having a
them
great
now
year.
is different. He's brought a whole different deal.
Yeah, I will tell you, when I saw Oregon play Colorado, and I understand Colorado's up and coming, I got that. But when I saw that game, to your point, Greg, I'd never seen Oregon be that physical. Yeah. That was a physical Oregon team, which you normally don't see. To your point, Bubba.
Yeah.
Top of the hour. More to cover, and we'll get into your phone calls next hour, too. 866-WE-BE-BIG. You can always check the website at rickandbubba.com and to be updated with everything going on with the show, including grabbing your Rick and Bubba swag from the Rick and Bubba store.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
You know what Arnold should have done, don't you, Bubba? Get down! But no, let me go back this now. I do.
Have you got any Arnold quotes over there? I'll take any of you got.
The most famous one is out there on iTunes, Roy. It's on Radio Gold, baby.
Yeah.
But let me go back to this. So let's talk about Arnold's security meeting after it's over. Okay, guys, in the future, I understand that a lot of people around me with phones. We're trying to get pictures. Let's not get so concentrating on this that we miss a guy running across court, doing a 2-foot drop kick.
Rick, who would have thought that? I mean, all right, think about what's behind them.
I know.
They're jumping rope. So look at the security. The security is the security is right over him looking to make sure that the people in front of Arnold are acting right.
See, he's got all.
Nobody's thinking that somebody on the court's
I know,
gonna
but
come
can we
by.
not have one guy looking the other way to watch him?
Yeah,
I'll give you.
Well, Rick, there's a saying: "Have you got my back?"
Right.
You know, and he did not have his back. He was looking forward.
Nobody had Arnold's back.
No.
You know what time it was, don't you, Bubba?
Time to get down.
No. Know what time it was on the clock?
6 o'clock. It's 6 o'clock.
Seven.
It's Eastern time.
6 o'clock Central. Get down. 7 o'clock.
There you go. That's it.
6 o'clock Central.
6 o'clock Central.
7 o'clock.
Okay.
That's what he said.
Oh gosh.
Yes, he did.
That is so
And said it over and over and over. And I think that one's on Radio Gold, isn't it? Isn't it on the CD Radio Gold? Maybe not.
Rick, I'm gonna tell you that I laughed so hard during that segment, and I still laugh when I hear it because you know they're telling you to cut your air conditioner, and I'm like, good night. Is that really? Is that where we're?
Do you remember
at?
us? We were screaming at California about when they started doing the rolling blackouts.
Yeah.
And we started screaming, y'all think we're backwards, but at least we got lights.
That's right.
Yeah.
Our air conditioning is on. We know how to dam up water.
You think we're backwards, but buddy, our lights are on.
Right. We're not doing rolling blackouts like you idiots.
And we got a lot of places to ride boats.
Why don't you, hey, California, telling us to be more like you? No, we don't like rolling blackouts.
No, I'm against that. Yeah. So get down.
Get down, 7 o'clock.
Okay.
That was it. Then, wasn't it? That was it. You started doing the rooster.
We have to hear that.
It was like a mosquito on a rhino. Okay.
I told you to get down.
I said to get down. All right, we'll be back. Yes, we have a lot to cover. If you missed last hour, and some of you in the golden ticket seats are about to get your own copy of this. That is on the Rick and Bubba CD Radio Gold. We had a flashback last hour, and according to one of our call screeners, we actually saved somebody a ticket.
That's right. That would never happen to one of us.
No, I never get that guy. I never get that guy.
That would never happen to us ever. But we had someone, law enforcement, saying they were laughing so hard at that flashback that somebody went by and they should have been pulled over at the speed they were going, and he couldn't pull himself together to pull them over. See, that would never happen to me.
No. I get the guy that's laser focused on what needs to be done.
That's it. So
the guy just had a fight with his wife.
Somebody's gonna pay this morning.
That's right. I always get that guy that says today's the day that I'm gonna take this
I'm gonna
badge.
call some clowns.
I'm calling some clowns right here on this same road Rick's gonna drive on. But Rick, if you don't want a ticket, buddy, go the speed limit. That's how you get it done.
That's right.
They taught me that.
Right. Yeah. I've learned that.
Yes.
I hadn't learned it well, but I've learned it pretty good. Yeah. I can't go 45. I've learned that. I just can't.
Yeah, that's what it's not in you.
Yeah, you know where Sammy Hagar couldn't go 55?
Right.
I can't go 45.
You're right.
I ain't got enough brakes for that.
No, if it's got 4 lanes on it, I just can't go 45. But anyway, and I will actually pay the fee in order to go faster than 45.
Okay, so you're just paying to go over 45.
Yeah, 45 is way too slow right here, and we all know that. But anyway, so it was funny because I got one day, and I was complaining. I said, well, look, in all fairness, this actually happened. And, I love when the officers just kind of shoot you straight. It's helpful. I said, just if you're wondering why I had accelerated, I said it was about to go from 4 lanes to 2, and the guy out here in the left lane was going extremely slow. He goes, no, he was going 45. And I said, exactly. And he said, but that's the speed limit. I said, well, gosh, that is slow.
Yeah.
Well, I really missed
That's when you wish you could just pay to have a decal that says you get 10 miles an hour.
Yeah.
And it's almost like you have a yellow decal. You're good. You get 10
on
miles
this
an hour.
on this particular
That's a good idea.
on this particular road that I'm on all the time.
Don't they make those called FOP?
That's funny.
There you go.
On this particular road,
asking.
on this
I'm always
particular
told.
road,
I'm not saying.
seriously, honestly, on this particular road, if there was some way you had like a chip on your car, and as I came off the highway to go home, I would go under that chip, and it would hit me for $10 or something. I would pay to be able to go faster than 45 on that particular road. I just pay a fee.
Like a fast pass.
Yeah, and it could go to the city and help people, whatever it needed to do, just because
We just don't count it against you.
we got to go a little. Yeah, it doesn't count against insurance. It's just a fee because we got to be able to go faster here than that. That's just not enough speed for this place. That's why we're bogged down here. But anyway, so Speedy, I do want to say this. I think we should do this first, and we'll unpack the other because I'm afraid we're going to miss it if we don't. and your wife is and with her being out ahead of you as well, it is Speedy and his wife Terry's
Congratulations.
anniversary today.
It is, and she beat me to the punch, and as a husband, you know that's always bad.
Yep.
And
last minute?
No, I had a plan, and that was
Which was to wait till the last minute.
no. I'm like, okay, we've already agreed. Okay,
Right.
that hey, look, we're not going out and getting each other anything. We do that all the, for this, we're not doing that, and so. I'm like, okay, I'll go to work, get her a card, have something going on, and then when she gets.
Six minutes past the hour. From Sweet Home, Alabama to the world, a brand new hour of the Rick and Bubba Show. And as you heard, the gang is all here and ready to go. Things that you need to know coming up this week. It seems like it's been highly anticipated. It happens this weekend. Greg running in the Venetius Foundation Crap Run. Piedmont, Alabama coming up this Saturday. People coming from all over, not just to raise money for a great organization, which we're jumping up and down about that. That's right. But to see Greg Burgess and be inspired by him and inspire him. So that's coming up Saturday.
You're not going to be inspired by my performance. I can promise you.
Well, Greg, you don't look down on yourself.
Good news, though. Rick Speedy said it might be a little nippy out there.
Yeah. So the temperatures in Alabama this weekend look promising. So that's good news. And Speedy will also be with the UAB football team as they host South Florida at Protective Stadium.
Ooh,
if you're coming to that game, Speedy will be your stadium guy. By the way, did you see Coach Dilfer?
He didn't like. We need to review that.
He doesn't like 12 men on the field.
And he doesn't like when a coach snaps back at him either.
No.
Boy, he went.
Yeah. I've never seen him that mad.
I saw him that mad when he sat down one of his players when he was coaching high school. You know that video?
Okay.
Grabbed him by the face.
Yeah.
That video.
We need to break it down at some point.
That was a big part of the game too.
And I'll give Dilfer credit. He said what he was going to say, and he was actually walking away, and the coach snapped back at him. And you don't snap back at Dilfer.
No, that was there's a time when you just say, okay, coach, got it.
Got it.
And if you
My bad, coach. It won't happen again.
If you want to discuss it on Monday, you can, but I wouldn't discuss it now.
Yeah. Let's die down.
And that's been announced as a 3 p.m. Central kick, and it's also on ESPN2.
Oh, that means you won't be able to see Greg run.
I know.
You wanted to so bad.
I know. But, Philip and Jason, all the guys go and so they're going to send me video.
Adler's
it's going to be for the back of Greg because they're all going to be running behind
sitting
him.
on the side
Rick behind
killing a bottle of water.
Look, he went absolutely bonkers.
Yeah.
I saw that. My goodness. Look, now he's going after somebody else. Now he's going after somebody else. And look, he is,
Mm-hmm.
Look, red face.
Mad.
I tell you what,
now I'm on the headphones ripping.
I'm so mad my goatee came off.
Yeah, I'll tell you.
I ripped it right off my face.
He's shaved. He's just got a stash.
That's funny, by the way. Let me tell you what we know right now is that the Coach Dilfer does not have cardiac issues.
No, he does not.
Because this would have been a heart attack.
He took it to the limit.
Because I'm looking at his head. His blood pressure is through the roof right now. His head is about to explode.
Golly.
Look how red it is. That face is red. That head is red.
And what was it, an illegal substitution?
Yeah, they had 12 men on the field. Finally, it got too late to punt, and
first down.
Man, their record doesn't show. They have been in every game, and
Bubba, it was 28-20, and they had them stopped.
Yeah,
golly,
you can't.
Trent Dilfer can't have nothing. He started thinking he could have something, and that was his first mistake.
He was a fire breather on that one, though.
He was. How do y'all think it was an uncomfortable ride home after that?
Probably.
Well, did they discuss it?
Who broke the ice first? I wonder.
Yeah. Will they discuss it today in the coaches meeting?
Oh yeah.
Oh, I think so.
Yeah.
There may be other meetings to go to.
Are the coaches dreading when they're breaking down the film when this play comes up?
Yeah.
Oh my!
If you're the guy responsible for that, do you just start ahead of time? Okay, it's on me.
Oh yeah. Hey, that's on me right there. That's on me. Adler, is there any chance you can take your sweet van up to Piedmont and be with Greg?
Oh, I want you so bad.
Come on! I didn't think about that.
Adler, do you think we can hang a GoPro on Greg?
Yes,
No.
that too. Body
Every
cam.
Yeah.
drone coverage, maybe.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Let me tell you something.
Now we're talking.
I'll be knee deep in rehearsal dinners, but if it wasn't for that, it would almost be worth my ride up there just to be there.
Yeah.
What would you do? And if there wasn't the wedding this weekend, there's really no chance. But what would you do if all of a sudden you round the corner? I say, "Hey, how about you?"
And you stretching, getting ready. Had your number on.
Oh, that'd be great.
By the way, we were slowed down getting to church on Sunday morning because they ran some marathon all through our neighborhood down there at Veterans Park and all that this weekend. Yeah, it was a lot going on there. Boy, the marathon people.
Well, that I don't even know how they do that.
And here's the thing, I want to go back to
that's impossible.
I want to go back to the guy it was named after that, of course, run killed him.
Right.
26-2.
Joe Marathon.
26-2 just feels weird to me. Could he not have stretched that to 27 miles?
Yes, or stop.
Or just stop at 26.
Yeah,
I mean, the 26.2. That number it's just sitting there awkward.
Well, then they wouldn't be able to have that little sticker you put on the back of your car.
Right. Well, you just put 26 back there or 27.
It's not as cool, right?
Right. So anyway, but hats off. I did see a lot of y'all walking it though.
Mm-hmm.
Well, see, coming out of my neighborhood, that hill.
Oh, really?
They had them going up that hill.
They had them running that.
Oh yeah, and it took a lot of them out. I was like, hey, I saw a lot of walkers.
That's not fair.
The whole time you're fighting that hill, you go, if I can just crest over, I'm gonna catch up on the other side because I get to rest on the way
And
down.
those of you who are trying to encourage us to run a marathon, I wish y'all all looked more alive. I mean, watching what y'all's bodies are doing, it makes me shy away from it. Like my instinct is to go, don't do that because look what it's doing to them.
Yeah, my knees already moved too many times for that.
Do you know why we settled at 26-2?
Why?
This is a good story, I guess. In 1908, the Olympics were held in London.
Okay.
And the route was charted to start at a 40K outside Olympic Stadium in Athens, and the Queen asked to have the course extended to start at Windsor Palace. And they agreed to it, and that's why the 26-2.
Everybody else of course they had to because the records are always set up on that distance.
So the Battle of Marathon has nothing to do with that length.
That's just according to this.
So it got modified over
over the Queen. You know, Queens, they'll do stuff like that. The dictators.
Yeah.
So anyway,
Queen Alexandra.
So, Bubba, I know that. So go. All of you enjoy that. It'll be a beautiful day with Greg and raising money for a great. Now, Greg's not going to run a marathon. We're just trying to see if we can get a 5K. Out of Greg.
Yeah, that'd be nice.
And it doesn't matter the pace. Greg just going to run
I think it does.
Well, he's worried about it.
I want him.
He's worried about his performance. Last year he got a PR, and I don't think this year he's ready.
Yeah,
a
just
PR was a personal record.
Oh.
I'd like to see.
I don't know that marathon lingo.
Well, that's not a marathon. That's not a marathon lingo.
Well, running lingo.
Yeah. It's not running lingo.
Right. What is it?
It's just
exercise lingo.
Exercise lingo.
Is it?
Yeah.
Is it
of any kind?
I don't know exercise lingo.
I don't know lingo.
No.
Of any kind. So, Greg, will you at least try to break your personal record?
Yeah, but I probably won't.
What do we got to break?
He wants.
What I last year was like 33 minutes.
Yeah, no, 32 and some change.
How can you break it if you don't know what it is?
Doing.
I really don't. I got to break. If I broke 30, I would consider that.
He's going to break his personal best.
Oh, no, guys, I'm serious.
This is where he talks
coming
down.
around.
You know what you're doing? You're elevating your number.
This summer,
you're elevating your number, so we think you broke it.
I'm not messing with my handicap.
Last year he really trained well. This year he's had a lot of interruptions with the house
and you know
all
what?
that.
The heat this year, trying to run in the heat's been terrible.
You ain't got to worry about that.
Remember last year he was trying to break 30.
Just don't let a guy with a limp beat you.
Yeah.
Listen, I've been beat by smokers, old women.
Right.
That lady that took one last draw, threw it on the ground, stomped it, and then just left me in my dust.
Greg, you realize I've been beat by the same categories, but it wasn't running. It was physically.
Yeah.
Listen to this, okay? Were the conditions this good last year?
It wasn't. I don't think it was really hot, but
it'll make a difference.
I think I think the conditions give him a better chance.
It does make a difference.
It's going to be perfect conditions.
What about a tailwind?
Thank you.
That helps too.
Thank you, Bubba. Big help.
Well,
so
what's the hill situation at this particular
Oh, that's the good thing about it. It's not very. There's one small hill. The rest
he's gonna
is
make
flat.
his personal best.
Greg, here's what
once you make the turn, you're on the Dadaga Trail, which is an old railroad bed, so it's flat.
Greg, here's what I say: you can do it. You can do it. You can. You can. You can do it. You can do it. You can. You can. You can do it. You can do it.
It's not like it's
you
some
can.
great number.
Just do it. Just do it.
So the
yeah, I'm gonna have to listen to William Hung and Hank Hill over again to get a little motivated.
the run.
You see it there. It is right there.
Yeah, the run course map
if you look at it at the end, guys, where it finishes,
shot back.
it is the best movie scene ever because you turn the corner and you got a block to the
Yeah, you go
finish
right
line.
through.
So when he turns that corner and then the sea of people behind him,
They won't be a dry.
it's going to look like a movie scene.
They won't be a dry
that corner.
All your grandkids waiting on you.
I wish Miss Kay would call and
all your
give you a little
grandkids.
motivation too.
Philip Webb standing there.
Oh yeah, carrying his 50-pound bag.
Yeah. Philip Webb, Jason Benefield standing there, probably in his dress whites.
Yeah.
with his Breaking Bad hat on.
Right. He'll be ready. We'll be back 15 minutes past the hour.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
This fall, as you settle.
At around 5 from work, boom, there it is. Well, I wake up this morning to leave, and she's already got me a card on the counter
That's how they
and
do
all
you.
this kind of stuff.
That's how they get you.
And I'm like, dadgummit.
No,
Then she got up after you left, went in and was like,
she went
crickets.
She woke up to a text from me. I love you, honey.
Well, Greg,
evidently the card fell off the table.
Greg, never underestimate the power of an encouraging text.
Oh, I know.
Honey,
Honey, I love doing life with you. You know.
You got to really do a real mushy one too.
I know.
If you miss that, and of course, and then you'll hurry, and then you'll misspell things, and you won't say what you thought you said.
Right.
Yeah.
Or like I like to tell Betty, I chose us.
Yeah. That's good.
I chose
That's good.
Well, it's from the movie The Family Man.
Yeah.
But it's not original, but
Right.
Oh, yeah, those
still
right.
very touching.
Yeah. Well, the problem is, and I like what Bubba
That's
said.
a good movie, by the way.
I like what Bubba. It is a good movie. I like what Bubba said. The time we have to leave the house every day, there has to be some understanding.
Thank you.
That there are no gifts.
Thank you.
That anybody should give to us, or we should be forced to give at that time of day.
Well, I admit it's kind of cool to get up and you see
It is.
something.
It is.
But Betty and I, the reality of it, we've kind of agreed that on any special day, you've got till dinner that night to deliver.
Bingo.
Thank you, because it is still the same day at dinner time.
Yeah, of
last
course.
time,
Now,
last
that's
time I
what
checked.
Betty and Bubba have come up with. I'm not sure you had the
Right.
same agreement.
Now, good thing about Terry
need
is
to
that
try to
takes the pressure off.
you know. But guess what? She didn't get a phone call.
No, she did.
I called her.
And she also done. She also
Which is
done.
just
Hey,
you trying
baby.
to
Hey, happy anniversary, honey.
Yeah.
You're on speaker. She does that. That means, hey, the boys are listening.
Forgot the
Hey,
call.
I'm the luckiest man alive, boys.
That's
you know,
right.
I forgot the
that kind of
card.
thing. Did
hey,
that.
hey, honey, I know there was nothing
I
waiting
didn't
on you.
forget anything, Greg.
Greg, I know there was nothing waiting on you when you got up like it was for me, but
Right.
That wasn't my plan.
Hey, but let me tell you what romance is. When I run into the kitchen with 5 minutes on the clock, you're during the commercial break to tell you I love you.
Right. Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, look, I clearly I had a plan, and I'm still going to execute the plan. She just beat me to the punch, but it is our
You got big
anniversary.
plans
and anytime, and y'all have discussed this. Anytime you got multiple kids and a full of life, you're going to celebrate. It just might not be on that night. And so tonight we got a baseball banquet and something else going on. Just finishing the season up there, like you just finished with lacrosse, Rick. And so
Forever.
Yeah, and so we got all that
Except
going
mine
on.
was forever.
I know. And then this past weekend, Terry was up in Austin Peay to be with Tyler because they were playing baseball up there. She was gone all weekend. And then I'm supposed to be going to Illinois for the tournament, for the OVC tournament midweek. So it's just
gonna be cool.
It's just a mess. But anyway, we'll celebrate another night as far as date night.
Well, let me tell you another thing that your wife doesn't have is a radio show with millions listening for you to pledge your love to her right here in front of everybody.
Yeah, I know.
I know Greg's sitting here. Go ahead.
Love you, baby. Huh? Oh, no,
Why are you looking at me?
Yeah, I started saying.
He just
Well,
said
because when you
Greg,
said
and you
Greg
said,
sitting
"I
here, I
love you,
looked
baby."
over at him.
That just got real weird real quick.
Greg, he's
Guys,
just,
I have eyes. I got to look around.
because he's going to be
You don't look at me when
Pull
you
up a
say
picture,
that.
of Terry, quick.
he's going to be self-conscious about being all mushy in front of you. That's
No,
what I was
I'm
saying.
not going to be
Well, I'll
mushy.
tell you how.
Had you rather
don't
Greg
care
go
that
in the
by-
kitchen?
Look, I got a Helena wall. It's on the
Rick,
other side.
Gazing into my eyes and saying that does not help me from making.
Do you
sense.
want to
said-
sit here for a couple seconds?
You said with Greg here, and I looked at Greg as
I
I
know.
was talking.
That's not
and
what
it
I
did look
intended.
like I went, I love you.
It
baby.
did.
It did.
Do
What
you
you
want
did.
Greg to go in the kitchen?
I
while
love
you do
doing
that?
better with you.
How about Greg? What
And
just
I really like speed.
what just happened is not what I intended.
Right,
You know what I mean?
right,
Yeah,
right.
that
It
was
kind of
not-
run aground.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
He
But
didn't mean it that way, but wow, it looked weird.
it did.
Yeah,
look
it
weird.
did. I'll give you that.
Yeah.
I'll give you that.
I
Look,
thought
look,
the-
if I was somebody else looking at me, it would look weird,
you
but
pull
in
a
my mind,
picture-
it didn't.
Speedy, pull a picture of Terry up on your laptop and talk to her.
Right.
Just talk to
because
her.
you got to
Yeah.
cancel that out.
Yeah.
I know
Just
Greg's
pretend.
got an M on his shirt, but it's not Mississippi State.
Yeah, and by the way, you just something else. All right, hold on. Let's see, Bubba. I got to do this, right?
Wow.
I think I would pull a picture of Terry up and stare.
Yeah, because you got to
it
cancel
while
out
you-
what
yeah.
just happened.
Golly,
Because
man.
where are you going to look in here and talk? You know, you can't look at Rick.
I can't
look at me.
We got to sing while you want to sing while you
already looked at me.
Why don't you go in another room and call the show and do a shout out like that, and then we can sing to y'all?
Oh yeah. You call in
What
like
now?
you call in like you're a caller.
Yeah.
And we say, hey buddy, and you go, hey, can I get a little shout out to my wife, Rick? And
That way you're
Okay.
we'll know you're talking to her, not Greg.
Okay, I
number
get
one.
I get what you're saying.
Yeah.
All right.
And
I-
then
we can make
Nope
that
calls
work.
and congratulates y'all.
Okay. All right.
And we can sing and
we'll do the whole thing.
Coach Johnson.
I don't know. I'm just.
and then
Okay, there you go.
Yeah,
Got my
stare at
camel's
the
hair.
screen.
I'll pass the phone around. How about that?
You can stare at the TV.
Yeah, just call us real quick.
866 we be big.
I'll cut your mic down where you want feedback.
Okay. Oh, no, I'll
And
leave
don't
the
look
room.
at me when you say you love
I
me.
think you
Yeah.
got to go on the other end.
I do too.
So
Make
get
it
the
official.
full
Well, you got to
effect.
because you might look at Greg.
Go out there by Big Boy.
All right, let's.
Just go so we can't see you.
Yeah.
All right, 8-6. Minutes past the hour, the Rick and Bubba Show. So we've updated you on where Greg and Speedy will be this weekend. So go out and catch that. And then don't forget, we announced a couple other things. The Rick and Bubba University podcast from this past weekend. That is available to you wherever you get podcasts today. We talked to Vince Ellison.
And let me tell you, that is
It's a dilly.
quite the podcast.
That's a dilly.
I listened to it Saturday morning while I was running.
Yeah.
Hey.
He don't play around, does
No,
he?
he does not. I liked him a lot.
Yeah, VinceELlison.com is his website if you want to find out more. And there, boy, he just, I like when someone says, I realize we could beat around the bush here, but I just want to get right to it.
Yeah, let's cut there.
You may not agree with it, you may not like it, but you will not say, I don't know what he's talking about or I don't understand what he means. So catch that if you haven't picked that up. And then we announced last week the tickets are now on sale for the 2 Man Church conferences coming up next year in 2 Rick and Bubba markets, Birmingham, Alabama in February and Starkville, Mississippi in March. And you can get the lineup, find out who's going to be speaking where and what's going on by going to themanchurch.com and just click on the logo right there. Tickets are going quickly. Grab those before they sell out, and there'll be a price increase at the first of the year. So make the move on that. All right, so Bubba, I know we all are just sitting here, and especially the members of the audience just love it. They just want to know, how is the latest Taylor Swift, Travis Kelce drama going? They just can't get enough of it. But New York City, the Jets and the Chiefs, and it was a star-studded event.
I mean, the stars came out, and it was a big event, and the Chiefs looked like they were going to blow the Jets out, and then something happened, and I went to bed at halftime, and the Jets made it a ball game. But of course, Taylor Swift being there was the big news about all of it. But she brought a lot of friends with her into the box. Ryan Reynolds, Blake Lively, some other folks were seen there. So it was that became kind of the story. And they had predicted this may be the most watched Sunday night game ever. I don't know. I haven't seen the numbers yet or not. But
yeah. So is it now becoming something, star-studded everything means the world to these celebrities.
Oh, yeah.
Are you now an A-list celebrity if Taylor Swift invites you to go see a Chiefs game?
Yes. Probably so.
I mean, does that now become something you want to get on your list? I was at one of the Chiefs games. Taylor Swift invited me.
Sophie Turner was also there, the now soon-to-be divorced wife of one of the Jonas Brothers. So.
Really?
I can vouch for where the Jonas Brothers were. They were in Atlanta last night because my daughter went and watched it.
Really?
Yeah. So Joe was in Atlanta while his ex-wife was in New York.
Right.
Saw that picture.
That's funny. So
Riley was there.
Yeah, Riley had to be chaperone.
So are they taking people's seats? I mean, it just seems to me that sweets.
How do you get you get a suite?
Right.
Just on the drop of a hat at a visitor stadium.
Right. Yeah.
You get moved out and promised a different game, I guess.
Do you? So does she have enough jack she can just say, I got a check, move the people out, let us have it for this week?
Absolutely.
I would think so.
Is it like when you get bought out, do the people just go, well, the money I got was so good, I just gave them a suite up? Is it one of those?
Well, people will sell their tickets even to a big game. At some point, it gets so ridiculous, you go, well, look, I'll watch it on TV and buy a new car.
I'd do it. I'd rather watch it on TV than be there. Yeah.
Can you imagine getting in and out of the it doesn't matter how you get there. And we were talking about Kelsey's mom. She went to the Eagles game and then came to this. And traveling is not the issue, but once you get to the city, getting to the stadium and actually getting
in the stadium and up to where your seat would be. That can you imagine?
I just don't miss it. I hate to say it. I know some people it may break your heart. I just don't miss it. I don't miss it at all. It was good while it lasted. But to your point, just that I remember that sense of driving toward the stadium and how close can you get, and $40 to park a mile from it. You know, and
Paul Rudd was also there.
Yeah, really. So I mean,
he's a big Chiefs fan, I hear.
Is he?
Yeah, I've seen something on him before with the Chiefs.
You know, Adler's Taylor Swift song is starting to go viral. It's doing really
Adler.
good. Matter of fact, there's someone emailed said that someone else on their Saturday show actually played Adler singing his Taylor Swift song.
Oh, really?
Yes, and so we need to keep pushing that.
Yes.
I think
Was it a step out that somebody said it was on Barstool?
No, it might be. I know that I think a listener put it on TikTok.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, I got an email after the show on Friday. A guy just emailed me and said, "Hey, man, I put your song on my TikTok," and I'm like, "Okay, I'm not even on TikTok. So okay, thank you." And it got 1 million views this weekend.
Wow!
Look at you. Well, you ain't gotta be so smart.
Well,
to
look,
do
the
it.
Swifties, they liable to carry it right on up.
yeah.
So yeah, that was pretty wild. Going viral on TikTok. I'm not even on TikTok. I'm viral on TikTok.
Have we got it recorded so we could play it again?
Yeah, I mean we've got it. Sure.
Okay. Sure,
man.
Can I throw this out there?
Do it live.
And I know you were getting some of this too. It really aggravates me sometimes when people can't seem to understand a parody song.
Oh no.
We know that Taylor Swift literally may not could be able to afford to buy the Chiefs. That's not the point of the song.
Right.
The point of the song is she has a lot of money and she has all this influence.
Yeah.
That's the whole song.
I bet she could be part of a group that was buying it.
And in comedy,
She ain't done yet, guys.
and in comedy, embellishment and exaggeration is
That's the comedy.
That's the comedy.
Satire.
Yeah.
Now, I know there's some Poindexters out there that want to point out the real numbers, but that
Guys,
just enjoy the song.
Yeah.
Just have fun with it. We're not trying to really make a serious point
Right.
there.
Yeah.
I thought that was pretty
It like rhymes with something.
easy to figure. But I understand that the young QB for the Jets actually put together a pretty good game.
You know,
I
again,
didn't
he
see
was
it.
he was
saw a
doing
couple
terrible, and then all of a sudden, it's like the Jets got a safety, I think, on the Chiefs, and it was
Weird
17-2 or something like that, and it wasn't that close, and all of a sudden the Jets come alive. Man, he starts throwing darts everywhere and turned into a ball game. Chiefs ended up winning though, right? Wasn't it?
23-20.
I mean, but good night.
Yeah.
That's
There you go.
because at one point I know the Jets had 5. They had a safety, which was a holding in the end zone.
Yeah.
Oh.
I've noticed that about the NFL. If you have a team who and your offense isn't doing well, they throw almost aggravating points at you.
Yeah.
What's your team have right now? 5.
Yeah.
5. How'd they get 5? I don't even know.
Or like the punter
9.
or the
That's
punter,
my favorite. 9.
The punter
3 field goals.
drop kicks it and it goes through, and you don't even know how to score it. You're
Right.
like, I don't know what it is.
Hey Rick, how's your team doing? We have 9 points. Wow, 3 field goals. Yeah, that's been pretty frustrating.
Yeah. I hate landing on 9 because that means your offense
Should be
is
21.
choking down.
Right.
Yeah. And there's a big difference in the game between 9 and 21.
If I could have just had maybe 2 touchdowns and 1 field goal, I'd still be pretty good.
Yeah.
I like 17, but 9.
I'd take 13.
9.
Do you realize how hard it is to get in field goal range? Okay, and then you only have 9, which means the other team really with just a couple of plays suddenly is ahead of you.
Yeah.
I mean, it's
I mean,
like, wow, how did
that's-
you get 10-9?
Yeah.
I mean, we stroked that was 3 times we scored. Yeah, but it's only 9.
Yeah, you're
9. All they got to do is score twice and they're up by 1.
Yeah.
This was one of the bigger plays towards the end of the fourth, and Mahomes makes a huge run. People are saying there was a ton of holding. People are saying that the refs wanted the Chiefs to win because Taylor Swift was there.
That's funny.
All this nonsense, but huge run from Mahomes there towards the end. There. Yeah, I mean,
See where Aaron Rodgers was there on crutches too. He made an appearance.
This
He was
right
in a
here.
box, wasn't he?
Oh wow, the holding.
Yeah. But yeah, Aaron Rodgers. Yeah, he was there.
If
on
you look close
every
enough,
play.
if you look close enough, you'll find holding on every
Every play.
single play.
That's what
The
they
key
say.
is it in or out? If you can hold in.
We'll take phone calls next. All 10 lines are available. The real Greg Burgess goes to the horn when the Rick and Bubba show continues right after this.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
So let's talk about, outliving your savings. Isn't that a great thought? Do you know that right now, all of us that have bought into all these government-run retirement plans, your basic IRA, your 401k, that right now, on average, Americans are outliving their savings by an entire decade. Right. Why is that? Well, because a lot of what we thought about these IRAs and 401ks isn't exactly the way it was told to us. There is a better way to do it. It's called Bank on Yourself. It's a better way to grow and protect your hard-earned money. The retirement plan alternative has never had a losing year in over 160 years. You may not know this, but you don't have much say on an IRA or a 401k. You're told when you can take it out. You get penalized if you take it out too soon. You get penalized if you don't take it out soon enough. You get taxed on it. But with Bank on Yourself, there's guaranteed predictable growth in retirement income. Your plan doesn't go backward when the market tumbles. Your principal and growth are locked in. And you know how much tax you'll pay on your retirement income? Zero. You get access to your money for any purpose, no questions asked, without government penalties or restrictions on how much income you can take or when you can take it. You try that with a 401k and IRA, you can't do it. Built-in inflation protection. Your money's guaranteed to grow by a larger dollar amount every single year in both good times and bad, and you have peace of mind knowing that minimum guaranteed value of your retirement savings, you'll know it the day you plan to tap into it and at every point along the way. Do you want guaranteed, predictable annual growth, control of your money, and tax-free retirement income? Well, yes. Well, then go to bankonyourself.com/RBS, and we'll send you a free report with proven retirement plan, with this proven alternative that banks and Wall Street the Wall Street folks are hoping we don't find out about. So let's do it again. Bankonyourself.com/RBS, and we'll send you the free report. Bankonyourself.com/RBS. We be big, Bubba. Let's go to the phones real quick. Hey, Calvin, calling out of Helena. Calvin, how you doing, buddy?
Hey, guys, how y'all doing? Monkey grass and Green Acres.
So, what's on your mind today?
Hey, I just want to tell you it's my anniversary, and I just wanted to give a shout-out to my wife.
Okay, what's your wife's name?
My wife's name is Terry.
Anything you want to say to her?
Yeah, she's just the most beautiful woman in the world. I'm just the luckiest man in the world, and I just love doing life with her. And we're raising 3 boys, and she's my life. I love her.
Okay, well, how many years?
19 years.
All right, 1, 2, happy anniversary, baby. I got you on my mind. Calvin,
and if you don't mind, I got somebody else that wants to say hey to her. Do you mind?
No, sure, go ahead.
Okay.
Coach Johnson. I didn't know you knew the Wilburns. Well said. Well said.
Good luck. I hope the team's good.
I agree. I agree 100%.
That was Coach Johnson.
Very sweet.
And I just had real quick. Hold on. Look at the little dog.
Hey, Nopi. That's exactly what Terry was looking for.
Yeah, I wish Speedy called on a landline.
We'll be right back.
Rick and Bubba.
Other things that we need to cover. So this past weekend, another thing we hit was we had another high school graduation here, and this time it will be the last one that I have in high school. Graduated Brody, James Broderick Burgess, the Tasmo, young Broderick. Couldn't believe it. And so let me tell you that what makes it unique with the high school that the last two went to, because I had a different high school for my oldest son and a different high school for my oldest daughter, who is the oldest of them all. So they went to different high schools. But the last two, Big Love, who's interning with us today, and Tasmo went to a private high school that is different with all the people I go to church with, because here's what our church does. Our church has the Sunday that just happened yesterday. They take all the graduates from all the high schools and stand by for that, from all the high schools that have students at our church. They do the cap and gown and everything, and they come in and they're recognized in the service.
There's a message catered to everybody, and our pastor did a tremendous job. That applied to everybody. There's kind of a charge to them. Then they have a luncheon where the family members that can get there for that have lunch with them. 35 minutes past the hour of the Rick and Bubba Show. 866-WE-BE-BIG is the number. Here we go. It's time to chat with you, America. Our first chat of the week, the real Greg Burgess, settled in and ready. He'll take your phone calls. Callers are already lined up and ready to go, but there are lines available. We go 10 lines here, baby. So there's more room to get in. The buzzer will keep the line moving in front of you so you don't wait very long. No meaningless shout-outs, no shameless plugs. Those will get an instant buzzer. HelloFresh.com/Bubba. If you want to move now. HelloFresh.com/Bubba. We love this service because it's not just a grocery list. I mean, that's helpful, but you still have to go to the grocery store and you still got to find the stuff. So you still have a little bit of angst there. But HelloFresh.com/Bubba goes further. You pick the meals, and they have all kinds of stuff. I mean, they can help you if you're trying to do just a little bit better. You just need family favorites. You need snacks. You need a quick breakfast. You need lunches. Whatever you need, they send you the recipe and the ingredients. So you're preparing it. It's going to save you on your grocery bill, and it's about 25% less than having stuff delivered to the door or going through the drive-thru. So we're going to get you 50% off, plus we'll get you 15% off the next 2 months with the code Bubba as you go to America's #1 meal kit, HelloFresh.com/Bubba, or find that link at rickandbubba.com under the sponsors button. To the phones we go. Let's get started with Dusty out of Sweet Home, Alabama. Trolling.
Keep them phones a trolling.
Here we come, phone trolling. Go. Dusty, go ahead. 30 seconds. How about you?
Good morning, gentlemen. Y'all doing all right
today? We are doing great.
Good. Just wanted to have two things for you. First of all, boy, I thought Auburn was going to take down Georgia this weekend, and that would have been beautiful to see because Georgia just kind of sleepwalked into that game. And the second thing I wanted to ask is just a request. If it's already been done, then you can go ahead and dismiss it. But if you think you could get Dickie Nadmeyer on the phone to console Speedy, because I know his heart has got to be hurt today.
Well, I don't know that Dickie Nadmeyer would be consoling. He'd make it worse.
Yeah, and you can't hurt a Mississippi State's heart. We've been through it all.
I mean, I think it's kind of hard to walk today at the Rick and Bubba Show with the cowbell in your rectal. A road tide.
Okay.
Every time you walk, I hear it ringing.
Okay, going hurtful.
Wow, that was hurtful. Both physically and mentally.
I told you he wouldn't be helpful. Right?
Right.
Let's go.
Is that a bell cow?
Everybody's following Speedy. They think he's the bell cow. A road tide. Turning it around. I never doubted. Taylor in Alabama, 30 seconds. Go ahead.
Hey, good morning, guys. First off, I just want to say that podcast I did this weekend was really powerful. It was great. Everyone should listen to it.
Thank you.
As well, I was wondering, this is for Adler, is there any way that he could actually produce that song in studio and upload it to iTunes? I'm a sucker for comedy songs, just like many people are, and I'd love to be able to have that song to listen to on iTunes.
It's pretty good quality on our YouTube channel. You could almost get your recording of it there.
Is it on YouTube?
Yeah, it's on the YouTube channel. Yeah, it is.
It is. And eventually, I think Speedy said that it would maybe be on the best of or something.
Oh, yeah.
True. Yeah. It's going to be on the best of CD, so that will put it on iTunes, really.
It will.
If you think about it.
It will.
So it'll be there. We continue. Let's go to Stephen, Huntsville, Alabama, 100.3 The River. Stephen, go ahead.
Man, the economy ain't great, and I thought I was doing good. Been saving up for a while, having to hit the reserves a little bit. But the other day, Speedy said something made me kind of feel bad. He said, man, I've been so damn bad before, I've ate potted meat. So I guess I'm poor, man. That's my lunch every day.
That's good stuff.
Yeah, it is not the most expensive food or nutritious, but I'll tell you what, it's delicious.
It'll fill the gap.
Yeah, it'll make a turd.
Okay, buddy.
Thank you, Greg.
Thank you.
Was that Greg's mic or was that the caller?
Good. Is Greg? It's Greg. Virginia.
turn,
Did he
that's
just
for sure.
call? We
We continue. Let's go to Cooper in Huntsville, 100.3 The River. Coop, go ahead.
How are y'all?
Good.
I was just wondering, do y'all do fantasy football, or do y'all need to start doing that next year?
I don't do it. Don't want to do it.
I don't. My son does that. I hear a lot about it, but I've never really been into it.
Feels like homework to me.
I just thought it'd be fun to see y'all do it.
Yeah, it doesn't feel like fun to me.
I always get hyped up about it, and I act like I'm going to do it, and then 3 weeks in, I've completely forgot what I'm doing, how to log in, and I've just lost interest. If I cared more about the NFL, I probably would do it.
Yeah.
But I just
my boys are in it with some friends of theirs. They have different leagues.
Yeah, one of my sons does it. I don't know if two of them do it. I know one does. But I can see where it could be fun, but. It's like when I look out there, and I may be wrong about this. Back to Helmsley's point, I don't follow the NFL, so I wouldn't know what I was talking about.
Right.
I'm such a casual fan. Playoffs and Super Bowls about all I watch, and of course I want to know where Taylor Swift is.
Right.
But the can't get enough of that. But the and it feels like homework. Like I look at my week. Every week I have certain projects I have to finish, and of course. It was so funny, and Helmsley laughed because I told him this. Like, when I get those projects done, I love efficiency and finishing a project so much I almost want to dump a Gatorade on my head.
Right.
And so I can't add another. It feels like another project. Oh, I got to get my fantasy team ready. Oh, I got to log in. I got to fill out that information. Who am I starting?
Who's hurt?
Yeah, I just.
My dad even gets frustrated.
And more power to you. I'm not saying it's bad to do it. I'm just saying I just don't see me ever doing it.
My dad gets really frustrated with me and has in the past because believe it or not, he has they do a college pick'em at all former and current fire department men, and I have finally just said over the last couple of years, just let Braden do it. He's going to be in there all the time.
In the loop.
You can talk to him about it. I forget to make my picks about 6 weeks of the year.
Right, yeah.
Just he's now doing it. So Dad will call me. He'll go, "Hey, Braden's in second place."
Fantasy football took over my life for like 3 seasons, and I mean I had red zone. I did it all, and then I won. That
Not
third
trying
year,
to brag.
I won, and I won $25. And I was like, I just worked all season for $25. This is bad. This is taking over my life.
Yep. Yeah. So it is a project.
I had to stop. It was
so
homework.
my concern is
it's true.
I don't like.
It's right.
I don't like homework.
A lot of homework.
Let's go to Craig in Gardendale. 30 seconds. Go ahead.
Man, I wanted to watch Colorado USC, but the pregame made me sick to my stomach. I was waiting on the USC quarterback to either walk on water or sleep with one of the announcers. If you didn't get a chance to watch it. It's like football porn. The music they played and the hugging they did just to talk to this boy was sickening.
I have no idea what he's talking about.
I don't either.
Yeah.
So college, you talking about the Fox game day at Colorado for the USC Colorado game?
Yeah.
Was it as bad as this guy's describing?
I'm not really sure. A lot of the Fox analysts went to USC, and so I don't know if that's what he's talking about. I didn't get to see really much of that.
I don't know what he's talking about. I'm sorry.
I would like to know. I'd like to know more about this.
Carl in Mississippi. Carl, go ahead.
Hey guys, just wondering what your reasons are for not believing in Michigan this year. I have a lot of Michigan fans in my family.
Right.
And, I like some wisdom from y'all so I can set them straight.
All right, 3 letters is the reason why I won't take Michigan serious. TCU.
Rick, that was last year.
Okay, I'm sitting there all hyped about the Wolverines, and they get beat by a team that gets beat by 63 points in the national championship game. That's why.
Well, for me, growing up, Michigan was a very good team. I mean, they were solid. They had the line. They played tough. And then, they went through this spell where they just, were not that good. Right. And so they're coming back to that, but I just don't know that they're fully there yet. We've got to see them win some big games.
I think it's their year.
Oh, there he goes.
I think it's their year.
Maybe.
And they really hadn't played anybody up to this point. I think they got Minnesota this weekend.
Hey,
so we'll
look out. That Maize Blues coming.
Now they'll be starting the Big Ten. I think they beat Nebraska real
Rick,
bad,
let me ask you
They're
this.
coming this year. They're
personally
coming.
It's about to get serious.
Yes.
Do you deep down inside somewhere in places you don't want to talk about feel like that in a tense moment in a tight game that Harbaugh will go off the page?
I do.
and blow it.
Yep.
Is there a part of y'all that wants him to win a big one?
No.
I think
Really?
he's entertaining.
I do too. I like him. I
but
want to see him win one.
I don't know that I'm cheering for him, but I like Michigan.
Maybe that's my
Always
team
have.
this year.
Well, I'm gonna tell you something, and now and all of you hit on it too. It sounds like we're similar. Let me be clear. I like Michigan, the program.
Mhm.
Always have. I was a Michigan guy, not an Ohio State guy.
Yeah, I was too
when I was
growing
a kid.
up. You know, you had to pick in the big
did?
rivalries. You had
Yeah.
one or the other, and I love Michigan. I love their helmet.
I love their uniform. I had a really cool Michigan hat that I've lost, but I had some fans of our show send me some more Michigan stuff, which I wear. I love everything about it. I just don't believe in them because it just feels like to me when they're really, really good modern day, there's still this gap between them and the Georgias of the world, and you know, and I just can't. It's like almost like I remember I was in a league one time when you're growing up. This happens where there's a team that's so much better than everybody else, and your second place is a big gap. Hey, look, we're second. We're the best of all the other average teams. That's how Michigan feels to me. They're better than the other teams, but they're never going to be as good as the elite team. I don't know why I feel that way, but I do. And of course, they didn't help me last year.
Yeah.
Oh, they burned me last year.
Yeah, that was.
They gave me a
shocking.
really bad
Yeah.
national championship game, and I'm very upset about it.
Yeah, and you're kind of blaming them.
I
You're
am
holding
blaming them. I 100% are blaming them for not getting the job done. I felt like they could have played with Georgia better than TCU. I mean, what are y'all doing? I may be delusional, but that's how I felt.
Just on paper, it seems like they're
Yeah. So no, I like the Michigan program. I just don't believe they're gonna win the national championship game for some reason. But TCU is one of the big reasons. We'll be back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Show videos of all their time at the church. And then for most people, except for us, and this is good and bad, that's it for the day because most of their kids graduate from their high school sometime this week.
Thursdays usually.
But Tuesday or Thursday. But for us, and it's good. I mean, it was funny to watch the other parents because they didn't know how to feel about it. They didn't know whether to be envious of our situation or thinking, wow, you got a day ahead of you. But see, for us, we then leave the church, go to the high school, and graduate for good all in one day.
Ooh. Long day, but you're done with it.
But
It's
I'm
a lot
done
of
with it.
graduate.
But I'm done.
Yeah.
But I'm done. And I was watching you know how we all.
I think I like that.
Yeah. All of us as parents, it was funny. They were like, okay, guys, well, hey, you know, we wrap up the lunch. I said, oh, we're rolling on to the next thing. What are you talking about? Oh, we're going to graduate. What? And I said, oh, let me say it what you're asking me. Are you asking me, am I done when this day's over? Correct. So you'll have to get the cap and gown back out and do another ceremony this week. I've got quite a day ahead of me, but when I go to bed tonight, I am done. we are done and done. And so anyway, Mom and
Look
Dad.
at old young Broderick there.
Mom and Dad.
Towering.
Look at the handle beside him.
Mom and Dad, you know, I was about to say we need the reality show now and Pop.
Oh yes.
So Mom and Dad want to come to the church. They want to do the whole thing, and they've done that with all of them, which is great. So, but that means that now, with this child, you know, Mom and Dad are 78 and 77.
Mm-hmm.
You know, so we're getting older, and they're getting to be a little more of a handle. And they acknowledge that, but I mean, just wonderful stuff. But you know, keep in mind, and this will tell you everything you need to know. They're coming to our church. Think about it, okay? For everybody, for anybody, not even if you're getting a little older, just anybody. So you're coming to one church, and you're going to see, and I'm being them now, your grandson in his cap and gown, sitting in a group of other people with a cap and gown, and go on the stage and get something at one church. Then there's going to be a fellowship lunch after that. Then you're going to go to another church where you're going to see them in a cap and gown with a bunch of people in a cap and gown, walk up on the stage and get something, and there's another speaker. So you can see where all this could be kind of. So we're sitting there.
A lot going on.
Yeah. So we can sit. We're sitting there at church, and I knew it was going to happen. All of a sudden, Mom goes, how many people are in that graduating class? I said, what are you talking about, Mom?
Oh, no.
Like, Brody, how many people graduate with him? I said, I don't know. I said, well, I mean, that's a pretty small bunch. No, Mom, this is not graduation. We're not at graduation. Well, well, they all got their cap and gowns on. I know, but this is, remember, you've done this before. This is kind of, and then Dad's like,
Baccalaureate.
Hey, this is early for a graduation.
Yeah.
I said, Dad, this is not graduation.
Yeah.
This is not graduation. Hey, guys, y'all know this deal. This is not graduation. Like that, and so.
Didn't we do this last year?
Yeah, and I said, the same thing then back even before, because we did it with all of them at the same church, all the kids. But again, there's been some space between the older ones and these. Yeah. But there was last year.
There was last year with the exact duplicate.
Matter of fact, Big Love and Taz go back to back.
Back to back.
Okay, but anyway, so we're sitting there, and I hear Dad talking. Our pastor's name is Danny. Hey, Danny, speaking of graduation. We're at the church.
This is graduation.
Danny's preaching today, so this is a recognition of all the seniors here at the church, and bro looks good in that cap and gown. He does that, but he's going to be in it again.
Yeah,
right. You know what I mean, we're not done.
In just a few hours.
We're just getting. Well, how long is this? I said, Dad, we got more stuff coming up. Well, how long? I said, Dad, I don't know how to break it to you, but we're not done till
This is an all dayer.
It's going to be 5:30 tonight. Matter of fact, I can give you the exact time I was in the car, 5:37. And I said, "This is not. Well, what are we doing, Rick?" And I said, "Dad, this is nothing but all the seniors." And then, of course, they started calling out different high schools.
That really did it.
So and so from Spain Park. What Spain Park people doing here? Dad, this is not. Now, hey, Brody's at Briarwood, isn't he? Yeah, Dad, this is not it. This is not it. How many people are there? It doesn't look like there's more. There's not even 100 people in this class. No, this is not it. We are not done.
Cap and gown.
We're just getting started.
The gravy, please. Rick and Bubba. Ooh, it brings me to my knees. Rick and Bubba. I can't start another.
All right, it's 9 minutes to the top of the hour. Rick and Bubba's show. We're back. Thanks for being with us. 866-WE-BE-BIG. We'll get to more of your phone calls coming up later in the show. Always good to revisit with all of you. All right, so a couple of headlines that do not surprise me in the least, Bubba, in the least. And I can tell you why on both of them. All right, here's the headline right now is Bubba, like you said, and I love this new slogan you put on the show, your connection to the real world. All right, does this surprise you at all? Americans have been surveyed, and they have found that air travel is more stressful than going to the dentist. Well, I'll tell you.
No joke.
Yeah, let me tell you why.
Probably not even close.
Well, let me tell you why. The dentist, and we've been covering that here with our relationship with Dudney, they've actually made strides, and they've taken action to try to make going to the dentist less stressful. Oh. The airlines have gone in the completely opposite direction. They're trying to make travel be as much of a living hell as they possibly can.
True.
Everything they do makes it more and more stressful. The dentist office, they're trying to diminish the stress.
Well, what is the very worst thing at the dentist office? You always hear it compared to a root canal.
Right. Yeah.
I've had a couple of root canals.
They've even come on with that.
And I'll be honest with you, I left there very relaxed.
Mm-hmm.
You know,
when I was a child, I didn't like the dentist.
No.
But as an adult, especially going where we go, I haven't had an experience that I was like, oh boy, I can't believe I got through that.
But do you not agree with my point? The dentist, they've made some adjustments.
They have.
Air travel hasn't. No. All air travel.
I think air travel has gone the other way.
Right. They're making it harder. It's like somebody says, what we could do? How about this? What about TSA agents stealing all your luggage? That'll do it.
That'll do it. Let's get some criminals.
I mean, right in front of you too.
I mean, it's miserable. Yeah. If you said right now to me, I can get you from point A to point B, and you will avoid airports and you'll avoid all commercial airlines, I will get you there, and I'll get you there with no problems whatsoever, but you're going to have a root canal. I'd say, well, sign me up.
Yeah.
Sign me
hard
up.
to get the drill out.
But if somebody said no root canal, but you got to go down the airport, I say, come on, I'll take the root canal. Give me a root canal and get me there, I'd rather do that than go to that airport. I hate what it's like to try to go and travel right now. It is nuts.
I'd rather try to answer a question with my mouth open when they ask you, you're trying to answer back.
Yeah. So they said
Need to spit.
How about this? 55% of people surveyed by Expedia. Is this one of these travel bunches? Isn't
Yes.
It?
Yeah.
Oh, boy.
55% said that air travel is the leading cause of stress when it comes to their life.
Oh, yeah.
It is horrible.
I think only the young ought to fly.
Another that no one
they can deal with it.
Yeah, another that no one's surprised about. Now y'all are seeing the hype. I saw the commercials during the games this weekend. Hey, the new vaccine is here. We've upgraded the new vaccine. It's all upgraded now. Now it fell apart after the very first variation on the virus. As soon as it mutated, we kept being told, no, it'll help you. Even though it's not keeping you from getting it. Well, the new vaccine is ready to go, and Bubba, more than half of Americans say, nah, no thank you.
Only 23% of the surveyed adults, and this is the Kaiser Family Foundation did the survey, said they would definitely get the vaccine, while on the balancing side of that, 23% said that no way we're getting it.
Right. Yeah. So it's they're saying that some said they definitely would get the shot. Then probably when you look at all that, and you do the reverse of that, like you said, Bubba, it says more than half of the adults are likely to say no thanks.
Let me ask you this.
Hey, fool me once, shame on you. Fool me twice, shame on me.
Tell me this. How can this issue be as political as it is? And the reason I say that, they also show how it breaks down based on your political leanings.
Right.
Democrats, 70% of them said they will get the new vaccine. Only 24% of the Republicans.
Just another reason not to vote Democrat.
Well, I'm gonna be honest, and I think we need to be. I wasn't going to get it, but I saw Travis Kelce tell me I need to get it, and he dates Taylor Swift, so now I'm getting it.
Right. I love what Mark Siegel said, and he's been kind of a voice of reason the whole way. And here's what he says, and it's what we've been saying on the show over and over again. He said, the problem is too many decisions about the new COVID vaccine are driven by politics and fear rather than by an understanding of either viruses or vaccines.
Yeah.
And did I read this wrong? Bubba, me and you, a lot of times, the Daily Mail, did I see the headline? Nobel Prize in Medicine to the two people that developed the mRNA vaccine. I think I saw that. I didn't read the story.
See, I haven't seen
Say that again?
The Nobel Peace Prize for Medicine were
That's
given
correct.
to the people who had developed the vaccine.
No, who is it?
It's two people. I don't know.
Is it McCullough? Is he one of them, the RNA guy?
I have no idea.
Probably not McCullough because he's speaking out about it so much. But this is Professor Drew Weissman and Caitlin Carrico.
So I did read that right?
Yes.
They won the
Wow.
Nobel Prize goes to scientists behind mRNA COVID vaccines. So McCullough is behind just the straight up mRNA.
Right, technology.
This is probably, I guess, for the specific.
I thought that was two men when I looked at the picture. That's a woman?
It is a woman, Greg. Her name's Caitlin. Catalin. Catalin, not
Right.
Caitlin. Catalin.
So Siegel goes on to say, and this shows that he's being level-headed. He said, if you are someone who is elderly, or you have underlying conditions, including obesity, heart disease, cancer, lung disease, immune deficiencies, you should consider taking the vaccine because you're probably in the other camp, meaning the side effects are probably less likely to be a problem for you than the virus. He said, but healthy people, side effects are a bigger concern than the virus itself.
Right.
And he says,
I definitely think we can. I'm not anti-vax. I'm not anti-vaccine, but I think given more time now, they ought to be able to test this and get it dialed in better than what we had before, which was kind of a shotgun blast across the bow.
Right. So there you go. So it's out there. It looks like we're going to be pressured, like you said, Greg, with celebrity endorsements and commercials.
2 for 1.
That we all need to go get the
Travis
latest
said.
thing and all that. But it doesn't look like Americans are all that fired up about it.
It looks like here, Carrico and Weissman made crucial breakthroughs that made the vaccines happen because of the challenges, but they refined the technology. These researchers were able to produce large amounts of the intended protein without causing dangerous levels of inflammation that had been seen in animal experiments, is what the BBC says as to why they are getting the Nobel Prize.
Well,
I know why McCullough didn't get included in that.
Right.
Because he told you once it mutated, the original vaccine was no good anymore.
right.
So he's not going to get any prize. Out. If you've been kicked off YouTube and all social media, you don't get a Nobel Prize.
No, you don't get invited to the ceremony.
No matter how much work you did on the mRNA technology. Top of the hour.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
All right, so what's going on in the world of horse racing? I mean, what?
It used to be, Rick. It happened. If you followed it, you followed it. If you didn't, it was no big deal. Now it seems like we come in every Monday and there's a controversy.
All right, we got the disqualification.
It's the second one in a row.
Of maximum security.
In a woe.
Yeah, in a woe.
It's in a woe.
In a woe.
Whoa.
Willie?
At the Kentucky Derby. So then somebody sends me something again. If you'll just check in with the audience over the weekend, you'll see the things that are brewing.
Yeah.
And so I look, and somebody just sent me nothing but a jockey being bucked off a horse coming out of the gate. That's all it was. It didn't show me anything else. So I thought, well, ha, that's funny. Wonder where that was.
Yeah.
And so then I go on through the weekend, and then I see our sister at graduation, Greg, and she goes, "Can you believe the thing with the Preakness?" And I'm like, "What are you talking about?" She goes, the jockey got bucked off the horse coming out of the gate. I said, "Oh, that must be what somebody sent me." No. You don't know the whole story? I said, "I do not," but here it is.
Yes.
So here is the whole. Do you think this package tells it all?
Oh, most definitely it does.
Yeah.
Give us a package sign.
Well,
okay.
put
a bow on it.
Where he's starting it, let me just set
It's
this up
post-race,
because
yeah.
it is post-race. They're going to
Right.
show you what happened, but this is a few minutes after the race. And so they're showing you him running around. After the race is over, he's still running. He did a victory lap.
Well, that's what my sister
He was
used.
having- he was just having a time.
Well, at first when she said victory, I said, "So he won?" She goes, "No, I don't
No,
mean." But she said he did beat two horses with
he
jockeys
did.
on them.
Yeah. And so,
Of course, he got in there. He got in people's way in the race. The horse did.
She said that he runs the whole race with no jockey, and that they attempted, the handlers tried to see if they could pull him out of the group, but he was so involved in the group they couldn't.
Yeah. Right.
And then when they're giving out the awards at the end, he goes by again.
He's still running. He's run a victory lap.
and that's when we pick up
prancing.
Mike
At this
Tirico
point,
on
he's
call.
prancing.
Yeah, it's courtesy of NBC.
And a very bizarre scene as we watch Bodie Express run the entire race. And because Bodie Express was in the middle of the other 12 horses, the outriders who were trying to get in position couldn't get there to try to get the horse without a jockey. Even made an attempt at the top of the stretch, but couldn't. Now they effort to do that as we go back to the win for War of
Look
Will.
at number
Watch
9.
Bodie Express
Look at
first
number
at
9
the
in the
start.
middle.
He will rear badly in the starting gate as soon as they open the gates. Race, we have seen that happen many times.
Rick, you
And he's
brought
still
up
running
something.
against out there.
Look,
The
there he
outriders
goes.
try to
He's still
apprehend.
going, Bubba.
You have to
Is he
hold
going
this
the wrong way?
5 minutes after the race is over.
Listen,
Bodie Express got a fair start here, Randy, because the starter in the gate still had a hold of Bodie Express when the gate.
And let's go
holding
back
him.
to the aerial
He
look
kind
at
of
the
slaps
start.
his head.
Bodie Express is the
It's
9.
a great angle.
It's a great angle. Watch him right here, Bubba.
And there you see how they came out. The other horses.
The Hall of
clearly
Fame
coming out as
jockey that's
Bodie
on the
Express.
horse, too.
It
It didn't look like he bothered any of them at the start, did he? Because he's way out by himself.
Starting gate of the 9. See his hand still
See,
there?
he still got him. Look,
Yeah,
he knows he messed
even
up.
shook his head like, oh.
So maybe there's a scenario.
How mad is the jockey at that idiot?
On Bodie Express.
Look at the
Well, in
horse,
interview,
just
he
digging.
I don't think he knew it in the interview,
War of
though.
Will had a beautiful trip.
They're
with
about
Tyler
to interview the
Gaffney
jockey.
Outrun to the early lead. Instead of flipping to the outside, he sat on the rail, which was wide open the entire trip. It's as if
He went from all the way on the inside. all
He
the
didn't
way
impede
over.
anybody.
And Rick, you remember War of Will from Kentucky Derby? They claim he kind of started all the shifting around. You remember
briefly
him?
is down. As you mentioned, Edzo, any questions there? The stewards did not continue to look any deeper. The outrider has finally gotten to Bodie Express, who had done another a lot going on around here because you have all the folks who are nearby.
There he is,
They're
laughing.
doing
Look
an
at him.
incredible job of getting the Express.
Watch the idiot.
We saw what happened there.
Watch his head. He goes,
John
oh, dog it.
Velasquez, the
Did you
Hall
see
of Fame
that?
jockey,
Yes.
thrown off the horse. Let's check on his health. John is standing
All
by
right,
with
listen,
Kenny Rice.
Here we go. Here's the jockey.
All right, thanks, Mike. John, tell me what happened out there with Bodie Express.
He was just not behaving good in the gate. He was not sending really well. He got me against wall in the gate, and obviously when the doors open, I was kind of off right from the start, and he kind of jumped sideways, and I had my feet out of the iron, so I lost my balance, and I went off.
How about yourself? How are you right now?
I'm good. So just disappointed, when you come in here into a big race like this, and then things happens like this and with the horses, so it's disappointed.
Do you feel like you're okay? Do you need to go see a doctor?
No, absolutely not. I'm good. Thank you.
All right, thank you.
Thank you.
There it is.
I thought he was going to say follow the yellow brick road.
I think he's off to see the wizard. First of all, let me ask you a question. Are you a good witch or a bad witch?
I feel fine.
Are you a good witch or a bad witch? You came out the gate and then kind of. I'm going Irish for some reason.
I know jockeys
Even
and
though he
guys,
was
but do they have to?
Latino.
Do they all talk like that?
Yeah, like they got helium.
A lot of them do. They're
We want
they're
Mr.
little bitty
Burgess,
people.
I know they're little, but still.
Greg,
There was
just
something
because
with
you're little,
the horse
doesn't
wasn't
mean-
unhappy. No, little jockeys talk like that.
But just
they're
because
almost
you're
in the
little
midget range.
doesn't make you have a little voice.
Well, they're on the
Kinda.
midget spectrum.
But all midgets don't have a
pretty much.
little
Hey,
voice.
y'all can't use the M word.
No, you're
Oh, I'm
right.
sorry.
But you have to admit some do, though.
Little people.
Some of them do, yeah.
Are you a good witch or a bad witch? Six minutes past the hour, still here. Thank you for being with us today. Without you, we wouldn't be here. Speedy, the real Greg Burgess, Helmsy, and Eddie Van Adler, all here. Welcome back, Bill Bubba Bussey.
Rick, glad to be here, and thank all of you for joining us at the little party we call Rick and Bubba.
Well, the EAS test is coming. It'll be pandemonium, end of time. Oh, my goodness, what is happening? And thankfully, they're complicating it as much as they possibly can.
Rick, I don't know who sits in the meetings that decide these things, but obviously there's not any marketing people.
No.
We're going to have a big nationwide test of the EAS, the Emergency Alert System, on Wednesday, October the 4th. Okay, Wednesday, October the 4th.
Wednesday, October 4th.
Known as the day after Rick's
Day
birthday.
after tomorrow.
Yeah. So now get the time they're going to do this. 2:20 p.m. 2:20 instead of a nice round figure. It's going to be 2:20 p.m. Eastern time. Instead of one test, now it's going to be two. One,
Right.
it will be conducted. They're saying one test, two parts.
Right.
One will be for the cell phones. The other will be for radio and TV stations. So why not just do one and have everything go off at one time and everybody go, ooh, wow, I didn't know what that was, and shut it off, go, well, it's working, that's good.
Right.
Instead of your phone's going to blow up, and then about the time you get it under control, the radio and TV stations are going to go off
Oh, yeah,
there,
yeah, right.
and you're going to think zombie attack, you know?
Yeah.
I mean, what? I don't know. Or the people getting the messaging out is just, I don't know. I'm so perplexed at who's running our country now. Now we need this system, and we need to be able to test it. Okay, and they don't test it a lot, thank goodness.
You're right. Yeah.
But
what's Beth doing here?
No.
Yeah.
I'll be telling everyone to get down and get ready for an EAS. Get out of the yard.
So what's the phone? What's it going to say?
I don't know. Well, let's see. They're calling the wireless part the wireless emergency alert, WEA, and they said Americans' cell phone will have a text message that reads, "This is a test of the National Wireless Emergency Alert System. No action is needed."
Okay.
Also, someone's using your credit card.
Right. What's that, Greg? Someone's used your credit
And
card.
You get them all the time.
Yeah.
And it will come to you in whatever language you have your phone set up in. So if you are, if you speak of the Spanish, you'll get it in that or whatever you're supposed to get.
Right.
But I assure you, no matter how much we talk about it, it will create mass hysteria
Oh, no
and
question.
confusion.
No question.
Always.
So speaking of that, we have Democratic Jamaal, is it Bowman?
Yes.
So we were having the vote that would either shut the government down or keep it open.
Very, very passionate people on both sides of this. People are threatening to, vote the speaker out or get rid of the guy who wanted to vote the speaker out. I mean, it's a big deal. A lot of passion here.
So when you think about if Jamaal Bowman represents you, I think the thing you may be most concerned about is the fact that he doesn't seem to have the wherewithal to understand that if you go pull the fire alarm, there's security cameras everywhere in this building, and you're going to get busted. Now, he's given kind of a bizarre answer to. He said he did not realize he would trigger a building alarm, and he was rushing to make an urgent vote. What do you mean he didn't?
But
know?
he accidentally grabbed his.
Well, he's clearly grabbing it on purpose. You can see it on the footage that he wasn't wise enough to realize, hey, everybody's going to see what I'm doing.
Now, he's saying that he thought he was opening the door. That has an electronic opening button on it.
Dan.
But you know what a fire alarm looks like, and you have to pull the lever down. That's a far cry from pushing a button to open an electronic door.
You're talking about what it says all over the alarm?
It appears he was trying to stop the vote.
Right.
Mm-hmm.
Now, if you interfere with democracy at the Capitol building, they have trials for that.
We got people in jail right now.
Well, yeah, and that was the big thing they got the January 6th people on when they kept trying to come up with, you're stopping the work of Congress. That's what they finally kind of landed the wheel of charges on. So he was trying to stop the work of Congress. So really, he should be prosecuted like anybody under the October 6th. Or
January 6th.
January 6th, or he's just not very smart. I don't know which one it is.
Right.
I don't know anybody. I don't personally know anybody who has mistaken a fire alarm for a door opener. Do you? I mean, you got to be a pretty low wattage bulb to do that. Okay? I'm just going to call it.
I guarantee you, it would have happened more than one time.
Right.
To this particular one.
Well, think about all the.
If it was that.
Think about all the old people walking around the Capitol building. You think one of them would have done it before now, right? If they were confused.
So he wanted to stop the vote. Why?
I guess he didn't like the way it was going.
So the Dems wouldn't have to vote.
Oh, so they wouldn't have to vote about shutting the government down? And how did the vote go? They kept it open?
They did.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. Well, I was kind of hoping it would be closed because life seems to be simpler when the government can't do anything.
I like when they threaten to close down the state parks.
Yeah.
Like, I was planning on going today.
Not that. So it's no doubt that he pulled the fire alarm, and what he realized is how goofy he is that he didn't think, well, they can see me on camera. So now he wants us to believe, to Bubba's point, that he doesn't know the difference between a fire alarm and a door opener.
Yeah, if you've seen pictures, and they're online, I mean, a fire alarm is red, it's square, it's big, it has a handle you pull down. Now, there is a door open button.
Yeah, but it's like silver button.
It's a button you push on the side.
Right.
I mean, it's not even close. I mean, you got to really, I don't know.
I kind of go back to your thing about the low wattage bulb.
Yeah.
I think I would admit it so I wouldn't look so stupid.
Yeah, I know.
Yeah, I think I would go, I was trying to keep the vote from happening, and looking back, I probably shouldn't have done that, and I forgot there was a camera there. But I certainly don't want the world to think I don't know the difference between a fire alarm and a door opener.
Yeah, this is kind of.
I think I'd rather go to jail.
Yeah, I'd rather do a little time on
this.
This
is like the code red thing, you know.
Right. Yeah.
You either ordered it or you don't know what's going on. So what's the deal here?
So do you think anything's going to happen to?
Absolutely not.
Nothing.
No.
But didn't he do the same thing that we have punished others for
He
doing?
stopped the people's business, Rick, in the Capitol building. How can it be?
Isn't the charge?
He was a threat to democracy. He was trying to deny democracy to the people. I don't know how we can let this
Right.
stand.
So will he be punished like the January 6th people? Probably not. Probably not.
No.
No.
Well, heck, we just had those activists. What was it? Whose office did they storm into not too long ago? About 2 weeks ago.
Wasn't it?
McCarthy, yeah. Remember? I haven't heard a story about that. A follow up.
And you won't.
And Matt Gaetz is going to. He said he was going to introduce legislation today to get rid of the speaker because he didn't like the way this went down. He wanted it shut down to get some concessions. And now some of the Republicans say, "Well, I'll tell you what, we're going to expel you if you do that." So it's politics and policy as usual on the Hill.
Yep. So yeah, we know that the key when you do something like this and it's about to look inconsistent on how the people who want everybody from January 6th to go to jail and stay there. The key, if you're going to pull a fire alarm and get busted doing it,
is to have your party currently in the executive office.
You better.
And so his party's there, so he's going to be okay.
Yeah.
But there'll be no consistency on this. Greg, I know we have other things today, but this RG3 story.
Oh yeah.
I heard
tried
this.
to tell you.
I heard this happen on the game.
He tries to be funny.
And this is the first game I've heard RG3 call.
He tries to be funny, doesn't he?
I just saw the footage. Have you seen the guy on the goalpost, Rick? At the game, who dives off of it?
I have
the one you sent me. Unreal.
Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
You don't
That's
have to
the
sound
highlight
like a
routine.
leprechaun, though.
They're real tiny. They're tiny people.
Huh?
The first day we came out and we were happy.
Rick, that's a leprechaun.
Is it? Okay.
Rick, that's exactly what he sounded like.
Yeah, he did.
Yeah.
He did.
Well, but you
When
see
he
that
started talking,
all right, let's try to help. Let's try to help the guy in the gate because he feels terrible. Now that I've seen him do that, I watched him walk all the way out to the jockey,
Yeah, well, he's
and
good.
we go on past, and you can see him having to tell the jockey that's on me. But here's the thing.
So what did he do? I don't understand.
What
Was
the
he
jockey,
holding the horse and he's not supposed to be holding
The
it?
jockey acted like the horse was acting up, and I guess that guy was trying to settle him down.
Here's what I think from what I just heard and saw. The horse was acting up. Those guys, the guy who are there for the horse to get calm.
What is that guy?
They hold the horse
holder.
for him to behave inside the gate, and when he gets settled, they let go. What happened was because he was acting up, this guy was holding him, trying to get him steady, and then the gate opened, and he's like,
Yeah.
I've got
What do you
jockey
call
said
that
he didn't
guy
have
who's
his
the
feet in
holder?
iron.
And then he said,
The horse holder.
But what made him buck was the guy holding him.
Yeah.
Because he's now feels pressure behind him, and he does this to get loose and throws the jockey.
Yeah.
But they don't call him the holder.
They
do
call him that holding guy.
Yeah, he called him a horse
Whisperer.
holder. H
Some of you
squared.
horse people, what do they call
I
him?
haven't had a chance to
Well, I
talk to
think
the
they
horse
say
holder.
that. They say that during the
Probably.
Rick
We just
do, he
weren't
little
paying
boy.
attention.
Yeah,
jockey.
Rick. Here.
I don't know what happened to the horse. He was misbehaving inside the gate, and I had my legs under the irons, and so when he came up, he just threw me. So I'm fine. No, I need to see a doctor. If you ask me about it again, you're starting to kind of piss me off a little bit.
Yeah, I mean, did you notice the guy was really tired of you? All right, I've told you for the last time I'm okay.
Yeah.
That's so good.
That's the last thing I want to talk about.
So, a couple of other things out there. So, anyway, if you get a chance to watch that, it's called Apollo 11, and it's out on all the little streaming things now. I mean, maybe it's not. I saw it on Apple TV, and I think Speedy, to help you out.
Mm-hmm.
I know it's hard for you to rent anything, but
Rick!
but it's not a high rent. I think it's what, Bubba, about like $5 or something.
Yeah, $4.99.
Yeah,
$4.99.
it's not anything you're gonna have to.
Guys,
It's not like they're asking you to buy it.
y'all have got people thinking I am awful.
I'm gonna go to the
say you're
Cannon.
awful.
I'm gonna go to the Cannon family see if I can watch it at their house.
That's good.
Hey, let's rent it.
Oh, how scared! How scared! God, those moments are so. You know the thing that I was telling them, and I
Love them.
We all know this about life. And it's really, if you ever, you can't really let it get to you. That's why you got to stay in what you know. Because if you get out, you'll get just, your mind will just freak out of what we don't know. Like right now. Because I'm sitting there watching that Apollo 11 thing, all this unheard audio, unseen video, really loving it, enjoying it. Just the history of this incredible moment.
Pull the trailer up, Speed.
And then all of a sudden, I look down at one moment, and Jim Lovell has got a headset on, sitting at one of the really outdated-looking computer screens.
Right.
And I think to myself, Jim Lovell has no idea, as he's sitting here talking to them, that he's going to be stuck out in space and have on Apollo 13.
And one of the other guys,
he
is
has
next
no
to
idea
him,
what's going to
Rick
happen.
Stafford. Who was the other astronaut? He was the black-headed one. He was sitting next to him.
What's the official name of it? So
Apollo
Apollo 11.
It's just called Apollo 11.
The trailer is in rickandbubba.com.
No, but I thought you were talking about the unseen.
That is it.
That
Apollo
is
11.
it.
It's just Apollo 11.
Just called Apollo 11.
Oh, I thought it had.
Believe it or not.
Okay.
Yeah, really, if you think about
It
it,
seems a little straightforward for one kind of late in the series.
It does.
doesn't
It
it?
does. Because you remember they did the one about Neil Armstrong, which was weird, by the way.
Yeah.
I mean, it was good, but it was a little strange.
Yeah, I didn't watch that because you kind of warned me. The movie.
Was I mean, to me,
This is Apollo 11.
This
Men
is
at work.
This is better because it's
Got
the
it.
real stuff.
CNN
and
films.
it worried me when
Rick potted up. Right.
You know
When I said
CNN
the
films?
No, when I
behind
saw
this?
CNN
Yeah.
film, Sherry almost cut off. She
Yeah.
said, "Well, I said, I think it's just his story, honey. I think we're okay. We're not gonna get commentary on how they feel about
As
space."
far as the responsibilities of representing mankind on this trip,
That's relatively difficult to answer. It's a job that we collectively said that was possible and we could do, and of course the nation itself is backing us, so we just sincerely hope that we measure up to that.
Bubba, what about the
about when
shots?
them engines
What about the
fire up?
shot they get? They show you the thrust of that thing. What is it like to be sitting there like right now?
Program was
Never-
designed
never
to get
before
two
seen.
Americans to the lunar surface and back again to Earth safely. The enormity of this event is something that only history will be able to judge.
Apollo 11 has very simply been given the mission of carrying men to the moon, landing them there, and bringing them safely back.
Okay, looks like the colors don't go.
20 minutes now past the hour of the Rick and Bubba Show. Brand new week, and we're glad you're here. Active week. We've been walking through a lot of stories. We'll get to more of your phone calls before the day is done. So a couple of things tied to that Ole Miss LSU game. Greg, I will have to say you tried to warn me about RG3.
Rick, I tried.
Good gracious. A little bit of RG as a color commentator goes a long way. And I heard him actually make this statement. I thought, hey, come on, man. So everybody's talking about
He'll even get in a funny voice.
he makes weird comments throughout the entire game, and his goal is to be funny, and he just reaches for all kinds of bizarre analogies. I think this is the most bizarre I heard in the game, and I heard him say it. They lifted that man up to the sky like he was Jesus, letting him know we're going to put him on a cross right there. And as soon as I heard him say it, I'm like, oh, RG3, come on, man, come on now, we're making the player like
Who
he's
is
been
he, Sergio Dip?
crucified like Jesus. So everybody's like, kind of a strange analogy. That's putting him up on a cross. And of
Just
course,
his analogies in general.
right?
He overdoes it.
Right. It's
When I've heard him, I enjoyed it. And I didn't hear those comments
you
this
obviously-
weekend. And
well, I heard him actually
maybe,
say
maybe
this.
that was on his mind, and but it's not usually
No,
what you
he's
hear
very
is
irritating.
commentary of a football game.
Yeah, it's almost like, I hate to say it, Greg. There's a little bit of settle down, Cuddles. I'm right here. It's like he's not a bad
No, he's
commentator. He just needs to calm down and quit. He's trying too hard.
not. Yes, exactly.
See, I'm like Bubba. I actually enjoy him, but he does get out of hand with stuff like that. He does it every week. He always says 5 to 10 things that you wish he wouldn't have said.
Right.
And of course, this
And
one
he gets
pointed
silly
out,
about it.
and
He'll
so now
change
we're
his
all
voice and
really
everything.
watching. He will.
He tried to get in.
He gets high pitch.
He does. Well, what he's doing is like he's heard, probably like a lot of us, these famous color commentators growing up, and he wants so bad to be one. But what he needs to be is just himself.
Right.
And I think he'd do fine.
Right.
But what he's trying to do, he wants to be that, hey, did you hear my
know.
zany comments this week? And he's trying to be a Madden or somebody. But see, the Maddens of the world, that came naturally to them. They weren't acting. That came
He's
naturally.
overplaying.
Yeah, and he's
what he's doing.
overplaying.
That's what
He's
he's
just trying too
Yeah.
hard.
Just call the game.
He's trying to force, I'm the zany color guy, when he just needs to, you remember the time, Bubba, you and I spoke to an aspiring announcer that was really garnering a nice audience, and she already had kind of a Southern country accent. And when she was on the air, she would try to make it more Southern and more country. And we said, just talk normal. You're country enough.
Yeah, you don't have to add it.
Yeah, RG3 he's fine. Just be. You don't have to try so hard. Because then you run into saying things like we put him up there like Jesus on the cross. There's no need for that. People are bothered by everybody like, oh, I wish you hadn't said that.
Yeah.
You see what I mean?
What did he just say?
Right. And so I think
he could never said that, and he's still irritating.
Yeah, he's
This is where Greg. This is where Greg. You.
Right.
God, you're such a big influence when it comes to stuff like this. I don't think you realize.
Well,
it.
no, my point is,
I did find
this
him.
is a goofy statement, but he was bad before this.
See, this is what I'm talking
He's
about.
just not any good.
Well, I will
Sorry,
say,
Bubba.
I enjoy
Bubba,
it.
we'll have
I'm gonna
the
have to listen to
RG3.
him. I'm gonna have to listen to him again.
Well, see, that's the point I'm making about Greg is now he has influenced you,
Yeah.
and now you're going to see him in a whole different light.
Well,
Yeah.
good. I enlightened you. You shouldn't have to put up with that.
Right. I think that he reminds me of something like we say that we would go, a little bit of that I enjoyed, but if you too much of it makes me nauseous. And I unfortunately really got into that game, and I spent too much time with him. And I think a lot of RG is not good. Okay.
See, these two here have obviously not watched Four Quarters.
No, if y'all had let's just take
and now I can't watch them the same as I used to.
let's take the Jesus comment out of it. If he had never said it,
Yeah.
I would have come in today going, wow, RG3 gets on my nerves.
Yeah, there you go.
You know,
See, it was a perfect situation for me. I could see the game, but the volume wasn't up, so I didn't even know who was calling it.
Right.
I could just see the game and how good it was.
Can't imagine what it's like to be his play-by-play guy.
I found the Jesus clip if you guys want it.
Yeah,
Here we go.
Oh,
Y'all just make it worse.
Here
now.
we
The audio's
go.
not great, so you have to turn it up. Here.
Okay.
They lifted that man up to the sky like he was Jesus, letting them know they're going to put him on the cross right there. Wow.
Okay. My goodness. It's the wrong thing to say.
What?
I just had
Who are they talking about? Now, wait a minute.
Well, I know
I
he's
do,
a
Who was
big
he talking
believer,
about?
and maybe it was just on his mind, and he related to it.
Again,
I don't think it's a good comment for a football game, obviously.
But again, my problem's not with that. It's not.
You're talking about everything else.
Oh, my goodness.
Yeah.
He's constantly
No,
trying.
like I say.
In fact, he was in a more calmer voice during that than he's usually in this weird little voice trying to be zany.
Hey, but there's
they got him,
Greg, not Greg, but not throughout the game. I got that voice you were talking about enough. I got plenty.
You know
of
what
it.
I'm talking
Oh,
about.
I heard it. Yeah.
Yeah.
I get a little bit of a comedy voice.
Yeah, I do, because I'm trying to be zany.
I'm almost a cartoon character.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's it. You heard it.
There was a lot. Yeah, I
I
heard
rest
it.
my case.
Greg.
No more questions, Your Honor.
Greg, take that comment out. I still come in and say I got to tell you
Exactly.
I got
That comment was weird, but that ain't what I'm talking about.
It's almost like, you know, in a game, like when we see these comedy things where guys try to say something and everybody's having fun and they go too far with it. Everybody goes, I got that. It's just weird.
Everybody's trying to up it up.
And now we all feel weird about it.
Right now, you made us all feel weird.
What if he was on the call with Gus Johnson?
See, Gus, I'll give Gus a little bit of a break because he is at least he doesn't sound silly.
Yeah,
but he overdoes it emotionally.
But
He
that's the
takes a
thing.
routine play and makes it sound like we just won the
See,
game.
that's what Speedy's talking about, Greg. If you put those two together, you've got
Oh,
that
yeah.
on top of what
that's
RG3's
horrible.
doing.
Hey,
That's what he's asking.
I've got a new nickname for Gus Johnson, and Greg, you're going to like it. Breaking news.
Yes, that is so true.
Every play is breaking news.
Rick, I mean, the
Or
opening
this
kickoff.
just in.
Oh, they just picked up a yard and a half.
Third and 8.
Oh, I was going to set up a 3rd and 9. What?
3rd and 9.
Why is Gus excited about 3rd and 9?
Let's say they return the opening kickoff to like the 40. Oh, wow! He's going. I'm like, Gus, it's the opening kickoff.
That boy can go.
They may fumble the next snap.
All right, so tell me about this guy on the goalpost. Is this after the Ole Miss win?
This is
Rick,
pretty
this hurts a little bit because
Toddy.
it looks like he's going to be okay, but you could see where he could have broke his back here.
Oh,
He
wow, this
gets
is a really good shot.
He gets up on the goalpost. He's going to
What is he
stand
doing
up.
right there?
And then at one point, he decides he's going to do a somersault off of the crossbar.
No, he's not.
And it
He thinks the
doesn't
grass
go
is
well.
soft.
It doesn't
It
go
really
well.
Oh, no, what is
We
he
have
doing?
different angles of it, too.
What
I
is he
guess.
doing? It's a
Right
pretty
here,
good.
he's okay.
First of all, he's up. Let's look
Greg,
at him.
Look,
He's kissing it.
and he's
y'all.
he
kissing
must not. He must not have my
He is
friends.
making out with the goalpost.
He's,
Yeah.
he's
That
shimmying
motion
up.
don't need to happen.
No.
I'm glad RG3's not commenting on that.
Gracious.
What he's going to stand up here
Watch-
for a
watch
minute.
this
We're going
middle
to see the
giant.
front view. Now watch him do a somersault off.
Oh my goodness!
Oh,
Landed right on his tailbone.
You know how you hit that tailbone?
Look
It
at
hurt.
Golly, yeah.
he walks away, but he could have been hurt. Really.
Y'all think he might have had a slight drink?
Had a little hottie
bump.
toddy gotcha mighty.
Rick, I bet that hurt.
Oh yeah, that was it. That was it right there. I bet that hurt. That's exactly what he said.
Hey, Greg, next morning.
Now,
Man,
see-
why's my butt
Yeah,
hurting?
Greg,
what's
now,
wrong?
Now right here, he's so thankful he doesn't
Hey,
hang
hey,
out
just
with my
him
friends.
going up. Hey.
Yeah.
Oh yeah,
right
that
here.
whole deal.
All he does is just go. He just ends up.
Oh my God! What was his plan?
Was he trying to land
Look
on
at
his
it. Look
feet?
at his. He could have
almost
shattered
did.
his leg.
Bubba, it's a wonder he didn't.
Did he think it was a foam
Did you see
pit?
the police deputy? He was like, "Come on down."
It's not a foam pit. What is he doing?
Oh my!
Goodness gracious.
Thank goodness his feet did hit first.
He can't believe he did it.
I bet that hurt.
If he'd have been sober, he'd have broke something.
I bet his left leg is messed
Yeah.
up.
No,
That tailbone's what
Wait, is this?
hurt.
Is this wait a minute. Is this the highlight of the last play of the Duke game? I mean, what is this?
Hey, what about when he sobered up the next day?
Did you see
this
that?
footage?
Did you see how that jarred him in the consciousness?
That's
just a
you,
minute?
Rick. and Now you're watching it.
Oh, that's the part that hurt right there.
He'll have L4, L5 5 problems.
I bet that hurt. I bet that hurt.
Let me tell you too.
Did you see the shift up and went? Would y'all see
You know the roommates the next morning go, "How you feeling?"
Oh.
Hey, got
Rick,
some
there's a
footage you didn't
dad
see.
somewhere that's paying the bill for him to go to college,
Bubba.
and he's going to see that today.
Oh, Bubba.
What do you think? It's going to look like Trent Dilfer got a hold of him. You know?
Greg, that's like you waking up in Atlanta wanting to know why your shoulder was hurting.
Yeah, what's up with that?
Helmsy and I said, I can tell you why.
We'll be back. Speedy goes to the phones at 866-WE-BE-BIG. All 10 are available. Yep, that's my boy. 866-WE-BE-BIG.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Helcom, go. GNC, go. Econ, go. Surgeon, go. Captain Onward, go for landing. You're go for landing, over.
This is like behind the music.
Yes.
30 seconds.
Bubba's tearing up, y'all.
Contact light.
No, that's good right there.
Wow.
Did
I
I
won't
hear
see
you,
that tonight.
Rick? Did I hear you say you have to rent it?
Yes.
Speedy, give it about a month.
Yeah.
Guys,
Let me ask y'all this.
we're wearing that and out.
Let me ask you
pull-
this.
they'll pull it off.
Look, you can put me
You
in that
cheap.
category right now.
You something else.
Now I'll tell you this: I do get mad when there's a movie that comes out and they only offer the buy it option.
Yeah, that does
And I
bother
don't
me.
want to buy it.
Yeah.
I just want to rent it. So then I have to wait a few weeks.
Let me ask you this.
Cheap,
Because
it's
I've
so
done
cheap.
it.
I am.
Hey,
You're right.
no,
I'm that way.
I don't know about this.
Why don't I want to buy it?
If
This one right here just
listen,
buys.
If I set up on a day and I've got the window and I've been pumped and I want to see this
go ahead
movie
and buy it.
and I know there's no other way. Now, it has to be a movie I really, really want to see.
yeah.
And it gives me the buy only option, I buy it.
If the conditions are right, I probably would.
And there's a moment of regret.
Yeah.
And then I see it start streaming and it starts rolling. I realize, okay, I'm going to watch the movie right now. Hey, guys, I can't have my snack set up and I can't be in my chair and I can't have everything like I like it and something stop it. Because in my life, this window may not be back for.
I actually
Speedy,
stopped.
watch it tonight when it's quieting down and you can see the full moon through the window. It'll really give you the
And
heat.
he has a full moon tonight, doesn't he? We did
it's
today.
pretty close because
we did
this
today coming
weekend,
in.
Yeah.
We did today coming in.
Do we have any moments
Go.
that we have now where the entire country rallies around one thing
No.
together?
9/11.
Maybe the Olympics.
That's a tragedy. Besides a tragedy.
Oh, besides the
yeah,
tragedy.
People
besides
hate
the
the
tra-
Olympics, too. They make fun of it.
But
I don't like the Olympics.
I mean,
The Olympics
to
don't
me,
do it for me.
to me, this is one of the only things,
it's
and
ruined.
it's gone that we
everybody
would,
stopped and watched.
Yes.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
This is the Rick and Bubba Show. Watch more at blazetv.com/Rick and Bubba.
The blues man on the
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Bubba, we have a number of things to work on the program today, but I have to address this again, and I've realized that some of this, I mean, I feel like, and I know if you're not looking at the show, if you don't see it, you don't really know, there seems to be more confusion on who each member of the show is than ever before. You know, I keep bringing back this confusion, you know, the people that they've taken all of us and they've turned us into one person. You know, and so it happened again yesterday. So, and what I love is the confidence of it all too. So I'm going into a location yesterday, and there's some people there doing some kind of work inside on the bathroom. So I see the crew out there, and you know they. So what's up, fellas? Okay, man, how you doing? I said, you know, hey, getting after it. That's all I know, baby. And I go by and also said, Bubba Burgess.
No way.
And I said, thank you, guys. Getting after it. Bubba Burgess.
Bubba B.
And I thought, well, got the last name right, got the first name wrong, but still.
That's close.
Well, like I say, the one the other day that just kept bouncing around to every person on the show and basically combined us all into one person. So meeting one of us is meeting all of us.
Yeah.
That's what I've come to.
Bubba Burgess.
Bubba Burgess.
Just keep it rolling.
I used to get that a lot. Hey, where's your brother Bubba?
Bubba Burgess. It's Rick Burgess, Bill Bubba Bussey, Calvin Speedy Wilburn, Michael Helmsy Helms, the real Greg Burgess, and Chris Adler, better known as Eddie Van Adler. That's everybody. So it's 5 different
Maybe
people.
it is confusing.
Yeah. 6 different people. But anyway, but it is a lot to keep
Bubba
up. Bubba Bus.
It said with so
That'd
much
be
passion.
Bubba Burgess.
I love the passion and confidence it said with.
Bubba Burgess. See who that is? Bubba Burgess. But anyway, so always fun. Another thing is I've got, you know how and you've talked about it too, Bubba, because I know you've mentioned it many times that there's really nothing more fun than for your wife to get tickled and just start laughing. You're talking about how Betty kicks her feet and will just start punching you and stuff like
when
that.
She runs out of air, she has to start kicking things.
I don't know what it was last night, but Sherry Burgess got her tickle box turned over and she couldn't get it upright. And like at one time I went to bed and and Sherry when she.
Five minutes past the hour, Speedy's on the phones, and they're all available to you, America. Dial us up right now. You make your comments, whatever you would like to talk about. If you move right now, you ought to get in pretty easily because we just opened 10 massive lines to you. TheraBreath, I love going around the country and get a chance to speak and hang out, and you know what? Usually I'll have a pocket full of TheraBreath lozenges.
You better.
And then I'll have people come up to me and go, "Hey, you got your TheraBreath with you?" I said, "Yeah, of course I do. How about you?" Because it's tradition here on the show. Because you know what we want to. Bubba and I set out. There's a lot of goals that we have. One of them is to rid America of stink breath, and TheraBreath can absolutely do that. A healthy mouth, all kidding aside, goes a long way to be sure you don't have other health problems. So be sure and take care of hygiene when it comes to oral hygiene. And TheraBreath has got a number of products. They've got a gum rinse that is so important. You've got to keep those gums healthy. If you have bleeding gums when you brush or floss, try the Healthy Gums Oral Rinse. The TheraBreath lozenges, they keep your breath fresh all the time. And then, of course, the mouthwash and the toothpaste is the way to start the day. They've got a whitening oral rinse that is superior to the others that are on the market. If you can't find all their products on the shelves at over 100 retailers, then go to TheraBreath.com. All the products are there. And you can find that also at rickandbubba.com under the sponsors button. All right, phone calls. Your turn to talk, America. If you want to dial us up, do that. Jay will get us started, and we do have lines available, so you can move now out of Vinemont, Alabama. Hey, Jay, welcome to Rick and Bubba.
What's going on, fellas? Interest rates keep going up, but the government tells us inflation has stopped. Do you guys, it's talking out of both sides of their mouth. Do you guys have any idea, what the indicator is when it will stop?
Bubba, you want to say your phrase, the cure for high prices is high prices?
Yeah. Eventually people will quit buying it. And then you got stagnation. We've had high inflation before, and we worked our way out of it between Carter and Reagan. So I would say that would probably be a pretty good formula to look at, and that is when you have to grow the economy to catch up with the amount of money that's out there, which we've overprinted.
Right.
So the only way you can do that is to unleash the private sector, and that is cut taxes and cut a lot of I can't say the word now, over-regulating of business. We definitely need to open our energy sector back up. It's been shut down. And you can grow your way out of it. That's the only way you can get out of it, because you can't go and get that money back.
Release the Kraken.
Release the Kraken and stop the freebies. That's the thing. So people have to go back to work.
Let the economy work. Set it free. As Bubba said, take all the burdens off of it. Take all the red tape. Just quit harnessing it. Let it go.
Yep. Loosen up the credit markets and let's go to work.
Right. Now, but you're right on the point.
Not too much. Don't get wild with it and
Yep.
start a forest fire.
Yeah.
But you want to. We definitely got to do a controlled burn here.
Well, and your first point, caller, was correct. You can't say out of one side of the mouth, side of your mouth, inflation is under control, and on the other side, you're raising interest rates again.
Yeah, it doesn't make sense.
It doesn't make sense.
Somebody's lying to you, one way or the other.
Lines are available. 866 We Be Big. Eric out of Huntsville, Alabama, 100.3 The River. Eric, go ahead.
Hey, good morning, guys.
Hey, buddy.
I was calling to see if y'all would rather have Beth Mowins, Gary Danielson, or RG3 commentate the game.
I'm going to surprise you, and I'm going to go with Gary Danielson.
Yeah, I think
like
he does
him,
a good job.
I like him much better than the other two. And then RG3 would be in my second spot, and then, of course, Beth would be in my last place spot.
Yeah, I think I'd rather jump out of an airplane than the latter.
Yeah, I will listen to.
Absolutely.
It just wow, it just is so much to deal with. So yeah, I
Thanks, guys.
I guess I don't know. Maybe is there something wrong with me because I've had so much anti-Gary sentiment out there, but I don't share it.
I don't either.
No,
I enjoy
think,
Gary
I think
Danielson.
that's team-wise, and I know a lot of the fans of Alabama seem to not like him. I don't know if they didn't think that he gave them the praise they deserve, but I've always thought he was good on describing what was going on and very knowledgeable about the game.
Yeah.
But I know a lot of Alabama fans don't like him, and I don't know if that's tainted your opinion because you hear it a lot.
Yeah. Well, no. Yeah, I don't. I mean,
they didn't like Vern either.
Yeah.
Vern was one of the nicest guys on the planet.
Well,
so.
All fans, if they ever get in their mind that somebody's not giving them their due or whatever, they'll turn on somebody. But I'm just talking about the way he operates a game.
Yeah.
Doesn't bother me. And
it's really good.
And it may be that because of how bad everything else is.
Yeah.
But I've never understood, other than the personal, which is nothing I can do about that. Yeah. If you have a prejudice, there's nothing I can do about that. But as far as if I had no dog in the fight and I was just listening to a football game, I think he does a good job. It doesn't bother me. Yeah. Tyler in Alabama. Tyler, welcome to Rick and Bubba. Go ahead.
Yeah, what's going on, guys?
Buddy.
I had a comment about RG3. I was thinking about it when I was listening to y'all. It's just everything's forced, right? I've always been a guy that's like off the cuff, trying to be funny, and it always works, right? But when you force things like that, when you force comedy, he just tries too hard,
He does. He does. He does. You're all over that. That is the problem. He's trying too hard. No doubt.
He's got the credentials. I mean, he's been a Heisman winner, and he had a successful NFL career, although shortened by injury.
He'll get it dialed in.
He doesn't have to try so hard. I do agree with you. He may be pressing.
And he's new to this. Okay, he'll
find his place.
He'll find his place.
He'll find his groove.
He may not.
Greg.
I've known people I've known for years that are still as irritating as they were the day I met them. And
There's-
they're friends of mine.
Why did you look at me when you said
No,
that?
I'm sorry, but I was just.
Ladies,
I
right at me,
I don't dislike them, but they're always, they try to crack
Rick,
one.
right
and
here, just
Once again, ladies and gentlemen, nickname Mr. Hopeful. Chris.
Yes.
Laura, look at those two over there. You talk about two different people. There's a half full and a half empty sitting over side by side.
Some people can't be fixed.
Laura in Huntsville. Laura, go ahead.
Good morning.
Hey.
My husband and I are both graduates of actually Memphis State University.
Okay.
And we're big football fans.
Tigers.
And Saturday, I have to tell you, she knows her football. But all I could think of is the way that you mimic her.
Yeah.
I couldn't get away from it.
I know.
We were even trying to do it.
Yeah.
Oh my goodness.
Yeah. It's the presentation.
it may be a little of the RG3 thing. Maybe trying to overdo it a little bit.
Right. Yeah. If she would just talk
Well, I think it's
normal.
Yes.
You don't have to hype me up for the game.
Well, she was the lead commentator too.
Oh, I
she
know.
had the floor.
I know. I know.
That hurts.
Anyway, we've had our fill. This is somebody else's turn for the rest of the season.
Laura, thank you for listening to me call the Tigers. Memphis Tigers. Biloxi, Mississippi. Mark standing by. Mark, go ahead.
Good morning, fellers. How are y'all today?
Good,
How about it, Mark?
Hey, go ahead.
You can thank this president for the price of diesel because my diesel bill is about $2,500 a week. and I have to pass that on to whoever I'm hauling for, which in turn causing you to pay more at the grocery store.
Of course.
So that's ridiculous. $2,500 a week. Think about that for diesel to run a truck right now.
Unbelievable. And I don't know why Americans don't understand that. All that eventually ends up on all of our plates and coming out of all of our checkbooks. And I don't know why they can't understand that.
And, inflation in different sectors can have some different causes, but the underlying thing through all of it is transportation. If you want to make a difference on the inflation, if you can lower transportation costs, you go across the board immediately. And everything this administration's doing, they just marked off more land that you can't drill on. Their permits that had already been, leased in Alaska, they're canceling them. They canceled the pipeline, which was good union jobs, by the way. We all, old Union Joe, that's all we hear about. Yeah. I don't know. They don't get it. I guess they think that's going to force us into the EV world. But you're going to price everything so high, everybody's going to be broke before they ever get a battery car.
And we're all going to pay it. Why don't we understand that?
Yeah, nobody's going to magically pay that bill somewhere along the way.
Rick in Alexander City. Rick, go ahead.
Yes. I'd like to know your comment on Beth Mowin calling the Talladega race.
Talladega Super Speedway coming to the wire. The race this weekend, can you imagine? Oh, right. Coming to you from Talladega.
Had NASCAR suffered enough past 10 years?
Yeah, they're coming out of turn 4. Yeah, I heard they had another exciting race.
Well, she would have come apart if she was calling this one going to the wire.
You're supposed to give us the update.
I haven't been on top of things this year.
You're the race guy.
I completely.
Football season kind of takes all the NASCAR and sucks it in.
I don't know what happened. All of a sudden, I looked and there was a race, and I didn't realize.
Well, they weren't talking about it on this show. That's probably why I didn't know about it.
Rick, I have a question. Is your southern drawl disappearing?
We'll talk about that when we come back.
Rick and Bubba.
Really gets tickled. She has these different sounds that she'll start making this different laughs. And at one time, I thought was my wife okay? I mean, it's something. And I walk back in there and I just see tears, and she's just kicking, just like you're talking about how Betty does. She starts just kicking the footstool in front of her. And somebody had, and I guess I need to send this to Adler too, but people started sending us pictures yesterday that were from the whole graduation and the thing the church did, and we even got stuff from the ball game that weekend. We wrapped up a lot of stuff in one weekend. We just I put that out on Instagram today. We wrapped up the sport, we wrapped up school, we wrapped up the church sending the latest out and all that. Right. But anyway, so now people are sending obscure pictures they just happen to grab. Right. And somebody, I tell you who it is, because he's been taking pictures on and off at events. Now this is the one that had Sherry going first of all. Look at the one on the board right now. The photo bomb. This was a family that was taking a picture of their kid.
Look at Rick,
and they look in the background at the ultimate photo bomb of all time. What are you doing? Listen, and Sherry got to laughing at this. She said, "First of all, you're like you're about 10 feet tall."
You do,
because I'm up on the steps and people are coming down the steps.
Yeah. I saw that. That's awesome.
And she said, "Rick, what are you doing right here?"
That is.
And I said, "I tell you what I'm doing. I'm trying to round the family up, and I'm pointing."
It looks like you're doing it on purpose.
Yeah, it looks like I'm doing it on purpose, doesn't it?
I thought you were.
And it was like, I wish it was. I wish I could claim it. But what's really happening here is behind me. See, first of all, my wife, who claims she's 5'2", and she's not 5'2". So she's probably 5'1", maybe. But so she gets into these crowds and she just goes. I mean, just like you just lose her. Well, then everybody behind me is trying to get me. Then I lost y'all, and I was trying to get. I think y'all can see me, and I've got my hand up saying, if you can see me,
that's a perfect photo.
Keep moving in this direction. But so
it's claustrophobic getting out of there.
Oh, it was. But anyways, it looks like I'm photobombing from a
it's like you're posing
on a podium.
And Sherry got to laugh because she was like, you look like you're a giant standing in the middle of all these people. Photobomb.
Yeah.
So I'm sorry I'm in that family's picture, but then the guy, that wasn't it. But then somebody who, you remember Todd Krasinski?
Yeah.
He took a much. He was there because he has another family member that was graduating, and he took shots of the family us sitting there on those two rows, like going through this long deal and the different faces we're making. Yeah. And Sherry is in there, and she's like, I mean, she's screaming and gets going back because they catch Lisa one time going, making some sort of face, and her and Lisa got to going last night on that.
She was trying to tell me about it.
Greg and I were trying to sleep, and they were both screaming and laughing. And I've got some look on my face, something's happened. And then you see other people, other members of the family just struggling. I'm talking about the different faces.
It was quite a ceremony.
It really was. Adler, I'll send those to you too.
Yeah,
we can do some of those. So anyway, now we're getting all the weird. Yeah, but doesn't that look like that's the ultimate photo bomb?
Yes.
I mean, that almost looks like a photo bomb award, doesn't it?
It does.
But I really didn't know I was in the picture. I really was trying to get the family out of the crowd.
That's good.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
First of all, you got to see this last picture that I just sent Adler. Did you get it, Adler? This is somebody that was. This is my.
The gravy, please. Rick and Bubba. Ooh, it brings me to my knees.
It's 9 minutes to the top of the hour. The Rick and Bubba Show, 866 We Be Big is the number. Thank you for being with us today. A brand new Rick and Bubba University. The podcast is available from the weekend. If you haven't caught it, catch our interview with Vincent Everett Ellison. Vince Ellison is with us. Crime Incorporated, the brand new book. And wow, what a conversation it was. So go grab that wherever you get podcasts today if you haven't already. All right, so you said, Bubba, that there's a chance that the Southern accent may be leaving?
This is a big story in the Daily Mail today. The Southern accent is disappearing because Generation Xers talk so much different than their baby boom parents, according to scientists. The study is a collaboration between the University of Georgia and Georgia Tech, and it shows that Xers have a notable change in how they speak. The researchers studied hours of spoken word from people of different generations and saw that the accent is becoming lighter and lighter as speakers got younger. The explanation was that the demographic shifts saw more people move to the South, which led more young people to adjust their speech to match their peers.
And coming down here and infiltrating us. Come
There
on.
you go.
Like hemorrhoids. They come down, won't go back up.
The famous Southern drawl is set to become extinct because Generation Xers from the Deep South speak so much different than their baby boomer parents, according to the study. Rick, they've done this, and it's quite a bit of numbers in here. I won't go through all of that. But they're saying Generation X is typically seen as anyone being born from 1965 to 1982, while boomers were born between 43 and 64, and we're on the tail end of that. Oscar winner Julia Roberts is perhaps the most famous Georgia-born Gen Xer. I'm just mentioning her as an actress in her speech.
All right. Okay, well, that's...
but they break down all of this and da-da-da-da-da. They even used recordings of people in the early 19th century, and they said they have noticed this pattern. Now, I don't know how people from outside the South categorize this, but for me, and I think you guys are probably on the same path, I don't really think about it a whole lot, one. But we have people that speak country, and we have people that speak Southern.
It's different.
And then we have what I call the Foghorn Leghorn group. Okay, that's the Wiregrass area
That's
from the Old
that's
South.
your Old South, yeah.
Where they say,
Say that.
Belvedere, Hillboy. They talk just like Foghorn Leghorn.
Martha,
Your car.
your mother.
Sweet
Let me borrow your
Magnolia.
hammer.
Oh, yeah, Martha.
And when I run into one of these, what I call the Foghorn Leghorn group, I notice it immediately. I go, "Wow, that's that old Southern right there."
Oh,
but
yes.
I've always thought that we speak country, not Southern.
Correct.
Yeah.
Now, what is
Hillbilly,
funny,
sadly.
my daughter will at times would make fun of me and Betty, saying that we spoke country, and she speaks just like we do. Okay.
Yeah.
Now, my son, not as much for some reason. He's a little more Midwest.
Well, I was going to
But-
say that because it really the point. Like, I'm the last year of the Boomers, which
Right.
is 64.
Yep.
And then Sherry is 70, so she's a Gen Xer, and Sherry does not have a country accent, and so our children don't either, but I do, and I'm like, so has that influenced them? Because I noticed that, like, my kids don't talk like me; they talk more like their mother. Which,
Well, I know
and a lot of
this.
it probably has to do with who all they run around with.
I can take this study to some areas in this state in the South in
Like-
general that'll blow that theory right out of the water.
Oh yeah.
I
Depends on where you do and you poll.
I personally have family reunions that it is alive and well.
Amen.
You know, you don't have to worry about it. And I'm leading the charge.
But I have found it odd that my kids don't really talk the way I do.
Well, how about in my case? I think, now she doesn't, but I know she does. I have one that does and one that doesn't as much.
Right.
Isn't that funny?
Yeah.
We got friends that went to high school with that moved up to like Illinois right out of school, and if they're home and when we talk to them, they sound Northern, but they say everybody up there says they sound Southern.
Of course,
but
yeah.
they
Mhm.
don't. But you can't help. You start talking by the way you hear.
Yeah.
They didn't do it on purpose, but it's a thick Northern accent, I think. But they say the people up there still tell them they talk Southern.
It is going the way that this study, and here's what I mean by that.
I
will pick at my parents for, and I think no way I sound like that.
Right.
Okay, I'm not near as bad as that. Country,
Mhm.
whatever you want to say, Southern country, whatever.
Right.
And my kids are starting to do it to Amanda and I.
Right.
And so,
Fading away.
and I think, really, because I don't, compared to that, I'm really not. And they're like, oh, yes, you are, Dad. So it is going that way.
Well, if you think about English as a whole, our English in America is so different than England. We even have words spelled different. I mean, you see that kind of wying off. But I think the influence in our country, we have so many different cultures that have piled in.
Yeah.
And we have, we take words and phrases from different groups, and it kind of becomes the new normal.
Yeah. Makes sense.
Well, and again, you really have to clarify, and you made the point, Bubba, right out of the gate. Are y'all talking country or y'all talking Southern?
Yeah.
Because that's two
Because
different
there's, there's Gary and then there's Southern.
Right.
Well, like I say, basically, in this state, there's exceptions. Mostly the northern part is more country, and then the southern part's more
old Southern.
school.
Wiregrass.
Yeah.
I just got to remember to open my mouth.
Yeah,
That
we
is
do
me,
mumble.
as
I'm
well.
bad about it.
Oh, me too.
Yes.
I get lazy.
But
mouth.
even if you go back and you listen to speeches that were done maybe by politicians or whatever in the 40s during World War II, Kennedy era stuff, it sounds so much different to me than a lot of them now.
Yeah.
I tell you what you can pick up on real quick, and you can go ahead and make your own comments against us, but you also can tell comparing old speeches is that we are not near as well educated as we once were.
No, they were. They had a command of the English language. that
Their
was much greater.
command of language and grammar was so far ahead of where we are, and where we're going. It is.
You can tell that by the tests that we took. If you look back in the 40s, 50s, and 60s and look at the tests that elementary school kids took compared to what they're taking now, what you took in elementary school back then, some of the high school
couldn't do at this point.
Oh,
It's
they
amazing.
show the curriculum from way
We've
back.
dumbed it. We've dumbed everything down.
Well, we got to get them numbers like we want.
That's exactly right.
They say the biggest shift happened post World War II, and they are saying that with TV, the cable, now online, you're hearing so many different voices compared to what you used to hear that it's accelerating the process.
Yeah, I need a calculator just to figure out what 7 years ago was.
Right.
Oh, I know.
Yeah, no.
When's the last time you heard somebody use numbers like that?
Well, that's the reason why I thought the reboot, the upgrade or the later version of True Grit with Jeff Bridges. Did you notice? See, they went in there and had the people talk the way they really talked then. Yeah. You know, John Wayne when they really didn't. Right. And you realize that their grasp of the language and the words they would use and the way they were taught was so much more advanced, even in the Wild West, you know, because of the curriculum of those community schools.
Well, Rick, I'm going to do my part to try to keep Southern dialect alive and well.
But I think, you know what?
Thank you, sir. You're welcome.
This whole show can do our part, I promise you, and we're doing our part.
Thank you, Belvedere.
Sadly. Top of the hour.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Man, remember we've just heard that they're going to do the awards and the normal graduation combined. And look at our reaction.
Oh, that's classic. That is classic.
Look, you got my little nephew's just like he's just giving up. Like he just throws his head down.
That is so good.
Big Love's in shock. There's Pearson. He's like, that can't be true. Sherry's like trying to look, you know, oh, okay, we're all going to be okay.
So many different, facial responses here to what's going on.
It looks like an entire family that's facing a trial.
Yeah,
it really does. Look at my face. Lisa and I have the strongest reaction. My mother's just giving up and like I'm going to sleep.
Right.
But look, Lisa and I can't believe what we just heard. And let me tell you, Sherry got to laughing at these pictures last night, and she was screaming. Good. Greg, a lot of people want me to comment that the shirt that you came with.
What's wrong with my shirt?
Well, I mean, it's
long sleeve.
It's kicking. I mean, it's just, you know, it's I mean, I'm just talking about.
I saw Jordy take a shot at me, but you know what? I would get him one, but they don't have it in his size. I don't think.
Oh, he said, the minute he texted that, I said, Jordy, you realize how quick a fat joke's coming back, right?
Yeah. I don't think they make them that.
Why tie into that?
You know what I did for all? You know what I did last night? Last night, you go and Greg talk about Jordy. It's going to slay you. So he's there's this incredible story involving the Hens. As a matter of fact, local news has done a story on them this week, and it's an incredible story. And they may bring the person involved by to see a little bit of the show tomorrow, and I'll tell you the story. But it's an unbelievable story. But anyway, so there was a gathering about that last night at the church, and we were having a men's meeting for the men's ministry. And I said, well, I'm gonna drop by there, you know, say hello and check in on that on the way out. So I walk in, and Jordy is doing what you and I have talked about many times in the large community. He's got a shirt tucked in.
Look, there's a lot of us got a little extra there, but why are you tucking in and framing it and wrapping it like in?
So you know, we met Dawson. Met Dawson. You know, who the big large kid that came on that and so Jordy and his family, of course, he's a part of their family now and has been doing great. And I walk in, I said, Dawson, because I said, go over and tell your dad to untuck his shirt. And all of a sudden, I look over a few minutes ago, and his shirt's undone. He said, I did it. I did it. I said, you can't be a tuck in. So I told him, I said, Jordy, the problem with us in the large community, clothing jokes, we're always going to lose on.
Yeah.
I mean, we just can't really do clothing jokes because it's so much material that can come back on us. So anyway, but I really enjoyed those. And Todd, thanks for sending pictures, and other family members who sent pictures of other things we didn't see. It's been a lot of fun. Now I know that Bubba, you anytime, speaking of the large community, anytime there's a food scare, you and I know we talked. I know the kickoff hour hit it, so you may have heard that. This may be a follow up to that. But if you want to terrify fat people, have any kind of food recall, especially a food item that's pretty well known and pretty much consumed by all large people.
And Rick, we have a holiday, a long weekend
Memorial
coming
Day,
up.
it's grilling time.
Hot dogs are just going to be the thing. And here we got a recall on hot dogs.
Not hot dogs. I mean,
a ton of hot dogs.
Of all things, not hot dogs.
A ton of hot dogs?
Did you say 1 ton?
1 ton of hot dogs recalled due to concerns about metal pieces that could be in the meat.
We talking you standard? Are we talking all beef? What are we talking?
Vienna beef franks.
Vienna beef franks.
Yep. I don't eat that brand.
Yeah, over 2,000 pounds.
Okay,
I've
I'm
never
good.
even
Beef
seen
hot
that
dog.
brand.
I'm good. I don't eat that brand.
How about it's a 126-year-old Chicago-based business?
I don't think where we live that Frank is even in the store.
It's
not
it's not.
It's not a Frank of the
It's
South.
prominent in a number of states, restaurants in Illinois, Indiana, and Wisconsin.
That's not a Southern Frank.
Is that a pretty good Frank, Northern people? Y'all like it? Y'all like the Vienna beef Franks, Chicago's hot dog?
Now, Rick, they said
like
when
them
they
Oscar
realized they had a problem, they reported it to the USDA Department of Agriculture.
Angus.
But I mean, how does this happen? How does this
So, where did the metal come from?
Well, I'm sure it's some of the processing equipment. They had something shear off and
like,
do something.
Do some like I'm picturing in my mind some metal like
It's
threads.
filings,
That's what I'm
some
picturing.
kind of shavings or something.
Right.
I mean, I hate to, just pierce an intestine or something. But I mean, I hate to have to get a metal detector and run over your hot dog before you eat it.
Or over your stomach if it's too late.
Mean, what in the world?
Who made the
Can you not
discovery?
just have a hot dog?
Right.
Who was inspecting the machine? Goes, guys, we may have a metal problem.
Oh, yeah.
Metal problem.
The metal detector just went off.
Come on, got
man.
shavings.
They say that these beef franks are sold to restaurants in Illinois, Indiana, Wisconsin. But Rick, you never know though when they might ship some to somebody else and they repackage. You know what I mean? You never
put
know
a different
about
brand
this
on
thing.
it. You're
Yeah,
right. Put a
who
different.
knows?
Yeah, they said they feel like they caught all the packaging before everything got out, but they think that some might still be like in some restaurant refrigerators or freezers or something like that. So that's why they're recalling.
So you go to a restaurant, you don't know where they're getting their food from. It could be some central distributor from one of these other states or something.
Yeah, because these aren't sold in
you
grocery
can't even
stores,
have a
only
hot
restaurants.
dog, y'all. You can't.
Well, what you're talking about is right. There could be a restaurant that says, "I'm trying to be sharp by getting this hot dog that's not down in this region."
Yeah,
And next
or
thing,
they may have a centralized distribution thing and send it from somewhere else. Who knows?
I want those of you in these states, because we have viewers and listeners in these states, especially Illinois. Is this a good dog? Is everybody do y'all like this? I'm with you, Greg. If it's left up to me, I'm Oscar Mayer beef frank.
Yeah, the Angus beef.
And boy, they're
That's
good.
a good one.
And it also makes a great sparrow dog.
It does.
You realize sparrow dog season is back?
Sure.
Six minutes past the hour from the No Name Studio, living on the bleeding edge of technology. From Sweet Home, Alabama, to the world, your connection to the real world. The gang all here, Speedy, the real Greg Burgess, Eddie Van Adler, Helmsy, all in the mix today. And welcome back, Bill Bubba Bussy.
Rick, glad to be here, and thank all of you for joining us. It's a little party on the back porch called Rick and Bubba.
Working at the car wash. Okay, so we got some other things to cover today that we still have not unpacked. But one of those, I remember when we showed on the show this thing, is it called the Sphere, Adler? Is that what it's called?
Yeah, in Las Vegas.
Yeah, in Las
they
Vegas.
can light up the outside or the inside to it, Rick. It's just, it's
cool.
basically, it looks like a big volleyball sitting there.
Yeah.
And the inside and the outside's a giant TV screen.
Yeah, and I remember showing it when they were playing with it, but
Look at
now
that.
I understand that
Look at that, Rick.
you too.
How funny is that sitting there in the middle of town, big as life?
I know they've done a concert inside of it. Is that correct, Adler?
Yes. U2 has started their Las Vegas residency at the Sphere.
Oh, they stay there the whole time?
Yeah,
They're going to play about 20-something shows, I think.
Yes. Initially, the creative director for U2 thought it was a terrible idea because of the dome-shaped building. Typically, would be terrible for audio, but they solved that issue by putting over 160,000 speakers inside.
Say that again.
160,000 speakers, literally.
Didn't it cost like $2 billion?
It's over $2 billion. The screen is around. We watch TV at like 1K, which is regular HD, 4K, which is better HD. This is a 18K screen, around 72 TVs worth of information that they're showing, and I'm done reading, so I can just show you guys now. Sorry. This is how they can change this perspective of it just by changing the video that's being played. And you can see there's U2 down there. So this place holds I think it said 15,000, something like that. 18,000, that's right.
Look at that.
And so the wall goes all the way to the top. It's a dome of a screen above you. And they can change the perspective of it by changing and it looks like the ceiling is coming down now. Look how insane this is. And it's just changing the perspective. Yeah, the perspective of the video makes it seem like. And so that's one thing U2 really liked. They're like, well, we can make it feel like this is more intimate of a venue by bringing the ceiling down. And it kind of turns into a normal room after that. But you guys,
Adler, do you have the video where it looks like they're in the desert?
Yes, I do.
Rick, it looks like there's a stadium you're sitting in, and it's out in the middle of a desert. It's look at that.
It does.
Oh wow,
it's crazy.
That's the same stage you just saw.
Yes.
Wow. They also show movies there, right?
I'm sure they're going to show all kinds of. I mean, just content.
Look how
content.
The background matches the seats that are there, so it looks like it's a bigger stadium than you're in.
And the sun rose and set, and it's just the visuals are just unbelievable. Everybody's saying concerts just leveled up. They just leveled up concerts.
The visual part of it's amazing.
Yes.
And the audio was fine?
Oh, yeah. They said it was fantastic.
Well, what's the ticket to get in that?
There it goes.
I'm sure it's
No, I'm just thinking if it cost $1 billion or $2 billion, however many you said, they're going to get their money back somehow.
Yeah. This
looks
show
like
is
the wall is opening up to the outside.
Yeah.
I mean, they can just do any kind of illusion with that. It's crazy.
Yeah, the ceiling coming down, y'all, is messing with my brain.
Yeah,
if you're one of these people that they say strobe lights may cause you to have a seizure,
or vertigo,
you can't even go in there.
I know.
Could you ever go to a show in there?
Don't look up.
I mean, that's something.
I wonder what maintaining this takes.
Oh my goodness!
What about the power bill?
That's what I'm saying.
Oh my goodness!
What about the first person that said, "You know what? I think I got an idea."
I mean, look how complicated all of it can be.
Yeah, it is nuts. And you can see they've got little screens. There's the Edge playing guitar. So they do the kind of the image magnification too, where it shows the actual people on stage, but it looks like they're incorporating it into the insane visuals.
Yeah,
that they have going.
That's cool. I mean, they're no Barry Manilow.
The stage is not rising, but because the background's going down, it looks like it's going up.
Sure, it's just
and the outside part of it, when it's a big eyeball sitting there at night, or the smiley face. How weird is that?
I can't wait till Morgan Wallen gets in that place.
It won't be long till the NFL draft is in there. I'll tell you.
Yes.
But is this the future of venues? Is this what they're all going to look like?
Oh, yeah. You'll start thinking you're a loser if you're not playing something a little nicer.
I mean, you're inside a video game, you know?
Yeah.
You really are.
So
from the outside, you see it like a big Pac-Man.
Yeah.
You know?
I know.
An eyeball or whatever.
Yeah, that'd be
strange.
And people are treating it like a Times Square. They put ads up on there for the newest Mortal Kombat game and all this stuff. But
there's some income coming in.
That's what I was going to say. They need to monetize it somehow.
The U2 show is going to be 25 dates, and if the venue keeps the money, this is for just initial sales. It looks like it's going to be around 400 to 1,400 for the tickets. The venue, just on face value sales, will make $270 million off of those 25 shows from U2. So they're starting to chip away at that $2 billion.
They will. Yeah, it'll be gone in no time.
So what do you think U2 gets?
They get jacked.
I bet it's a good number.
They get a mil per show.
Do you think they got a guarantee, or they?
Oh yeah.
I think I'm with you, Adler. I think that $25 million is probably their take easy minimum.
I'd say more than that.
Yeah, and but you're probably right.
Wait, the venue holds 18,000. If I said that earlier.
Wow.
Man, let's do our 30th anniversary tour.
Yeah.
Could you imagine us in there?
I can.
I'm afraid
I can imagine. I can imagine a lot of empty seats.
No.
Well, that's the beauty of it.
They can make them look big like the old people there.
Yeah. What if we all passed out, though, from all that going on stage, fell right off the front?
Somehow I just don't picture these promoters getting excited about us saying, well, they said, what do you think y'all could do? I said, I bet we could do 1,000 people.
Hey, don't you limit yourself.
Right, you're right. Mike could get 1,200.
Think of Dip and Dan up on that stage.
Oh, can you imagine?
Hello, everybody, body.
Really, if you look at it.
Echo in there a bit.
How about this? Everybody might have a better experience if we just went ahead and pre-recorded everything. You just sit there and watch it on the big screen.
You know, if they have that many speakers, Adler, they probably can control the echo by phasing things out to cancel out where they want it to and add in other places. They probably don't have an issue with
Thought running sound at church was hard.
I know.
Imagine that.
Well,
That gig would be tough.
the beauty of it is a lot going on, but the beauty of these residencies is you're not going on the road.
Yes.
No.
You're staying at that place and you're playing with it all the time and you're really getting it dialed in.
So the guys
Sweet.
can just show up. I mean, there ain't a lot of setup and worry about
Yeah,
it.
you're not breaking it down, having to go somewhere and set it back up again.
Look at that. That is crazy.
Isn't that something?
It's hurting my head watching it on TV. I can't imagine being in it.
I know.
It made your
It'd be a
hair
little
stand up,
overbearing.
Bubba.
It'd be a little overbearing.
Made your hair stand up.
Look at it.
Spiked it right up there.
They said this is where Joe Biden's going to announce his next run for president.
that would be good.
Imagine him in
Picture
there.
that.
Well, maybe they can use an AI Joe to do it.
Make
Make him better.
Well, we're going to have to get one.
I think
You know
they're
you're
doing
going to see that in ads too. By the way, they're all going to be
yeah.
better than they are.
The screen is nine stories tall.
Wow. I wonder who designed all that, because you don't just go down to Best Buy and get those screens.
160,000 square feet.
Wow.
Big TV. That's a big TV.
We'll be back. More Rick and Bubba next.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Yeah.
Golly.
On the staff, I think you probably have the most hot dogs of anybody.
Let me tell you, I
Yeah,
love.
I mean-
I love a good grilled hot dog. I love it. I love a spiral. The spiral dog is simple, but it's fantastic. And I'm yet to have a person that has had a spiral dog that just said I really hated that. I mean, it's simple. There's nothing
And
complicated.
good old hot
Right
dogs.
there, that's
Good
what
old hot dogs are good anyway.
Well,
Look,
you're
let
a
me ask
jumbo.
you this.
You a jumbo
What you
guy?
looking for?
You a jumbo guy?
Does that say jumbo?
Yeah.
No, I want regular.
Yeah, I do too. I like bun length.
Yeah.
That's.
Hams, I heard you.
Yeah, I agree with that.
You know,
I agree with that.
there's nothing worse than there's more bun than there is Frank.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Or
Well, let's face
really,
it.
really.
How about
or
this, guys?
Either way,
You don't
Rick,
want
is
that.
not a
You
good
do
match. Either way, it's not a good match.
You don't want that.
No.
You don't want that.
So
How about I usually just when I'm grilling, I just eat the hot dog right off the grill. I
Oh,
don't
I do
waste
too.
time with the bun or
Yeah.
anything.
Yeah.
Now
Yeah.
I'll dump me a little barbecue sauce and dip it in it.
Let me tell you.
Oh, I do too.
yeah.
I
Let
do
me tell
too.
you my
It's good.
standard. My standard move is
I'm
this.
gonna burn it.
I'm gonna cook hot dogs, and then when I first come out of the gate, there'll be one hot dog that is consumed while grilling.
Yes.
With nothing, no bun,
Just-
no nothing.
just the old
Then
frame.
there's going to be a few standard hot dogs in a bun with the things I like on it.
Yeah.
Then I will end with more without a bun.
Yeah. You always got to close that.
Well, I'll usually start with one before I cook it, then the second one off the grill, and then maybe one or two during the meal.
You don't eat it raw. Just
I used to eat them that way all the time.
I did when I was a kid.
So Oprah, now I'm going to go back since it's 25 years of Rick and Bubba. And we call this the T-shirt incident when we learned that handouts do not work. Because when there's handouts, if people do this out of the goodness of their heart, they should stand along with each individual doing what they feel called to do or want to do. But what happens is then everybody starts saying, well, there should be handouts for everybody. And we learned that in the early days of Rick and Bubba T-shirts when we were just getting started. We made the mistake of offering free T-shirts. And what we wanted was for everybody to have one. Well, what happened? Well, I want 5. 5
For all my family that's not here.
For all my family, and so well, that's not that. Surely you don't. How do you
see
feel?
the idea of the free T-shirt is to encourage people to come out and be part of the fun that's going on, and drive feet to the business.
Guys, I've had people at church. We give a little giveaway to the kids as they're walking out. I've had families multiple times. Hey, can I get some for my kids at home?
No, you're right.
I mean, it happens everywhere.
Yeah, the handout doesn't work because it's never enough. And now Oprah is learning this the hard way because you remember was it Robert Smith, the billionaire?
Robert F. Smith, yes.
Robert F. Smith, the billionaire, who did a wonderful thing because that's between Robert F. Smith, if he believes in God, the God he serves, or whatever he feels calls him to use what he has been given to help other people, and we certainly applaud that.
I thought it was outstanding what he did, and it's just a great picture of an American success story and him wanting to give back. I don't know his politics, but it was just an outstanding thing.
It doesn't matter, like you said, it doesn't matter. I mean, this particular act was somebody saying, "I've been blessed, and I'm going to bless others, and I'm paying off student loans." to the tune of $40 million for the students of Morehouse. I thought that was great, the class he was speaking to. Well, here's what happens. Instead of that being celebrated, now Oprah is being vilified by people who know nothing about Oprah, and we're certainly not the show known as the
Rick,
Oprah Defenders.
Yeah, how many shows have we spent defending Oprah? That'd be probably zero.
Right.
Okay, but right's right and wrong's wrong, and now she's being dogged because she's a billionaire, and she's not paying off people's loans when she goes to make a speech. I mean, really, people, is that where we're at? So that's what you got to do today.
So we got Robert F. Smith does $40 million to pay off student loans. And you know what the response is? Well, why isn't Oprah doing that? And, of course, Oprah has defended herself, as she should, saying, you might want to check in on my life before you start vilifying me. I give away millions and millions of dollars to universities all over the country to try to offer scholarships and to give people opportunity at education. So I have been giving back, and I've been giving back a lot for a long, long time. And now you're ripping me on social media, which is the problems with some of the social media, but you have no idea what you're talking about. Yeah. How about this? But that still doesn't matter. If Oprah didn't give a dime to any university, Robert F. Smith did what he did because he felt like that's what he could do and wanted to do. But that does not mean now that college students think, oh, here's the idea. All we do is go after celebrities that have been wealthy and try to guilt them into paying off our student debt. Can I tell you at the end of the day who should pay off student debt? The person who took it out.
That's right.
All right, and so and because it's responsible. You know who should pay off the credit card? The person who ran up the bill.
Pass the gravy, please. Ooh, it brings me to my knees. I can't start another day without
20 minutes past the hour, the Rick and Bubba Show, 866-WE-BE-BIG number. I didn't know it, but I had some text about it. We'll hit the Biden stuff here too, Adler. I had some text about it, and then somebody just mentioned it to me in the lobby. That the Blind came out over the weekend. The Phil Robertson story, and I'm hearing great things that it is a powerful movie. I mean, I know his story's powerful. We've heard it, and you never know where that's going to translate on the screen or how the actors will do and all that. But I've had a couple people who did see it this weekend. I didn't know it was out this weekend. I would like to have gone.
I saw Phil and his wife leaving the theater.
Okay.
Going back somewhere. And that's the only way I knew it was out. I saw it on social media.
I knew it was coming out, but I didn't know it was this past weekend. So I hate that I missed it, but I will try to go see that. It's just, see, my birthday's tomorrow, maybe. So maybe, I'm trying to think what I've got going tomorrow. That might be a possibility. I don't know. We're really kind of this week, and I don't have any problem with it whatsoever. The family's almost like, we love you. And I'm like, I know, 59's not a biggie. Well, let's do something on 60. And they're like, we got a wedding this week. Yeah. We got a lot going on, and you just got to get on the back burner. Yeah. And that's fine with me. I don't want trouble. I don't want drama.
That is your present.
Yeah, everything running smoothly for the wedding is a gift to me, and it's the only birthday gift I need.
There you go.
No drama, no issues, all good. So, everything's fine. Nobody's got to worry about Daddy. He'll be just fine. Let's just, there ain't no greater gift to me than let's get this thing done.
Yeah.
Let's get all this smooth. Let's get all this put down. Let's get it. Now, everybody get your tux on time. Who knows if you'll all get them turned back in.
Right. Let's try them on when you get there so we know they fit.
It's just, everything's going to be all right. Everything's going to be good.
Keep up with everything.
Right. Everything's going to be great. Of course, I'm having a good time with these two because neither one of them, the bride and groom, like to be in the spotlight.
Oh, boy.
And I keep claiming.
This is going to be a tough weekend for them.
Yeah. And so I was talking, I'm doing things like, all right, now, Cameron, I'm looking at how we're going to do here, and I've talked to the director, and right here is where y'all will sing Endless Love to each other. And she, what? Yep. I just not the whole thing, just the first verse into the chorus. And I'm having a blast with that. That will continue all week. So, but Bubba, our president, here we go. Here. We've got our Biden clips. This is always a lot of fun for us to realize this person's running the free world. Well, he's really not, but he's the face of
Where'd
it.
it go?
Where'd it go? He's hiding in the basement.
Everybody knew.
Basement Joe.
Okay.
Basement
Let's
Joe.
see what he's trying to say here. This one, he's got something to do with Speaker McCarthy and a personal revelation. and we don't know what he's doing now.
Yeah.
Does he just
Kinda hard
lose?
to set it up.
Does he just lose his train of thought?
It's not good.
Hey,
Okay,
have,
all right.
have fun,
All
y'all.
right, okay, sorry, buddy.
Speedy, are you gone? Are you gonna?
Yeah, I'm gonna check out, and I'm gonna depend on Helmsy to translate.
All right, here we go.
I hope this experience for the speaker has been one of a personal revelation. I'm not being facetious. Anyway.
Do you hear the?
What was that?
Did you hear?
The air left
Did
him.
you hear the air?
Yeah.
Did you hear?
It leaked right out of it.
That's the way my conversation went with Amanda last night on the way home.
Oh yeah. But she was
That's the
sound
way
asleep.
it faded
wasn't she?
out. Yeah.
Yeah.
That was
Helmsy's
for Mississippi.
Helmsy's wife, if you didn't hear the story, said she would help him stay awake on a late drive back home, only to fall asleep during the conversation.
Yeah, completely out.
Yeah, and that's what it sounded like.
7 minutes. Yeah.
Can we hear that again?
He was referring, I think,
Unreal.
to vote to keep, the country. I guess the budget,
The shutdown.
the shutdown, and I guess he's saying maybe.
Now, what I love about it is he's trying to take the speaker to task.
Yeah.
He's trying to say, well, I hope you learned something from all this. That's something I can't even put together a thought.
Well, he's trying to tell him you can't depend on your Republican friends. You got to have some of us to help you out.
I'm a count.
All right, here we go.
Sounds great.
For the speaker has been one of a personal revelation. I'm not being facetious.
You always have to say something like that.
Anyway.
5.5.
Yeah, good night, y'all. Did you hear the sound of the air?
Yeah.
I thought he was a sleep stack.
I thought he was bending over.
Land of the Lost People, that was for you.
Yeah, the old sleep stack. You know, now that I think back, that was a really odd.
Oh, yeah.
Remember they go with these pylons and move these crystals?
For a kid show. All right, so next, he claims that Elon Musk's purchase of Twitter has made it so Americans have no notion whether news is true or not.
Well, at least before that, we knew it was not. So at least we have an option now to maybe be right.
Here we go.
What about what Elon Musk has done to Twitter, lowering guardrails against misinformation? Does that contribute to it?
Yeah, it does. Look, one of the things that I said to you when I thought I wasn't going to run, I was going to write a book about the changes taking place. And most of it's directed over the years for these fundamental changes in society by changing technology. Gutenberg printing in the printing press changed the way Europeans could talk to one another, all the way to today. Where do people get their news? They go on the internet. They go online. They go, and you have no notion whether it's true or not.
Yeah, as opposed to the ones that were there prior to him, where you and the White House were telling them what they could and couldn't run.
Right.
I'll take the latter, sir.
Sure.
Guys, we don't even know if an anchor sitting on the original three networks, they don't tell us the truth.
No.
What he's
And
saying
it's worse
is
now than ever.
You've got it. What he's saying is we've lost control of this area.
we had a monopoly, and you believe what we told you because that was the truth. Now we have somebody out there not following rules that we set up, and we don't like it.
Yeah, they were against the printing press too. Gutenberg's print. They were against that too.
Instrument of the devil.
He was like when Gutenberg did that, a few weeks ago.
Well, he should speak to it. He knowed him. He knew him personally. He knowed him.
He knowed him. All right. He knowed him, Paul. Helmsy, put on your thinking cap. Tell us what he's saying here.
He knowed him.
Here we go.
That's why I think that I want to increase the focus on the fundamentals here.
He ran out of bread.
That democracy, literally our democracy, is at stake, and it's by altering the institutional structures that protect it. And I think that we're in real trouble if that's not the case. That's why
watching the host nod like
he's glad to have the interview, and he knows he's got to come back with something, but he's thinking, my goodness, what am I going to do with this?
I love when the tyrannical giant central government left acts like they're concerned about the democracy. That's my favorite.
Yeah.
I mean, it's like
the one they've been trampling for the last 150 years.
It's like a coyote saying he's concerned about the safety of the chicken.
Yeah.
I'm really concerned about that fence. I mean,
please do two.
What is two?
We have time. Trump imitates.
Oh, okay. Yeah, let's do that. Yeah, I'll take this
the
all day
stage
long.
left and stage right thing bothers Trump
good.
too.
So Trump's doing it. I didn't know we had this little pearl.
Does anybody think he's going to make it to the starting gate?
Thanks.
I mean, the guy can't find his way off of a stage. Look, here's a stage. Here's the stage. I've never seen this stupid stage before, right? I've never seen it. But if I walk left, there's a stair. And if I walk right, there's a stair. And this guy gets up. Where am I?
Greg, he's against the wall. He can't go any further.
Where the hell am I?
You see, you got to admit, there's a definite difference there.
Well, if you don't want
it may not be your style, but at least he's coherent.
Well, if you don't want people to go toward a candidate like that, then don't create the atmosphere you've created.
Yes.
I mean, a candidate like that is what everybody's like, look, we got to do something. We got to blow this thing up.
Now, Trump is going to be in New York today where his civil fraud trial is beginning, so it'll be an absolute zoo in the Big Apple today.
There's a stand-up comedian that said Joe Biden leaves the stage like a Roomba.
Yeah, he goes to all the corners.
That's funny.
That's a good one. That is good. All right, we'll be right back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
So when it gets down to it, it's no one's responsibility to pay your bills. Nobody. But if someone does, praise the Lord, that's merciful and you love it, you don't turn around and say, well, then Oprah ought to do it too.
Well,
plus Oprah has been giving quite a bit for a long time.
Oh yeah, which $12 million, I think, and has awarded scholarships.
Well, it ain't $40 million.
Has awarded scholarships to more than 400 men, and is one of Morehouse College's top donors.
Yeah, well, let's go back to this.
Well, I think so now, for sure.
But here's the thing we're living in. Instead of celebrating Robert F. Smith and what he did and his ability to do it, now every speaker that if they think this speaker has been successful
You're wealthy.
and wealthy, now every speaker is going to be asked, well, why don't you pay off everybody's student loan today?
Yeah,
is that really the mentality? That's why welfare doesn't work. It's never enough.
Well, Rick, it's part of our culture now, this entitlement mentality.
Right.
Of they did it, so why don't you give me something for free? It's and it's so far from, and I know it's part human nature, but it's so far from the days of ask not what your country can do for you, but what you can do for the country. I mean, it's just we've had it so good for so long, we've just spoiled rotten.
No, yeah. Well, why didn't somebody pay my loan off? Is that the mentality? It's never over. Mm-mm. You know what we should do with any handout? You should say, you know what? If I was offered a leg up, I'm gonna work real hard that maybe one day I can offer somebody else a leg up. Yeah. Not everybody else goes, oh, is that the answer to student loans now? Where's my free college?
Which is what he said when he gave. He said, you should do this,
You know, if I was 18 to 24 years old, I would research Robert F. Smith, everything he's done, what he invests in, how he does it, and try to duplicate what he's done to the best of your ability.
Right. Yeah.
That's what you ought to do. That's why I mean you ought to spend 3 days doing that.
Yeah, absolutely. And then of course to be
and start small. Oh, I don't have that kind of money. Well, he didn't either when he started.
Right.
Start with $100. Turn it into $120. That's how it starts.
I know this is a crazy concept. How about trying to earn your way? I mean, I know that's outlandish, and I would say that to anybody.
I'm gonna look up old Robert today and see what he's been investing in.
Oh yeah.
Of course, Ocasio-Cortez said that it's a shame that he had to do that. Did you see her? She's complaining that the government people shouldn't have to pay for college. It's a shame that he had to.
Well, she's got it half right. The cost is too high, and we need to work to get that down. And there's some market forces could do that, but they've kind of worked together to get that up. And there's a lot of waste in that system. You know that. I mean,
right.
There's not a lot of accountability in it, and there's a lot of waste, and they've got the prices just ridiculous high. And the people who are making the money are the ones that are, peddling these loans and making the interest on it. And it's kind of a shame, but, we can always work. We want drug prices to be lower. We want college to be lower, everything. But there's a reason they're high, and you got to work on that.
Well, see, Casio Kid Cortez says, no, the answer to everything is to burden taxpayers with it.
Well, if you want to get the price down, make one payment that the government's going to do, and then you'll see it go way on up.
Top of the hour, more Rick and Bubba coming up right after this.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
On the wheel, Moultrie has goodies on the wheel. Grilling season with Memorial Day this weekend. Our Rick and Bubba spatula is on the wheel. Rick and Bubba T-shirts are on the wheel. But not everyone is a winner. We've got a Blaze TV subscription for you on the wheel. Free pound of BuzzBox coffee on the wheel. But also there are potential pitfalls. You could be eaten by Jaws if you land on Pippet. You don't win Jack if you hit Can't Have Nothing. And we all get to be entertained by Henry the Horse, but it's not a winner for the caller.
No.
So those are some of those out there. Does Dulio, you know what to do? Okay, so what are you waiting to hear?
Spin that wheel.
No.
Wow, what a wheel.
Wow, what a wheel.
Spin that wheel?
Not spin that wheel.
Can y'all see what Helmsy's doing on my computer, by the way?
What? I'm just sitting here. I'm running cover for the phones.
That's right. All right, so let's get her started. Let's go to beautiful Tupelo, Mississippi, where Travis is standing by. Travis, what do you say to Dulio?
Wow, what a wheel.
Go, Dulio. He's trying to find his. He doesn't know. He's got to figure out what his style is on the wheel. We'll see.
Well, he spun the lights right off.
He does.
There it is.
Watch out, Speedy. Boy, I could cut Speedy's head so easy.
Oh, I know.
Let's see
I
what
know.
happens
Much
here.
more dangerous than the extension cord.
Travis, yes. Oh, look at here.
Right out of the gate.
Yeah! Meat! Travis, meat it is. Meat it is. A $50 gift card to harryanddavid.com. Of course, spine fillets, New York strips. $35 minutes past the hour. Thanks for being with us. You know how sometimes everybody's like, all of us have this in our lives or know people that you go, look, don't bring up certain topics unless you got some time. And with me and my family makes fun of this is Field of Greens. Please do not bring up Field of Greens. If you bring up Field of Greens around me, I'm going on a monologue. Let me tell you, this product has been a game changer, and I absolutely love it. And really, because I got the same issue we all do. I mean, we can hear all day long about what fruits and vegetables we need to get in our diet because that's what our body needs, and that's how it's designed to run. But it's so hard to do it in just your regular diet. And nobody's out there helping you. Ain't nobody going to help you. Ain't nobody going to help you.
No.
But Field of Greens does it for you. This is a great product. None of us eat as healthy as we should. But, the Mayo Clinic says if you want to help prevent heart disease as well as lower blood pressure and cholesterol, I've seen all these things take place, eat 5 servings of fruits and vegetables every day. And a great way to be sure you do that, it's pretty simple. It's with Field of Greens. Go to fieldofgreens.com. Let me tell you, every single fruit and vegetable that Field of Greens makes up was medically selected by doctors to support your vital organs. Your heart needs it. Your lungs need this. Your kidneys. And yes, your immune system. Flu season is here again. It's coming right around the corner. It'll help you stay healthy because your body will be operating at peak performance. Why? Because it's got the right fuel. This is not complicated. So right now, go to fieldofgreens.com. Use the promo code Bubba. Get 15% off. They've got a new strawberry lemonade flavor for some of you that say, I want it to taste really good. I don't think the regular tastes bad, but if you want to try that flavor, you can. Fieldofgreens.com. Use the promo code Bubba. Save 15% today. Also find a link at rickandbubba.com under the sponsors button. So, Bubba, we talked about some of the things that happened over the weekend. Did anybody have little ones that watched Disney's Disney Plus, the animated version of the London game Sunday? Did any of y'all see that?
No, I didn't. I'm out of the loop.
Any of your little folks see that, Adler? Did y'all take a look-see?
Nah.
Greg, any of your grandkids?
No.
Speedy?
I went over strictly for show prep. I asked Terry if she minded if we split screen the games, kind of like what's going on now with Adler showing it.
Yep.
And so I watched a series. I just want to see how they went in and out of break too.
How do they make it work in real time with the game?
house.
Look,
They were about 2 plays behind, I guess.
Yeah, there's a little delay
for AI to figure out what was going on.
So they just synced it up here
Right.
so we could compare.
and look at all the different stuff and
Yeah, I know. It's a lot going on. in it.
and penalties and stuff. Didn't they have the Slinky Dog mark off the penalties or something like that?
Yes, the Slinky Dog was the chains. And and then they had the claw spotting the ball, which I didn't realize they were going to do all that. So that's pretty great.
Yeah. So,
but here's the Slinky Dog backing it up.
please look at this right here, Bubba. Look, Slinky Dogs.
Penalty.
Yeah.
Back it up.
That's a pretty funny deal, especially for kids. I think that'd been a lot of fun.
It's amazing the computer power and all that. Isn't it?
All my grandkids love Toy Story. So
I can't.
How about I like it?
I bet they did.
I do too.
I
I
do
get
too.
stuck watching the kids shows.
If you have to go today, and because these are 2 of my favorites, y'all may disagree. Cars or Toy Story series today, movie series, which one you going with?
Probably Toy Story.
Yeah, me too.
Say that again. Which
the movie series you going Cars or Toy Story? And I'm going to go Toy Story.
Yeah.
I got
Same here.
I got hung up yesterday watching Jungle Book with them. Pretty good.
The live or the old one?
The newest one.
Does it got live people in there or is it
A
animated?
little both.
A little bit of both.
Hey, his worst nightmare.
Wait a
but
minute,
with
can you get away with
grandkids.
it? You gave that a pass?
No, I mean it's really animated. The kid's the only one that's not.
Yeah. Does that bother you though? I think that's
But
a
they're
live
not
human interacting with
cartoony.
cartoons.
They're not really. Yeah, well, it's kids.
You talking about CGI stuff?
Yeah, that's what it is. It's a
Okay.
kids show.
Which you hate?
I hate action movies with all that.
Okay.
Kid shows, I'm okay. I'm okay with kid shows.
I'm just
but-
proving a point that your grandkids get a pass.
Yeah, they do.
They do. They absolutely.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
So also the Chargers Raiders video 7.
Yeah.
So we have
Got a hit here.
Jerry Tillery. Is that how you say his name?
Yeah.
They're calling this a cheap shot, and he got ejected.
He did get ejected. It went off into the sideline, the wrong sideline, unfortunately for him, because he was on the Chargers side, and the sideline went nuts.
Okay.
So you're going to see we're trailing out of bounds here, and a couple of feet out of bounds.
wow.
And
Yeah, a
he
little
hits.
late. That's a little late.
Oh,
And
wow.
he has a tough time getting out of there.
How about
He
that?
is surrounded.
That's a big old fella hitting the quarterback wide open, too. Look. I mean, this
Look
turns
at, he's
into-
just waiting it out.
Yeah.
I'm gonna eventually work my way out of here.
Is he at that point now where you can't believe you did it?
Yeah.
I mean,
Well, he
Because
ran.
those you don't really.
Rick, you run a long way to try to
Right.
catch the
You do,
quarterback. Then he
doggone
steps
it.
out of bounds, and you think, well, one more step, what would it hurt?
Right.
Yeah.
Here he comes, and I want to hit him.
click.
Bang.
Mm.
Yeah,
Yeah,
he was pretty far out.
You know how officials have tough calls to make. Don't you know that official said, "I have zero reservation."
And the ref is 2 foot from it right there. I mean, it's just he's right on top of it.
And it ain't like he just ran into him out of bounds. I mean, he hammered him. pretty good.
Yeah, he did.
and then they ejected him for that.
Yeah,
So
he's out.
He's out. So
Wow.
does he have to sit out the next game or anything?
They didn't say. I'm sure he's going to be fine. Take care of that.
Here's the other angle of it. Yeah, he was out. He was out.
He was half a step from being out of the line.
Look, he's done checked up. Wham.
Oh my goodness. How about this? The quarterback almost was asking for a cup of water. and then he
He's reaching unbuckle his strap.
Yeah, right.
He was so out.
He was.
Well,
It's a fast game.
It's a fast
Bing
game.
bang,
A lot
bing
going
bang.
on.
Yeah.
Lot going on. There'll be a fine with that one, won't there? And then we're not going to show the whole thing. You can just show it as a B-roll if you want to. Add it on 8. So speaking of cheap shots, Colorado's Travis Hunter actually invited Colorado State's Henry Blackburn to simply sit down and have a conversation so they could get to know each other.
Yeah.
Greg, where are you on this?
I think it's cool.
Sportsmanship,
Greg.
I thought it was pretty good. They both said, "Hey, there's so much hate around right now, and y'all think we're supposed to hate each other."
I would
Actually,
rather him at least arm wrestle. Right at the least.
Apparently, too, Blackburn called him after the game and contacted him to make sure he was okay and everything. After this, they sit there for a while and they actually go bowling together.
Well, how about that?
They
That was a little
bowling.
much. I had a bowler.
Should he be bowling
Greg
with a
would hate
lacerated
this.
liver? Should
I'm
he be
okay.
resting?
Let's get back to practice.
He seems to be fine. He was on the sidelines. Travis was in the USC game, but I don't know when he'll be back, if it's this week or when.
Greg, you know why I didn't get to play in the game, don't you? Because I love you more than I love this game.
That's right. And I want everybody to quote me on that.
Right. Unless this game, was maybe my 3rd year here and we're trying to get to the playoff.
Yeah, then it's different.
Then I'm back in.
Right now we're on house money.
Right now, Greg, everybody's in love with me, so I'm going to double down on that. And I'm going to do the right thing because I can get away with it right now.
That's right.
Yeah.
So of course, the things that get me about Prime is so fun. And look, I'm pro Prime. I think he's doing a good job and all that.
I get what he's doing.
But what's so funny, and he does do the character, but when they ask him who the best football coach was, I got a mirror.
I get a kick out of
stuff like that.
Because in the
owns me.
end, he told you who he really thought.
Yeah, so you want to ask me who the best football coach is right now in the country? Anybody got a mirror? But then he went on to talk. But I mean, those kind of comments.
But that's straight out of his his primetime role.
That's the reason why right now their jersey sales are through the roof,
Exactly.
and you can't get a ticket to the game.
He promotes his product very well.
Yeah. Well, and the key is when you want to see how much influence somebody has. No offense to Colorado fans, y'all don't misunderstand me. Y'all have had some good teams in the past, but it's been a while. But if you want to see somebody's true influence, is give them a product that's not doing well.
Yeah.
And then see how much of an impact they can make with a product that's difficult to sell. And
when they have to turn the battleship.
Yeah.
And even backing it up on the field.
Yeah.
I mean,
now, what is this cut for? We got a golf fan in the water?
Yeah, I don't know what this is. What happened to you?
Yeah. There was the big tournament this weekend. I don't follow golf. I just
Ryder
know.
Cup.
Thank you. So we had
one of them cups.
Yeah.
Speedy's got this if we need it.
Yeah, Speedy, you okay with it?
Please look.
Oh, this is great.
This old man fan said, "I'm jumping in the water. I don't care."
And why is he jumping in?
I don't know. Nobody knows. It looks like it was a dream of his, man.
Where was this at?
The Ryder Cup. I guess.
Where at?
Rome.
Okay.
Rome.
He went for it.
Yeah.
They better be glad they ain't alligators.
Old man jump.
Yeah,
he did an
a
old
lot of
man jump into the
alligators.
water.
What if he got up and the wig and the beard fell off and it was a guy from the goalpost at Ole Miss?
Same guy. That's his uncle.
So what happens
He
here?
moves
Do you get arrested then?
I'm sure you do.
Yeah,
I'm
he
sure
got
you do.
arrested.
Yeah.
I have a feeling they don't like that.
I mean, it's no streaking. But
they're
I mean,
probably not into
Yeah,
it.
well, it's and I know you were distraught. Did the American team do better, or did they?
I wasn't distraught, but we did
Little
get beat.
distraught. You were sitting there talking about it.
And-
Yeah, no, I was like, I wish they had played better. It was funny. You talking about how fake things can get on social media, and then they just start spreading to where now people start, thinking that the story that was fake is real. Patrick Cantley wasn't wearing a hat, and everybody said it's because he was protesting not getting paid. Of course, all that's made up.
So not wearing a hat is how you protest?
Yeah, it's all made up.
We'll take your phone calls to wrap up the hour.
Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Sits here and
I don't know what you're talking
acts
about.
like he's me.
Anyway,
I just
clearly
passed
was
on
speed.
Passwords are a great thing.
Well, they are.
Well, it was on my.
Let's look at the story that sadly we were reminded of in the break.
Rick,
during
what
the Wheel of
in the
Meat.
world was that?
Well, it's Henry the horse decided that he's very.
that?
How about this? He's upset with Jim Carrey.
Boy, he
I'll
is,
tell you
Rick.
that.
I was really anticipating a comment about the horse that finished the race without a rider.
Yeah.
on it. I mean, I was like, I can't wait to hear what
Bodie
Henry's
Express.
got to
I
say.
really thought that was what it was going to be.
How about this? Henry's a better drawer than I thought he was.
I mean,
And you would think with the hoofs that'd be
That'd be
difficult.
tough, but he's actually pretty good.
He's
drawer.
very angry.
very
with-
control of that pen. I'll tell you.
He's
that.
very angry with Jim Carrey,
He is.
and he's not alone. Even those who normally
Dominant.
normally might side with Jim Carrey, they are not siding with him on this, because I will say this about Jim Carrey, and this is not a compliment, but at least it's the truth. Jim Carrey seems to be a person, based on his painting involving the governor of Alabama, Kay Ivey, that he is acknowledging exactly what happens to the unborn. And I'll just leave it at that, because he's depicting our governor, who just signed the abortion bill in Alabama that has become so controversial. But it is going to force us as a country, I hope, to have a conversation we do need to have, regardless of political or worldview affiliation you may have. And here's what he says. I think if you're going to terminate a pregnancy, it should be done sometime before the fetus becomes governor of Alabama. God. And he has a picture of our governor, and I don't want to be graphic, but the procedure that takes place with an unborn child, and is doing that on her, like she's being destroyed before she was ever born. So Jim Carrey is getting backlash, and you guys were saying even from people who may be pro-choice, they think his behavior is not helping. His behavior is not the kind of conversation we want to have. Ted Cruz has blasted Jim Carrey. Now, that one's not surprising because Ted Cruz is pro-life. He said this is not okay to do this. This looks vicious and angry, and it looks like you're just consumed by hate. And said,
And Rick, I mean, he makes a good point here. He said it's not okay. He wrote, he said, vicious, angry, and consumed by hate instead of insults and dehumanizing rage, we should return to civility. He said, I disagree with Kerry's politics, but believe we should respect his humanity nonetheless. I wish he could reciprocate. Hashtag love is stronger than hate.
Well, again, and I didn't see it. People are saying Saturday Night Live, where they normally can be funny, even be funny about things that I may disagree with them on. But they said this thing they tried to do with it Saturday night just turned into, once again, just some kind of hate-driven rant. And again, not being accurate. Once again, can I tell the Hollywood left one thing? In the state of Alabama and in this country, there are women who do not believe that what we do to children who someone doesn't want is right. Not just men, women as well. And as a matter of fact, this particular bill was carried by a woman and signed by a woman in Alabama.
And there's more than just 25 senators that has to vote for it to become a law. I mean, you had to have the House,
which has men and women.
Yeah, so it's
so anyway,
just be factual. The thing about 25 men really is not valid. So throw that out and go to something else.
And again, the conversation that we're going to have is an important one. And the way and what you see here is what Cruz is pointing out about Jim Carrey is that you have there's a sample of our society that looks at this particular view, and if you don't agree with them, what you don't understand is there's no discussion with them about where life begins, what should we do as a humane group of human beings concerning this topic. They just hate you because you don't agree with them, and that means that they certainly think that they're just smarter than you are, and you're ignorant, and your opinion is not as well thought out as theirs. Now, if you look at DNA and science, there's a lot of things that they think is okay, and even if you say to them your opinion is wrong on gender, your opinion is wrong on where life begins, and you don't include one scripture, you just simply show them that in science, the very same people that say science is telling you the world's going to end and we better stop carbon emissions, they'll take that same science that tells them genders are different and where life begins, and they'll say that science is stupid. Mm-hmm. So the bottom line is this: you can't make your case with them scientifically, and you certainly can't make it spiritually. But at the core of it all, they just hate those who don't believe what they believe. It's what.
Pass the gravy, please.
10 minutes to the top of the hour, the Rick and Bubba Show, as we are working our way back and wrapping up this hour. Lines are available if you want to join us. Helmsley's got the phones this hour at 866-WE-BE-BIG. And we got some callers standing by ready to go, but obviously there's some lines available if you want to try to work your way in. And I think we've hit most everything that was kind of the bigger stories today.
Rick, we did have some new border numbers come out.
Yeah,
just to mention quickly,
okay.
They're saying that the Border Patrol processed 200,000 immigrants in September.
Wow.
Which is the third highest number on record. But get this, for this year so far, 2023, we've had 2 million people cross the border.
Wow.
Now, you think about an army trying to have have a 1 million man standing army, and we've had 2 million cross, and most of them are male, and they are service age, not as many females, not as many kids. So we're literally being invaded right now.
Yep, but until there's a change made, I guess we just say, may I have another?
Yep, I guess so. Here comes another train.
We continue. Let's go to Sean out of Huntsville, 100.3 The River. Sean, go ahead.
Hey, guys, how y'all doing?
We're good.
Hey, me and my wife went and saw the new Blind movie on the Phil Robertson and Miss Kay.
Yeah.
We went and saw it this weekend, and it was really, really good. I mean, I got to give them props, to the whole, whoever did the movie, whoever the director and everything was. The actress that they got playing Miss Kay, she looks so much like Miss Kay. You can tell that, she looks like Miss Kay in her younger years. So I thought that was really interesting. I hope y'all have a good work week ahead of y'all, man.
Thank you.
Is it Is it a bop or what is it? How is the movie? Is it like Phil's life? Or
Yeah, it is. It's the testimony.
Yeah, it's on Phil and Miss Kay. You know how they got together, and I did not know that Phil. You know, his mom was had mental issues when he was a little kid, and they used to come take his mother and to the mental hospital and give her shock therapy. And I didn't know any of that about them, but I mean, they were real poor. You know, they had a hard life coming up, and it's just a real good movie how they did it.
Yeah, I've read Phil's testimony, read his book, but he has a rough testimony. Yeah. But it's powerful, and I understand the movie really unapologetically kind of takes you into that world, which to show how powerful his redemption was and is. Let's go to John, Birmingham, Alabama, listening on ZZK. John, go ahead.
John.
Morning, guys.
Hey, buddy.
Hey, this weekend I went to the RBU podcast for the first time, and it was just absolutely refreshing to see a man of color speak to the issues of people of color and point out the inconvenient truths that the Democrat Party, and particularly black leadership, is the burden they've placed on black people over decades. And people need to see this. It's so nice to see this guy tell what's really going on and what's going on and what needs to happen in the future. And maybe more people will wake up and maybe we'll find out that we're all not so different. We can get along. But this guy was fantastic. I just really think people ought to.
He didn't pull any punches.
No,
that's for sure.
He didn't, and he made the point we've said before. But look, it may not. Truth is truth. However, you know, as we've even been told by our Lord and Savior, you got to understand how the world works. And what you just said, sir, is it maybe shouldn't be true, but then it is true. There's the way the world is, and there's the way we wish it was. And white people can talk about this and point to this all we want to. It doesn't matter. Because all they're going to say is, yeah, it's a typical statement from a racist white person. Yeah. It's going to take people of color to change the situation for people of color. And to reveal what the Democratic Party has done and continues to do, it's going to have to take people like Vince, and there's others out there, he's not the only one, to stand up and make a change politically in the black community. White people are never going to be heard. It's just true. Because the card is always going to be played, well, you're not black. And so it's go, well here, but when people who are the same color say the same thing, we got to stop saying, well, now you're not black either, just because they're saying something maybe you don't want to hear. I would say if you really want to be logical about it, just ask the question, the way you're voting and the people you're putting in charge of where you live in your city, your state, and your country, are they providing the environment that you desired?
Yeah.
And if they aren't, you got to fire them.
And if you're getting the same old results, why don't you make a change?
Right. And how much longer can they get away with telling you it's somebody else's fault, not theirs? Yeah. And he takes that on. And you can agree or disagree, but it's important to go listen to at least his point of view on it. We continue. Let's go to Justin out of Georgia. Justin, go ahead.
Green Acres, fella.
I appreciate the call, buddy. Tell us what's on your mind today.
I'm just still out here Green Acres because we hadn't won the lottery yet.
No,
to put the lottery ticket in.
Yeah,
there's always hope.
Did you just hear me talk about if you keep trying the same old thing and you never get the result you desire, maybe you should try something else? But
$3 a week don't really bother me that much.
Yeah, 229.
That $1 billion.
Yeah, 229 million to 1 odds would bother me though. Yeah. But like Greg said, at least burn that $3. You can get some heat off of it.
Sir, what do you do every day? What's your job?
Nope. Never mind. Matt in Birmingham, Alabama, 104.7 WZZK. Matt, go ahead.
Morning, guys. How are y'all this morning? Green Acres and Monkey Grass.
Thanks for the call. So what's going on with you?
Absolutely. So right now, my life is just working 5 days a week, and I just want to try and get out there more. But when the weekend comes along, I'm just burnt out and don't know really what else to do. So I want to try and break this cycle. One, how do I do that? And two, where would I go to do that? But also, I also need a tuba dance from Speedy because I haven't seen that in a while.
Okay, so would that help you a little bit if you saw that?
I'm gonna have second hand myself because these gentlemen haven't.
Partially, but not really.
I'm confused when you said you want to get out there more. Are you just
someone
saying,
captured you? Can you not leave the house?
Yeah, can you clarify the issue there?
Yeah, so I'm trying to go out and trying to meet people, mostly girls, because I'm just stuck busy working. I just want to try and get out there and just don't know where to meet them.
Are you involved in a local church?
No, I'm not.
That would be my advice.
A good idea.
I wouldn't just attend one. I would be involved in it. I would immerse myself. Are you a follower of Christ? I'm just assuming. Maybe you're not. Maybe that wouldn't be something that drew you.
No, I am, but I'll admit I haven't been to church in a while. So
I think the reason why I'm saying that is, everybody's like, well, we can see that coming a mile away. But the reason why I'm saying that, you also find great community there. And if you're going to go around and try to hit nightclubs and bars and things like that, well, you're going to be fishing in a pond. You don't want to catch those fish.
Yeah, that's what I was going to say. You're only going to catch prize fish in a good fishing place.
Yeah, I would immerse myself in a singles ministry at a good, active, healthy church. And I think that's probably the biggest step you could take to accomplish what you feel like is missing in your life. You'll get community. You'll get discipled on what really matters in life. And you'll meet the kind of people you probably would like to spend time with, and maybe find the one you want to spend the rest of your life with. That's what our advice would be.
That's right.
All right. Thanks for hearing me out.
Yeah, and if you want to, send me a follow-up email on some suggestions based on where you live, I can give you some, okay?
Sure thing.
All right, Matt. Thanks for trusting us. I'm sorry we ran out of time on the tuba dance.
Yeah, I hate that.
Doggone it.
Oh, no.
Go ahead and do it.
Maybe consider buying a puppy, too. That always helps.
Don't buy a puppy. No. Then you're going to have hanging over your head something else you got to do during the week. What about the dog?
He sounded like he needs a pet.
He wants less stuff to do during the week, not more.
That might help him catch a
What about a dog?
Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Pass the gravy, please. Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba. Ooh, it brings me to my knees. Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba. I can't start another. Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba. Day without 'em, brother. Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba. Ooh, there is no other. Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba. Waking on their blubber. Rick and Bubba, Rick